Tools like Lovable, Base44, Bolt.new, and Replit, and many more have changed how we build websites and apps. But you may be thinking how they are working behind the scenes. This is ForgeAI, an AI-powered app builder that lets you build production-ready applications for your business customers the same way that Lovable and Replit and Base44 is doing. Let's try it by asking it to create a modern landing page by entering a simple prompt. Since I'm not authenticated, I need to be logged in to submit a prompt. Let me log in with Google, and now let's ask it to create a modern landing page by entering a simple prompt. Click on Submit button. You have been redirected to the project ID page, and what you can see is something that you can expect from tools like Lovable, Bolt, and Base44. We can get real-time updates here, and behind the scenes, the Inngest dev server has started working to create your project. It is using different tools to create your project, and it's running in the background. You can get real-time updates, which tool the Inngest is using currently, using Inngest real-time updates. The result is fully functional landing page completely generated by AI. You can see the preview of the application in the browser without any local setup. You can also see the generated code, and you can edit the code as well if you are a pro member. You can also chat with your model to make changes to your application. This is the projects page, and in the projects page you can see all of your generated projects in this page with a title generated by AI itself. Let's go back to homepage, and as you can see, we have two subscription plans. One of them is completely free and the other one is a pro plan. The pro plan gives you more capabilities like uploading a design image or a screenshot and editing the code inline. This time let's ask it to create an Airbnb clone by entering a prompt, and we can upload an image also. I am going to Airbnb and I can take a screenshot from Airbnb homepage. Now we can upload the image, but to upload the image, we have to be a pro member. So in here, we can click on upgrade to pro and add a payment. You can use a test card because I'm in development mode. Let's use a test card, and then we are now a pro member. And now we can upload our screenshot, and the result is a fully functional Airbnb clone without you writing even a single line of code, completely generated by AI. It is not exactly like Airbnb, but it is very similar and very close to Airbnb. And now, since you are a pro member, you can also edit the code inline in the integrated code editor. The editor is powered by Monaco editor, the same editor that is powering VS Code. For example, let's go to homepage and update here popular homes in Sydney. We will change this to Sydney, Australia, and click on save, and the result will reflect immediately in here. Authentication and authorization is completely done by clerk, and billing is also completely managed by clerk. You can add a new payment method, you can switch the plans between free and pro, and you can manage subscription and billing options. You can also cancel subscriptions. This is not just a coding tutorial. This is a complete playbook for building real-world production-ready AI SaaS website builder applications that you can use right away and charge your customers by a fixed monthly fees or by usage base. The tech stack that we are using for this project is Next.js on top of React.js as a full stack framework, Elysia for API routes and end-to-end type safety, Inngest for background jobs, Clerk for billing and authentication, Prisma and Postgres powered by NeonDB, ShatCN and Tailwind CSS for styling, E2B Sandbox for executing AI-generated code in a secure Cloud Sandbox, OpenAI, Gemini, or Anthropic to power your AI agents. And definitely we will deploy the final product to production. So without further ado, let's go ahead and get started. Okay, let's get started. In this chapter 1, we are going to set up our project, check the Node.js environment, and install ShadCN. To set up our project, ShadCN gives us very flexible options to set up how to set up our project. If we go to ShadCN, and now, as you can see, previously we have to install ShadCN manually, but now you can create a project from here, or you can go to view components, and in here, if you come down, you can install the old way, the legacy way, but we are going to use the new way. I'm going back, or you can click on here. Let's click on create new project. And now from here, you can either use Radix UI or you can use Base UI. I'm going to use select Base UI because I think a lot of core team members of Radix UI are not going to maintain Radix UI anymore. They have moved to Base UI. And for the color, for the style, I'm going to keep it this one, the base color. Also, I'm going to keep this one, the theme. But for the icons, and now you can use like different icon libraries, like Lucid, tabular icons, huge icons, and phosphor icons. These two are really nice. I'm going to use tabular icon. The font is enter. The rest, I think the rest is already good for me. And now you can click on create project and copy this command. Let's go to our terminal, and in here I'm going to create this project. Let's press enter. Our project name will be ForgeAI. ForgeAI, like this. Okay, our project got created. Let's cd into our project, cd ForgeAI, and then let's open it in VS Code. Okay, this is our default Next.js project. As you can see, we have app folder, and then layout, page.tsx, global.css, and a components folder. All the installed components are here in component example. As you can see, we already have a alert, badge, button, card, and a few components, but not all of them. And as you can see, let's open button. Everything has been imported from Base UI, not from Radix UI anymore. And our project, ShadCN, already understand that it should import everything from Base UI. Okay, let's close all of them and let's run our project and check if everything is working. And let me make my VS Code a bit bigger so you can see that properly. Okay, let's go to our terminal and run it. pnpm dev, and let's open it in localhost 3000. Okay, as you can see, this is our project up and running. And one more thing I want to show you in here in my terminal, if I check, I'm using currently Node.js version 23.9. Make sure you use at least version 18 or above that one. And PNPM, my PNPM version is 10.18.1. So everything will be working for me in this setup. I'm going to start my dev server again. Now let's go ahead and check that what we did. So we go here, and then here let's check on setup. We finished setup. We finished the Node.js environment checking. So we are using Node.js version 23 and PNPM version 10. And also let's check out ShadCN because we are done with this one also. Okay, perfect. Okay, let's start chapter 2. In this chapter, we are going to set up our database. We will install Prisma and we will set up Neon database. Okay, let's go ahead and first go to Prisma. Click on Docs once you are on Prisma, and then now click on Next.js. If you come down, this command is for when you want to create a new Next.js project, but we already have a project, so we can come down in here. Let's copy this command and go back to our terminal. Let me shut down my dev server, and now let's do pnpm install Prisma. Let's also copy the other command, this one, because the first one is for dev dependency also, only, but this one is for actual dependencies. And now let's paste the other command also like this. Okay, perfect. Now what we can do, we can copy this command. You can specify an output directory, but I'm not going to specify an output directory. It will by default create its own output directory. But since npx, I'm not using npx, I'm using pnpm. I'm using pnpm, and then I will do dlx, and then removing this npx. Okay, now Prisma has been initialized. If we go and check our VS Code, and now we have a .env file, we have a Prisma folder, schema.prisma, and we should also have a prisma.config.ts. As you can see, this is okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and do the other stuff for Prisma. If we go back to Prisma documentation, if you come down, we already did this part, and now we can come here. We can create the models later, but right now we have to make sure that we import .env.config in prisma.config.ts. Let's see that. I think we're already importing it. As you can see, we already import .env/config. Okay, the next step is to run our migration. So right now, if we run our migration, we don't have anything. So let's create our very first table. But before that, I think we have to create our Prisma client. We don't need this seed command because we are not going to pre-populate our database with some dummy data. But if we go down, and this is how to create our Prisma client. Let's copy this command and let's go back to VS Code, and then here we will create a new file inside the DB lib folder. We will name it DB, but you can name it whatever you want. It doesn't matter. And let's paste this one here. This one gives us an error because till now we haven't generated Prisma and we haven't migrated anything. But for the rest of them, it should work okay. And this name, because the file name is DB, I will also name this one to DB. Let's change this to also to DB, like this. I will straight away export this as a constant, export const DB, and remove this export default. Okay, perfect. We will get rid of this error very soon. So for now, let's go ahead and create our very first table schema. If you go to Prisma and then Prisma schema.prisma, let's create our very first table. We will name it project, and then project will have an ID of type string and with decorator ID, and also the default value will be UUID. Another thing, our project will have a name which is of type string. It will be required. And also our project will have messages. Our project will have messages, which is of type message. We will create messages soon. Our project will have Sandbox ID, which is of type string, and decorator db.varchar, like this. And by default, 64 here. Do created at, which is of type date time, and the default will be now. We will also have updated at, which is also of type date time and with decorator updated at. Let's also come down and create our message model message, and then ID will be exactly the same like this ID. Let's copy this one and paste it here. And our project will have content. Sorry, not project. Our message will have content, which is of type string, and also our message will have a rule. We will create the rule as an enum. If you go up in here, let's name it a message rule, enum message rule, and then our message rule will be either user or assistant. User and then assistant. like this. And now if we come down in here, we will do message rule. Let's also add type. The type of our message also be, we create an enum because it can be either of type result or error. Let's go up and create that also. Let's create it below the message rule enum. And then we will do, let's do message type. It will be either result or error like this. And now let's go down, and then the type we will do in here, we will do message type like this. Okay, we will also need to add a fragment, code fragment. We will name it code fragment. Code fragment, we will create this model soon. Let's make it optional. We will also need to add a project ID because every message will belong to a project ID, which is of type string. And also let's add a project, and then this time we will do project, and let's add a relationship. And the relationship, let's add a reference. The reference will be the ID of the project, this ID. And which field we want to reference. Fields will be this project ID in here, project ID. And let's also do on delete cascade. On delete cascade means if you delete a project, all the message that belong to that project will also be deleted. Let's also add created at and updated at. We can copy exactly the same thing from here for created at and updated at. Let's also create our fragment, model code fragment like this. Code fragment is like our codes, our code files. Let's say we are creating a very basic Next.js application, which will have a page.tsx, as we can see in here, and layout.tsx, and let's say we have a very basic components folder, this one, and from here we only add like this example.tsx or button.tsx. So the code fragment will contain those files. Okay, let's do that. And the ID will be again, let's copy this ID and let's do message ID, because every fragment will belong to a message. When we send a message to the AI to create, for example, a button for us, then the AI will generate the code for us. So every code fragment will belong to a message. Message will be a string, message ID will be string, and it should be unique. Let's also add message, and then it's of type message. Let's also add the relationship. The references will be ID, and the field that we want to reference is message ID. Let's also add on delete cascade, and let's also add sandbox URL. Let's also add sandbox ID. We also added sandbox ID in the project. We can copy exactly this one and paste it here. It is exactly the same thing, because this one we want to allow our users to be able to update their code visually from within our application. This is why we need sandbox ID to store here. We need to add title for our fragment. This will be string, and then files will be of type JSON. Files will be of type JSON. The files will be, let's say we want our AI to create a button and dialog component for us. So the files will be like this inside an array like this, and then there will be objects, like let's say it will create an app.tsx, and then the content, the JSX content, and then it will create button.tsx, and then the contents for button. So the files will be like this. This will be the file name, and then the file content like this. Let's also do created at and updated at, and then we are all done. And now let's go ahead to NeonDB and create our NeonDB database. Click on login, click on new project, and then my project name will be ForgeAI. Choose your closest location. I'm choosing Sydney, and then click on create. Now click on connect, And from here, because we are using Prisma, we just need this URL. Let's copy this one and go back to our VS Code. Let's open .env file, this one, and we remove everything. We remove everything and just paste our database URL. Now, let's go and migrate our project. So as you can see now, this is not very formatted, but we will format that also. So let's come back to our terminal. We'll do pnpm prisma migrate and div. You can also specify a name here, like name, and then you can add any name to your migration. But if you leave it and if you press enter, it will ask you to enter a name. Now we have to enter a name. We can say initial migration. So our migration is done. If we go check our NeonDB, we should have some files there already. Not files, some schema. If you click on tables, and as you can see, we have code fragment, message, and project. Now let's go back to our terminal and let's run this time Prisma generate. So what Prisma generate is doing, it will generate a Prisma output inside our VS Code, and probably because we didn't specify a path for that, it may generate it inside our lib folder. Let's check it. As you can see, it has been generated inside our lib folder. Let's also run Prisma format, because now they are not formatted properly. Prisma format like this, and now you can see that it formatted our Prisma schema really nice like this. And now let's go back to our lib where we created our DB, and then here, instead of app, we can do it from lib. And also let's change this to this symbol, because we are using this symbol across our application. Perfect. If we go back to our Xcali draw, let's mark some stuff here. Okay, now we did set up our Prisma, we did set up our database, we did set up our Prisma, we created a Neon database. It's all done. Perfect, amazing job. Now that we are done with our database setup, let's go ahead and set up Elysia.js. In this chapter, we are going to install Elysia.js. We will write our API routes, we will configure them, and we will connect the Elysia to our front end. So let's go ahead by installing Elysia.js. And here I'm closing this and going to elysiajs.com. Okay, if you click on get started, Elysia is a super powerful framework. It is faster than Express, it is faster than gRPC, it's faster than a lot of other popular frameworks. It's even faster than Java Spring Boot. If you check, for example, the comparison, let's click on one of them, for example, Express. How to compare Elysia with Express? Express can only handle 11,113,117 requests per second, but Elysia can handle more than 2 million requests per second. That's amazing. That is a super fast and powerful framework. For example, if you click on this one at a glance and then come down, you can compare Elysia with other frameworks, like for example, Express. And for example, let's say this is Express, this is Fastify. How fast Elysia is. It is super fast. You can see in the results here. Like gRPC, it gives you end-to-end type safety. It will give you auto-completion for writing code, and it will also automatically type safe all your variables and functions in both front end and back end. That's amazing. So let's go ahead and install Elysia. I'm going down here, click on pnpm and click this one to install Elysia. Let me clear my terminal and then paste this one. Elysia has been installed. Let's go ahead and clear this one. Now it has a very beautiful integration guide. Come down here and let's click on Next.js. click on Next.js, and just you need to create one single route. Let's copy the content. Let's go back to our VS Code, and in here, let's close everything. Inside the app, let's create a new folder, API, and then inside the API, let's create another folder like this. It should catch all routes and then slugs. And inside this one, let's create a route.js file and paste the content that we did copy from Elysia. Okay, let's go back to our documentation and see what else is required. As you can see, we did API, slugs, and route.js. And then here, they are saying that if you use PNPM, since we are using PNPM, we have to install, like, for example, some dependencies like idin manually. But if you use bun, it will install everything automatically for you. So let's go ahead and install this one also. Paste it here and press enter. Now let's run our project and play with Elysia. So we can keep the documentation open, and let's go back to our VS Code. In here, we have hello Next.js as our very first API route. So if we check our browser, this is our default Next.js homepage. But if we go to /API like this, you can see hello Next.js. This is coming from Elysia from here. Perfect. And also in here, we don't only need get and post method, we also need update and delete method. So let's do those two also. We will name this one put. Actually, let's do put, and let's paste this one once again, and this one we will do patch. We will do this one patch, and we will do one more for delete and one more for options. This one will be options. And now let's create, we don't need to create it like this. So we want to separate our files, because if we create all the routes here, it doesn't look really good. So we can cut everything from here, and we only leave this one. This T is for validation, but we will not use this one from Elysia. We will use Zot, because we will use Zot for our front end, and we will use Zot for our back end also. You can create Elysia folder anywhere that you want, and you can name it anything that you want. It's really, really flexible, but in this case, I am going to create it inside this API because it's very related. So I will name it Elysia. And then in here, let's create our message.ts. Let's do it messages.ts. In messages.ts, let's straight away export const messages, and then it will be new Elysia like this. Let's prefix it with /messages. Right now, we only need to do a get. The get, we will need only a slash and then an async function, a callback function. This can be async or synchronous function or asynchronous function. And right now, what we can do, let's just return message hello from Elysia.js in Next.js, something like this. And now if we go to our home page, in here, how we can call it, we can't call it right now because we forgot one thing. If we go back to our Elysia documentation here, you come down, we forgot the idin, this one. This one will give us end-to-end type safety similar to TRPC. So what we can do, come down here, we can copy this code and paste it inside a lib folder or util folder and name it idin.ts. But I'm not going to name it idin.ts. I will name it API client. And now paste the code. And now I think we have to install this idin manually because we using PNPM. We are not using bun. So let's do that one. PNPM install and then Elysia.js idin. Let's run our server again. And now in here, we have idin. We don't need this app because we will use this API client in our front end, so we cannot directly access the app. because it is for backend use only. This is a backend logic. We cannot directly use app. So what we can do, we can export the type app, which will be a type of app like this. And now we can use this app. Go back here and remove this one from here. And let's add app like this. You can add type also, but it's not required. And now let's change this to use this symbol. And then here we are not going to add, we only need to add app here, and we will remove the rest of them. And we will remove all these other things like this. We are getting an error because if we check our route, we just have API, but we don't have any route. So to use our routes, for example, in this case, messages, what we can do, come here and do .use. If you are only using a single route, like messages, we can do messages like this. But since later on we will add more routes, we can wrap them in an array like this. And then you can add, for example, fragments, you can add projects, all of them here. And now the error should go away from here. As you can see, now we don't have any error. To check it in our front-end use, let's mark this one to be use client. Let's wrap this in a fragment or something similar. Let's wrap them in a div, for example, and paste it here. Let's bring a button from components UI button, and then let's do click. And let's create a function here, or we can do like inline function here. On click a function, and then because this is a promise, we have to make this function an async function. Async, and then let's do await, and then API client. Did we export it? I think we didn't export it. We name it API. Let's do API client like this. API client imported from lib API client, and then as soon as you type dot, it will auto complete it for you. Dot messages, and then dot get, because we only have one method, which is get here. So we have end-to-end type safety. Now let's save this in a variable, something like message, and then put it like this, and then let's console log the message. Okay, now let's see our browser and confirm that Elysia is working for us. Let's go back to home page, and let's comment this one for now. Comment it like this, and now let's go to our browser and check if Elysia is working for us. So we have here the click button. Let's open inspector. Currently it's opening like this for me, but I'm going to make it in this side so you can see it side by side. Let's click on click, and we have received this message logged in our console. If you click on that, open, as you can see, hello from Elysia in Next.js application. Perfect, amazing. So now we can go ahead. Let's mark these things as complete. We set up Elysia. We created our API route, and not all of them, but a sample. And we how to connect Elysia to our front end. Okay, perfect. So all done, chapter 3. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 4, we are going to install another required dependencies and all the required chassis and UI components. We will fix our layout. We will also create our homepage or design our homepage, and we will create our AI chat box. So to do that, let's go to chassis and UI, and now click on view components. I'm going to one of the components. For example, let's go to button. If you go down, let's copy this button, and we will change this to install everything for us. And now let's paste this command, and then instead of this button, do -- all. Okay, now all the components has been installed. Let's also install a React hook form, because we will use this across our application. React hook form. Let's also install Zod. Let's also install hook form, and then resolvers like this. Let's run our server again. And now let's go back to our VS Code. In our VS Code, now we have a very basic page. We are going to delete this component example. Let's delete this one. We don't need it. Let's also delete this example.tsx. And if we check our components UI, we have all the components that we need here. Let's create our AI chat box. And let's straight away export const. I will do export const AI chat box, an arrow function. And now let's return. We straight away first work on the UI, on HTML elements, and then we will work on functionalities. Let's do div, and then in this div, let's add a class name. I will do mx auto flex w flex column w full, and then gap 4 like this. Let's also add another div. In this one also, let's add a class name. Our class name will be relative, position relative, and then z index of 10. Let's also do flex column w full, and also mx auto here also. And let's also do content center. Let's come down, and then here we will add our actual form, our HTML form. We don't need an action here. We will need to add a class name. Let's do overflow visible, rounded XL. Let's also do border, and then padding 2. Let's also do BG. For background color, I'm going to use a specific background color. Let's do BG, and then I am going to use F7, and then F4, and EE, like this. This color I'm going to use. And I'm going to use this one across background and border. So let's do border also to use this color. And now let's also when the border focus on, when the form is focused, let's also do this one. Focus within, and then border again, this one. I think it's very long. Well, let's come down. Let's straight away go ahead and add this form to our page. Let's go to layout.tsx first, and not label, layout. And then here, we don't need this, I don't know how to spell this GEIST font. We don't need both of them. We only need enter, and we remove this two. We only keep enter. And then here, let's actually move, the enter is already there, and we remove the rest of these classes. Let's remove them, and we will keep to use this symbol. We need to keep this untialized class, and let's paste it here. And let's also do flex, a flex column, and then height will be device view height, and justify center items center, like this. For background color, for the whole layout, I'm going to use a gradient background color. Let's do BG linear, and then linear to right. From which color we will start? We will start from a custom color. Let's do FF75 and C3, like this. And then we will need to add via this color, via FF A6, and then 47, like this. And then to the last color will be the stop color. We will add FF E8 and 3F, like this. This is our layout all done. Okay, perfect. Now let's go to our page.tsx, and in our page.tsx, let's return a div. And then in this div, let's add a class name. I will do margin bottom and top to be 20, which is around 80 pixel. And let's do flex column and gap 10, and let's also do WMD. And then here, let's import our AI chat box. Amazing. Now let's go back to our AI chat box and start building our form. Let's come down here. We will need to first create our inputs, our required field. So what I am going to do, I'm going to import field group from UI field group. We only need one field group. And let's create a controller. We can import controller manually. In here, if you do import controller, and then you can import it from React hook form like this. And now we have controller. So controller is a self-closing tag, but it requires a few options. Let's give it a name. The name will be message. Let's also give it a control, and the control will be, let's create a form, which will be use form from React hook form. We need to pass our resolver, which will be of type Zod resolver. And let's create our schema actually, because it needs a schema. Go up and then do const message schema. It will be z.object. We need to import z also. Import z from Zod like this, and we need to add z.object, and then this object only needs a message. Message will be z.string. It will be a string, our message. And then let's do minimum. Minimum will be, let's do 3 characters, and then we'll say message is required. And let's also do max. Max, it is not required, but we are going to add it here, because if we don't add max, let's say someone is coming to our application and they want to create a Next.js application, so they will write a very big chunk of message or prompt, which will be like more than 1,000 lines. And then in that case, the bigger your prompt, the more cost you have to pay. It will cost more. The AI will cost you more. So if the prompt is smaller, then it will cost less. But if the prompt is bigger, it will cost more for you. So we will limit our prompt to be maximum 1,000 characters. And then if it's more than that, we will say messages too long. Something like this. Okay, perfect. So Zod resolver. Now here we will do message schema, and we will also need to add the default values. For our default values, we only have message, which will be an empty string right now. We also need to import this Zod resolver. We can import like this from a hook form, and then resolvers Zod like this. We have 2 controllers. We have to remove one of them. Let's come here to our form. We do z.infer, and then we need to pass type of message schema like this. Okay, now let's come back to our controller. In here, let's do control to be form.control like this. And now let's do render. Render is a function. Let's straight away destructure the field, and let's return something. In here, what we need to return, we will need to return a text area. A text area from UI text area, and then it's a self-closing tag. Let's pass the whole field here, and let's add a class name to this one also. Let's come down and then add class name. A class name, it will be max height to be 50, and then minimum height, it will be 16 like this. We need to make resize none, rounded none, border none, bg transparent, and let's make it important, and padding 0. Let's also do text sm shadow none, and then focus visible, border transparent, like this. Let's also do focus visible ring 0, focus visible, and then ring 0, like this. Okay, perfect. That's a very long class. Let's bring it down like this. And after the class name, we have to add a placeholder also. It's very optional. We can say ask anything or ask ForgeAI, something like this. And I think that's it for now. Since we are also going to allow our text area or our AI chat box for people to be able to upload an image or a screenshot. Let's say we allow people to write a prompt to, for example, they will write a prompt to build a landing page for me or build an Airbnb clone. We should also allow people to upload an image or a screenshot and then ask our AI to build a landing page according to exactly like that screenshot or image that they have uploaded. So to allow an image upload, I'm coming here below field group. Let's add a div and then add a class name in this div to this div. Let's do it flex items center and then gap 1. Let's add another div. This one also will do a flex items end. This one will be items end, and then gap will be 0.5, like this. Let's also do in small screens, the gap should be 1, like this. And now what we can do, we need to add an input, not the ShadCN UI input. We just do normal input. Type will be file. And then class name, let's do SR only, screen readers only. Let's allow multiple files, multiple. We can change it to single file later on and unchange. And let's, for now, create an empty function like this. We also need a ref for our file. Let's do ref will be file ref. Like this, we need to create this file ref. If we go up here, let's do it here. File ref, which will be use ref from React, and then the type will be HTML input element, HTML input element, or null. And right now we make it null, like this. Let's add that ID to our form, and then let's add ID to be message form, like this. Let's also add the onSubmit to this form, and in here let's create our onSubmit. Come down here, on submit. It doesn't need to be on submit. You can name it whatever you want, but I'm going to name it on submit here. And right now we will leave it empty, but let's do form.handle submit, and then it will need, we need to pass the on submit here, like this. Perfect. I'm going to comment the resolver right now, and let's go ahead and see this in our browser, see how it's looking. Let me close this ShadCN UI. We don't need this anymore. And we are getting an error because this is a client component and we have to mark this as use client. And now if we check, it should all work. As you can see, we have a very nice and beautiful background and our AI chat box. This is our button to upload a file, and I don't know why this button is looking like this, but we will fix that soon. Perfect. Amazing, amazing work. Now let's go ahead and work on our file, on our form functionalities. Okay, so the button was blank because we don't have anything here. So let's fix this one first. We will check if the form state is submitting, or is uploading, we will do the is uploading later. If it is submitting, and then we will add the icon loader 2 from tabular icons, and then let's add a class name. Size should be 4, size 4, and then animate spin like this. Otherwise, if it is not loading or not submitting, let's add an icon arrow up. We will add size 16 to this one also. And now if we check our browser, the button should look nice and beautiful like this. We can either type a message here and then ask our AI to build a website for us, build a landing page like this, or we can upload a file and then ask our AI to build a landing page exactly like the image attached. Something like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and work on the form functionalities. Okay, the first thing that I'm going to fix is let's go back to VS Code. And if you come down here, we have to add an on key down to our text area. So what I'm going to do, let's go up and create a new function here, handle key down like this, and make it a function. Actually, we have to make it an async function because we will need this one to update our chat box. And let's make it an arrow function. It will also need an argument, which is E, and E will be react.keyboard event like this. And now let's come here. We will check if E.key is equal enter. We will also say and, not E.shift key. If it is enter, someone press enter key, we should submit the form. So what we need to do, E.prevent default first, and then a form, the form that we created above, handle submit, and we will pass the onSubmit function that we created on submit, and we will also need to pass the E like this. Let's also do form dot reset. We should make the form clean again. And now let's go down, and in here, let's add on key down, which will be handle key down like this. Okay, perfect. We forgot this one. This is like this. It should be like this. And now here, let's also add when someone upload a file, we should show the preview of the file. Let's go up in here above the ref. Let's create a state attached file, and then let's make it use state, import it from React, and it will be either of type file, or let's make it null by default. And let's also create another state. Let's name it image preview or file preview. Let's name it image preview because we only allow images. Image preview, and set image preview like this. So this is also use state, and we only need a string here. By default, it's an empty string. And let's go down below this form, and let's check if someone already uploaded an image. We will check it if image preview, and attached file, if both of them exist. And then what we are going to do, we will show the image preview. Let's first create a div, and then let's add a class name to this div. I'm going to add position relative, flex, and then item center, wfit, gap2, and mb2 overflow hidden like this. Let's come down and add another div here. This one will wrap the actual image. Let's do class name relative again, and flex height will be, we will do fixed height of 16 and fixed weight of 16 also. Items center, and also let's do justify center like this. Come down, and here we have to add our actual image. Image you can import from Next image. I think I already imported it. And this image, we will need to add an alt. Alt is required. Let's do attached file dot name. Let's do src. src will be an image preview like this. Let's also do fill. We want this image to fill its parent container, which will be height 16 and weight 16, which is around 64 pixel. And let's also the class name. So we will add an object, a cover, like this. It should cover this parent div. Let's add a button, normal HTML button, not the Shadcn UI one. And inside this button, let's add an icon X to remove. You can import it from tabular icons, size 16. And now let's add a class name to this button. I will do position absolute. And let's also do Z index to be 10, rounded full, shadow 2XL, because it's position absolute. Let's do right 0 and top 0. And let's also do BG. I will add a custom color here, F7, F4, EE, like this. Let's also do P1 and cursor pointer. And let's come down, and let's also add a type to be button, and let's add an on click. Let's do remove file. Now let's create this remove file. Go up, and then here let's do const remove file, which will be a function. Set attached file to be null, and let's also do set image preview and empty string again. Now, because we will be using upload thing for our image upload, let's go ahead and configure upload thing first. I'm going back to my browser, and then here let's do upload thing. Let's go to dashboard and create a new project. Click on create a new app, and I will name it ForgeAI. Choose the free plan. Once you choose the free plan, you cannot change the region and access control, but that's okay for our app. Okay, now click on API keys and copy the API key. And let's also click on docs. Let's go back to VS Code, and let's open the .env file. And then here, let's paste this upload thing token. Perfect. We can close this back, and let's go back to documentation. And here, click on Next.js app router, and let's do install the upload thing. Copy the command, and let's go to our terminal. Okay, now let's paste the command, and it should install upload thing. Okay, upload thing has been installed. Let's run our server again, and now let's come back here to documentation. We already done this step, upload thing token. And let's go down. We need to create an upload thing under the API folder, and then core.ts, open the sidebar, and then under the app API, create a new folder, upload thing like this, and then create a core.ts file inside it. And let's paste this, and let me fix this one. I don't need auth right now. I'm removing all these comments. This comment also, this one's also. I will keep the max file size to be 4 MB and max file count to be 1. So we will allow only one file. I'm going to remove this middleware completely right now. This return, I will make it an empty object right now. Let's also remove these comments, and on upload complete, let's remove these two. We don't need them right now. We also don't need this one. And I am going to change this one to design image uploader, design image uploader, like this. This is the name that we will use for image upload route. Okay, now let's go and bring the route also. Come down here and click on copy this one. Let's go back to VS Code and create a new file under upload thing. We will name it route.ts like this. Paste the command, the code that you copy, and now let's clean them. save it, and you're all done. Let's go back to documentation, and we need one more step, which is this one, upload thing inside our utils folder. Coming down here under the lib folder, let's create the new file, upload thing.ts, and then paste this. But since we will be using the hooks, let's fix this one first. It has a hook called use upload thing, but we have to import something from upload thing first. Let's do that. I will import generate React helper from upload thing React helpers from upload thing React like this. We will export const, and then let's use generate React helpers. We will make it to be a type of our file router, the one that we are using for the two other functions, two other components. And now we have to grab the use upload thing like this. And now we can use this one inside our AI chat box. Let's go to our AI chat box in here. Let's do const, and then we straight away destructure it from use upload thing. We pass our upload thing route here. What we named our upload thing. Previously it was image uploader, but we changed that one to design image uploader. So we can use that name in here now. It's already auto-completing for us. And now let's grab start upload, and also is uploading like this. Okay, perfect. Now what we can do, let's work on our on submit. In here, let's do data, and then this will be z.infer type of message schema like this. And let's go down. Let's first clean the message. I will name it clean message. We can do data dot message because data has a message, but because we only have one input, I can directly destructure it from here. I can do message, and then in here we don't need this data. We just need to do message dot trim. Otherwise, we pass an empty string. So we are not allowing people to just press space key or an empty string multiple times. And now let's come down. Let's create a try catch block. The catch, let's do an error. And let's also add a finally block. In the try catch, let's start by try block. We will first check if not clean message and not file, attached file. Then we will show a toast message. We will show a toast message imported from Sonar, toast.error. And then in this error, let's do type a message or upload an image. And then let's return to stop the process here. But if there is a clean message or there is a file, let's grab the file. We will name it files because upload thing, this start upload needs a files, not a file. So, and then we put the attached file. Oops, sorry. We will make it like this, attached files in an array. We will make it as file. And let's come down. We will do const response or result, whatever you name it, await start upload. And when we start the upload, we should pass the files that we created here. It expects as an array. And let's come down. Now let's grab the URL. Let's grab the URL now. And this will be response 0.ufs URL. This is how uploading is handling URLs. The response may be empty. That's why we need to add a question mark like this. And also let's do the question mark here also. Or we don't need it here, but for safety, you can add it. And now another important thing is because in here, let's go to our app. And here, when we are in the home page, so it means that nobody has created a project yet. But once someone create a project, we will redirect them to their project page so they can chat and improve their UI based on their previous messages. But if they come for the first time, they don't have any project. So we will check if they have a project or they don't have a project. Let's do that. So in this AI chat box, let's create an interface here. I will name it props or chat box props. Let's just name it props. And then we only need project ID, which will be of type string, like this. And let's straight away destructure that in here from props. We will need project ID like this. Now in here, if we don't have a project ID, we can go ahead and create a project first. We just say const response will be await API client. We don't have a project yet. Let's go ahead and create our project endpoint. Coming here where we have Elysia, let's create a new file called projects.ts. And then we can copy exactly the same things that we have in messages. In projects, let's paste this and let's change this to be projects. And we do not need a get method. We will need a post method. Post. And right now we can keep it like this. Let's also add the post method to our messages also, and then slash, and then an async function. We will make fixing this later. And right now, let's just return an empty object. And now let's go back to AI chatbots. This time we will need to create a API. Oh, we haven't added to our route. So we created a project, but we need to add it to our routes in Elysia route. Here, we need to also import project. And now we should have autocomplete for our projects.post like this. We will leave it like this right now. And we will check down here. We will check if a response, and then we will do let's create a router first. At the very top, I'm going to create a router. We will use router from next navigation like this. And let's go down. If there is a response, then what we need to do router dot push. And then where we should push to slash projects and then slash response like this, response dot data dot ID like this. We can redirect to project page. But if there is no project ID, then it means no one has created a project yet. So we will do await API client dot messages dot post. We will post to messages. Okay, we will come back to them later, but right now let's go ahead and fix and add this a toast to the catch. If there is any error, we will do toast.error. If error is instance of error, then we will do error.message. Otherwise, we will just say upload failed, something like this. And then the finally block, what we can do, we just reset the form.reset, set attached file to be null here. And also let's do set image preview to be an empty string, and also let's do router.refresh. We will need this URL later, but we only need one more function here to upload a file. When we in here in this input, when someone click on this one, they should be able to upload a file like this one, attach a file. Okay, let's do that. Let's create the function first. We will name the function const handle select file E, and then E will be of type react dot change event which is of type HTML input element, HTML input element, like this. It's an arrow function. And now in here, we will just need one file, because file is e.target.files. Because E has a files object, a files array, we will need to grab the first one. So let's do like this, the first one, and then make it as file like this. In here, we should only allow images, not like PDF or something like that. So we will check if not file dot type dot start with image and then slash like this. If it is not image, then we will show a toast message, toast dot error, only images are supported. And now let's come down. If the file type is an image, let's create a reader for the preview. We will do new file reader, and let's come down. Let's do reader dot on load, which will be a function, set image preview to be reader dot result, like this, as string. Let's do reader dot read as data URL, and we need to pass the file. Let's set image preview to be reader dot result as string, set attached file to be file. And now let's go down where we have our input for file upload. In here, let's on change. The on change will be handle select file, like this. And the ref, we already added the ref. We should remove multiple because we only allow a single file upload. And let's go down here in the drop-down menu item, file ref.current.click, like this. It should be an arrow function here, like this, we can do. So on click, it should trigger the file ref.current.click. So when we click on the drop-down menu item on this attached file, it should trigger this handle select file. Okay, perfect. Now let's also add the is uploading also in here. So we should disable the form, the submit button when it's uploading, is uploading here also. Let's go up and see, do we have any errors? Let's check for them. We have only one error. We can comment this line right now. We'll come back to that. But apart from that, it looks all good. And if we check in the browser, we should have a file upload option. So let's try to upload a file from here. Attach file. And then I'm going to select this file. And as you can see, our file appears here. And you can write your message, build a landing page exactly like the attached image. And now let's go to Excalibur and mark these to be done. We installed dependencies, we fixed layout, we created our layout, we created our home page, we created our AI chat box with file upload option, and that's all about this chapter. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 5, we are going to create background jobs using Inngest. Inngest is a very powerful tool for background jobs, and we are also going to use AI providers. For AI providers, we will either use OpenAI or Gemini. Both of them are great. We can also use Anthropic. Anthropic is one of the best models available, but Anthropic is a little bit expensive. But you can try, and the result is really, really good. Also, OpenAI's result is also good, but Gemini, especially Gemini 3, version 3, is awesome. It's working perfectly. Let's go to Inngest and then straight away click on Get Started with Next.js. So if you come down, we have to install Inngest, copy this command, and in our terminal, let me shut down my terminal. Okay, Inngest has been installed. Let's go back to their documentation. We now can run Inngest using npm and then ingest CLI dev. Let's run it. I am opening a new terminal and then here I'm running the Inngest dev server. As soon as you start Inngest dev server, it will start communicating with our web dev server or with our Next.js dev server. So let's wait for this to start. Okay, now it has been started. And if we go to here and run our application again, let's do npm dev again. And now, as you can see, Ingest dev server, it keeps sending a request to functions and then ingest endpoint, but we don't have this one. So let's go ahead and create this one. I'm going back to the documentation in here. We installed ingest, and now let's create our ingest client. I copied this and then let's go to VS Code, and then here you can create the ingest folder anywhere that you want, inside or outside your app. But I think in this case I'm going to create the function outside of the app folder. Just name it ingest. Okay, now inside this ingest, let's create a file called client and paste the code that you copied from the browser. Let me remove this comment. I just changed the ID to be code agent. And now we need to create an ingest route under the app API. Let's go and copy from the documentation, this one. And in here, let's create an ingest folder and let's create a route.ts file. Paste the code that you copied. And for the functions, we will bring our functions soon. I'm removing these comments. And for this one, I'm just using this symbol because I'm using this across my application. Now let's go back to documentation. The next step is to write our very first ingest function. So you can copy this one. Let's copy that one and go back to VS Code. And then here, let's go to ingest folder. And then here, let's create a functions.ts. Create it here and then paste your code here. So let's change this hello world to be code agent, and let's change this hello world also to be code agent because we will use this to write code for us. And for this one, let's do code agent again, code agent, and then we will just say code agent dot run, code agent.run, something like that. Or you can just keep this one. It's up to you, but I prefer to keep it like this. And now we can try Inngest. Okay, now if we check in our terminal, you can see that now we are getting 200, which is a success response because we created our ingest endpoint, our ingest function, and also the ingest client. Okay, so we created our function. Now let's go ahead and add this to our route, not the client. It should be added to the route. In here, we have to bring the code agent function, code agent from ingest like this. And now if we open it in the browser from here, let's open it in the browser. And this is our ingest dev server. So let's click on functions and we can invoke our function from here. If you click on this one, and as you can see, we have email here sending a message from ingest. Just click on invoke function and you can see the run started and completed so fast because it sleep only for 1 second. So we can go ahead and change that one. Let's close this one. We don't need this anymore, and client also. We only need the function. And now in here, let's change this one to be 10 seconds. And let's also add a few more steps. Ingest is really helpful. For example, let's say you are transcribing a very long video, a YouTube video that is 10 hours, that is 20 hours. Then in that case, when someone click on submit or want to transcribe the video, it will take a lot of time to just download the video from YouTube. And then you have to transcribe it, and then you have to send the transcription to AI to summarize it for you. So it's a long process. It may take more than 5 minutes or 10 minutes. So the user would do not want the user to wait that long time. And there's a lot of issues also in the production if it takes that long time. For example, if you deploy to Vercel, it may time out. The connection between client and server may lose. The user may close his or her browser tab. A lot of other scenarios, but Inngest come to help us in this scenario. If we send it to Inngest, Inngest take care of the rest. We just send to Inngest. Okay, let's simulate that steps. Let's say download video from YouTube. This will take, let's change this name also to download video. It will take 10 seconds, and then let's copy this one. We paste 2 more times, and this one, let's do transcribe video. This one also take 10 seconds, and the other one, let's do summarize video. This will also take 10 seconds. And then instead of this email, you can change this email to be, for example, message. It doesn't need to be email. Let's change it to message, and let's save it and go back to our browser to Inngest dev server. Let's click on functions again and click on invoke. This time change this email because we changed that to be a message, and click on invoke function. And as you can see, the running has been started. It should run for 30 seconds. So you can check the duration here. Now it's 8 seconds, and then it keep running, and now the 30 seconds is complete. And if we click on finalization, we have hello sending a message from Inngest. We changed this one to be message, not email anymore. Perfect. Now let's go ahead. So we are not always coming to Inngest dev server and invoke our function from here. We have to be able to invoke it from within our application. Let's say we have a button. We have to be able to invoke it from here. So when someone click on this icon, the submit button, the ingest function should be triggered. So let's do that. I am going back to documentation, and then here, if you come down and trigger from your code, this one, we can copy that one. So we can copy this one, not the whole thing, but only I'm going to copy this part because we already have a function, an endpoint, right? So now let's go back to our VS Code, and then here you remember we created a messages endpoint under the API, and then Elysia, we created a messages endpoint and a projects endpoint. Let's go to messages, and here instead of this hello from Elysia, let's try to send our ingest.send. We can use it here. Okay, if you save it, and then this one we changed to something else. It's not hello world. We have changed it to code agent. Code agent.run. This is the name of the event. So we have to put it here, and then we change this email to be message, and let's pass a message to be hello from Elysia working with Inngest, something like this. And now if we go to our components where we have our AI chat box, and if we go down the on submit method, let's do something here. Let me comment all these things here, and I'm going to just do await API client dot messages dot get because we put the ingest send function inside the get method. Okay, perfect. Now if we go ahead and try it, it should work for us. As you can see, now let's go to Inngest server first, click on runs. So we can see that we have 2 runs complete. And if we trigger it from here, let's type something and then click on this button or press enter. And now if we check our Inngest dev server, as you can see, the running has been started. Click on that, and then we have to wait for another 30 seconds. Okay, after 30 seconds, you click on finalization, and we have the message that we pass from our code. Perfect, amazing job. So you can see the real power of Inngest here. Imagine if you don't use Inngest and it takes 30 seconds, 5 minutes, or even 10 minutes for a user to keep loading, and then at the end you will get like a failed result. That's not good, right? But Inngest, even if it fails, let's say you are sending the transcription to an AI provider, for example, OpenAI. In that case, if it fails, Inngest will retry multiple times. You can specify the retry option in your ingest function. But in a normal function without ingest, if it fails, you will get a failed result immediately, or it may time out. It may user and the server may lost the connection, a lot of other scenarios. So Inngest is really, really powerful. Now let's go ahead and start the AI providers. To use AI providers, we have to use AgentKit. If you come down here and click on AgentKit, it will open a new tab for you. And then here, if you go down, let's click on Quick Start and let's install Inngest AgentKit. Copy the command and go back to your terminal. I'm going to shut down my terminal and let's paste the command here. Okay, perfect. Now let's run our dev server again and let's go back to the documentation. In here, let's come down and now let's copy this code. Let's copy this one, go back to our VS Code. We can leave this one like this. We can go back to our functions in here, and then here let's remove all of these dummy things. We don't need them, and let's paste the code that we copied. Okay, now let's fix these things. We have to import Entropic from Inngest and then AgentKit. We don't use Entropic. I'm going to use OpenAI, and let's change this one also to be OpenAI. Import AgentKit also from Inngest AgentKit, and then here let's change the DB agent. We will change it to be summarizer agent, something like this, and then the name should be summarizer, and then in here we will say you summarize long professional docs, and then in here we will say you are an expert summarizer that can summarize of professional documents into one sentence. We are not using Entropic anymore. We are using OpenAI, so we don't need that part. And for the model, let's clear this one. And if you press Control and the space, it will load all the models for you. You can use GPT-5. You can even though GPT 5.2, which is the latest version, is not listed here, but still you can use it. But in this case, I'm going to use the GPT-4o mini, which is a little bit cheaper. Save it. And now let's find a way to run this one. Now let's say const and then destructure output from await summarizer agent dot run. And then in here, let's open the backticks. We will say summarize the below text. And then we will pass the text to be event. We have access to the event.data.message like this. Okay, and right now let's just return the output, the whole output. Because we don't have the post method to our messages, we have to create a post method here. In here, let's create a post method here. And to access that, we have to destructure the body from here, and let's come down and let's cut this ingest function from this method and put it here. Okay, let's save it. We can use body.message here. So what we can do here, we can use body.message, and let's also add the validation. And now come down here and put a comma, and now let's go here and add the validation by using Zod. We will say body, and then body is of type Z. You can import Z from Zod, z.object like this, and then we only need a message. Message will be z.string. Okay, let's also add a validation also to our message. We need minimum. Minimum should be 3, and then we will say message is required. like this. Let's also add maximum, and the maximum we will say 1000 words, 1000 characters, sorry, not words. And then we will say message is too long, like this. Perfect. Now let's save it. And now instead of the get method that has nothing, let's go to our AI chat box and send a post method. Instead of get, let's do post. And then this post now expects the body, right? We need to pass the message. It will give you auto completion. And then let's say directly write our message or clean message. Let's do message to be clean message. And now if we go ahead and try something, let's go back to our app in here. If we check ingest first, we already have 4 runs completed. Let's go back here and then now write something here. I am going to copy this text from ingest documentation and then paste this one here and click on submit button. And now let's check the ingest. The run should start. As you can see, the run has been started and it's failing because I forgot to add OpenAI API key. So let's cancel this request. If you go to platform.openai, so click on dashboard, then click on API keys. I already have an API key, but if you don't have an API key, you can go ahead and create one from here. But I already have one. Okay, so to use the OpenAI API key, if you go back to documentation and ingest here, so let's go down a little bit where it says models, or you can find models from here. And if you come down, like the name of your environment variable, it should be OpenAI API key. So let's copy this one and let's open .env file. Let me paste it here, and then I already have my API key. So I'm going to paste it here like this. And now let's close it. And this time, if we try, it should work. Let's go back again in here and let's close the OpenAI. We don't need this anymore. We may need ingest AgentKit, but in here, let's copy this text again, and then we will close this. We don't need this anymore. And then let's come here and then paste it. And this time click on submit. And now if you check, a run has been started and it finished that fast. So if you check, this tutorial demonstrate like it summarized this text, which was a bit longer, to this one. So it's working. Okay, let's do once again and check if the summarization is working properly. I'm saying my name is Atik and I am a senior software engineer, like this. So let's click on submit button and a background job should have started and it completed so fast. Let's check it and click on the summarizer. So I write the message that my name is Atik and I'm a senior software engineer, but in the finalization, as you can see, it summarized it to make it a bit shorter. Atik is a senior software engineer. That's it. Okay, perfect. It means that it's working, and in the next chapter we will explore more and we will configure our E2B sandbox, and also we will start working on writing code and updating our codes in the sandbox. If you come here, let's mark this background jobs. We installed Inngest, we played with Inngest, we played with OpenAI, AI jobs, and with OpenAI. In the next lesson, we will work with Gemini also when we create our AgentKit properly. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 6, we are going to explore E2B sandbox. What is E2B sandbox? How to create a Next.js template, how to preview our template, and let's go ahead and start that. Okay, I'm in E2B sandbox homepage. As you can see, it says AI sandbox is for reinforcement learning, AI sandbox for automations, agents, for background agents, and it will host our code. It's a cloud provider that we can write AI codes. Okay, let's go ahead and click on View Docs. We can install it from here. Let's copy that one and let's go to our terminal. Okay, I'm in my terminal, and now let me shut down my dev server. And now let's paste the command. Okay, perfect. Now let's go ahead and in here, you can click on Get a Quick Start and then running your first sandbox like this. You have to create an E2B API key, but we are not going to do this one. We are going to use another options. We can go to templates and they have a template for Next.js. If you click on example, Next.js app router, we are going to use this one. Okay, copy the code and then go back to your VS Code. I think I'm going to close all these things because we will not need these things. So I'm going to close all the open files, and in the root of our project, the same level that next config.ts is or package.json is, I'm going to create a new folder. So let's name it E2B templates like this, and then let's create another folder. Let's name it Next.js. Let's create another folder, Next.js. We create another folder called Next.js. You can directly create your template inside E2B templates, but let's imagine we want to allow our AI application for people to build a Next.js application, later on a React.js application, a Vue.js application, a Python application, or whatever you want. But in this case, we just do Next.js right now. And now let's, inside the Next.js, let's create a template.ts and let's paste the code that we copied. I'm going to remove this comment. We don't need it. Okay, we are getting this error because we installed E2B code interpreter, but we didn't install the E2B itself. Okay, let's go ahead and do that one. Okay, and here, if we go back to here, install custom packages, click on this one, and then now let's click on copy this command and go back to our terminal. Let's test this one. I don't need .env, I already have it. Oops, sorry, I'm using pnpm. So like this. Okay, this has been installed. Now let's go back to our VS Code. And then here, as you can see, the error gone away. In here, I'm going to change this Node.js version to Node.js version 22. At least that's the latest version, stable version, not the up-to-date version, but the stable version. And this one, Next.js, these are, by the way, these are Docker commands. If you are familiar with Docker, let's say, for example, in Docker, if you have a Docker file, instead of this from node image, you will have something like this from, and then you will say node something, node version 22, something like that. So these are all Docker commands, but in TypeScript file. And this one, I am going to change it to project. I will change to project, and npx create next app. I'm going to use the latest version like this, and then I am going to change this one. I'm going to remove all these things. So these are basically we allow to install TypeScript, Tailwind, CSS, no ESLint. As you know, in version 16, it's by default, we have a default option to select all of them. So we will say dash dash yes to select all of them. And now the next one is npx shadcn. For the shadcn also, I'm going to use the latest one, not the specific version. Shadcn latest, not lastest. Okay, I'm going to specify all the options here. Dash dash silent. The color I will use natural, and the template, let's do template to be next, and dash dash yes. Say yes to all of them. If you don't specify this yes command, it will hang. So inside the sandbox, it will wait for you to press enter command or write yes, but we don't want that to happen inside the sandbox. So that's why I'm specifying dash dash yes. And now the next command in here, we are going to use this one. Let's say you want to add a button component from shadcn UI, right? So in this case, you can add like npx shadcn and then add a button. but we are going to add all of them. So that's why it's already there, dash dash all. So add all the components by default. And let's do latest here also. This is a Docker command that moves your Next.js from your local to the Docker image, but we don't need this one right now. We may need later, but right now I'm removing it. And set working directory. I think we don't need this one also because we already set up our working directory to be home user project. So I'm removing this one also. And we are the only thing that we need at the end, set start command. So npx next turbo. That's all good. And the rest of them looks good to me. Perfect. Now let's also go ahead and bring our how to build this template. So let's go back to our our template Next.js app, and let's copy this one inside this Next.js. Again, in here, let's do build.div.ts. Even though there was no in the documentation, it was only build.ts, but I'm going to add div because it's for development only. Okay, perfect, like this. In here, let's import .env because we need .env. Import .env/config, like this. And the Next.js application, I'm going to name it not Next.js app. This is the name of the application that you are going to build, the name of the template actually. I'm going to use ForgeAI version 1. ForgeAI version 1 like this. And the CPU count, I think I'm reduce it to 2, and then the memory is all good. On build logs, we will keep this to be the same. If we check here in our template, we are exporting const template, but then here we are doing as, but we don't need as. Let's straight away use template like this. Okay, perfect. Let's put them in an async function. So because this is a promise, we will name async function. Let's do main, and then in this main, let's put await and then paste our template.build. And now let's come down. We will do main, run our main function dot catch. If there is any error, let's do console.error. Console.error like this. I think that's all good for us right now. And now let's go ahead and create an API key. So come back to the documentation. From here, you can go to dashboard and then you can create your API key. I already created an API key. You can come here if you don't have an API key, a new API key, but I already have one and I'm using this. And it has a free tier. So if I go to billing, I was playing a lot with this, but sorry, not billing, to usage. So as you can see, I was playing a lot, but it just cost me like $13, like for all of them. It's very good. And if I check my budget, by default, it will give you $100 free credits, and I spent only $13. So I still have $86, even though I played a lot with this. Okay, perfect. So now, if we go back to the documentation and let's go up again in the quick start in here, as you can see, the name of the API key should be E2B API key. So let's copy this one and go back to our VS Code. And now in my VS Code, I'm going to open .env and let me paste it here. And let me bring my API key. Okay, I am going to paste it here like this. And let's go back to documentation. And now we are going to check how to run that command to push our sandbox to E2B. So you can use this command. Let me come here. And if I show you my sandboxes, how many templates I have, sorry, not sandbox templates. I already have a few templates, but let's go ahead and create a new one. Okay, so to run our sandbox or to push our template to E2B Sandbox. Okay, now let's copy this command and let's go back to our terminal and let's paste it. But I'm not going to use npx. As you know, we are using pnpm dlx and then tsx, but instead of index.ts, we are going to, let's go to E2B template that we created and then Next.js and then build.dev.ts like this. Behind the scenes, it's starting a Docker to push this image to the E2B sandbox. So behind the scenes, it's using Docker. And while it takes a while, I think it probably takes at least 2-3 minutes for me. It depends on your connection, but for me, it took like 2-3 minutes. And while it's pushing our template to E2B Sandbox, let's go and check the documentation again. And then here, as you can see, if you check the legacy docs, they were using Docker. You had to create like a Docker file and then write Docker commands. But now it's much, much simpler since, as you can see, this was like that. So from E2B like this and then node, you had to write like Docker commands. But now, without the Docker command, we are using this template. It's not limited to Next.js. You can also write, create like React.js application, Vue.js application. It's up to you, completely up to you. Just change this one, for example, from npx create next app to npx create React app, something like that, and then install ShadCN or npx create Vue. Whatever you want, you can either do like Python, like PHP applications here, everything that you want. And E2B Sandbox is not the only option. There is also web containers. If you go to web containers, it is also similar to E2B Sandbox. So you can host your code there. And there's also Code Sandbox. This one also you can use to host your AI codes. Okay, but we are going to use E2B Sandbox. Okay, as you can see, our build failed. Let's try it again. I think I did a mistake in the build template. Let's go back in here in the build, actually in template itself. So we have added natural, but we didn't specify the base, that this is the base color. Let's do, you can do dash dash base color like this, or just do dash B. It's the shorthand for base color. So base color is neutral and then template next and then dash dash. Yes, to all. Let's come back here and let's run our command again. This time it should build successfully. Started the Docker file behind the scenes. It may take probably 1 to 2 minutes. Okay, our template has been pushed to E2B Sandbox. It's all done and all looking good. If we go and check in E2B Sandbox dashboard, let's go ahead and check that. And let's, as you can see, it's already here. So ForgeAI version 1. And so now let's connect it with Inngest and check if our template is really a Next.js or not. Okay, you can copy this one, ForgeAI version 1, and let's go to VS Code now. Now we don't need them anymore. We can close this, and close this one also. The only thing that we need is our functions. Functions.ts, this is the ingest function. Okay. And here what we can do before this create agent, let's go ahead and get our sandbox. Let's come here. We will do const sandbox, sandbox ID, and let's do await step.run. We will use ingest step, and then we will do get or create sandbox. We will check if there is already a sandbox. We will get it, otherwise we will create it. And let's do an async function here. Let's come down. In this async function, we installed the E2B Sandbox code interpreter. So what we can do here, we can go ahead and say const. We straight away destructure sandbox ID, but You can do like Sandbox and then do await Sandbox. You can import it from E2B. It should be from E2B a code interpreter, not just E2B. Change this one E2B Sandbox to import it from E2B code interpreter like this. And now this sandbox, what we can do with this sandbox, we can say sandbox.create and we paste the ForgeAI. For you, this may be different, the template that we just created, but for me it's ForgeAI version 1. Okay, perfect. And now you can return the sandbox.id like this. Return sandbox.sandbox.id like this. So, but instead of this one, I'm just going to destructure sandbox ID when I just create this one. Sandbox ID like this. I'm going to destructure it like this. And now let's go down. Let's imagine that our code agent created a few Next.js files and templates and folders. And now we are going to grab the URL. So let's do const sandbox URL, and then we will say await step.run. Again, using ingest, we will say get sandbox URL like this. Let's do again an async function. And let's do sandbox and then await. We will do exactly the same thing like this one. But instead of keep doing like this, let's create a utils here. We can go to lib folder and then let's create a new file. We will name it as sandbox.ts. Let's export async function. We will name it get sandbox, and then let's do sandbox ID, which will be a string, and then in here let's straight away return it. We will do return await sandbox imported from E2B code interpreter sandbox.connect. If we don't have already, then we will create, but if we already have, we just connect. And then in here, let's pass the sandbox ID like this. Okay, perfect. And now let's go ahead and use this one in here. In here, let's come down and let's go ahead and say get sandbox. You can import from lib sandbox and then pass the sandbox ID. Sandbox ID, as we have access to that from here. Now you can come down and say const host, which will be sandbox.getHost. This sandbox that we just created, sandbox.getHost, like this. And then we know that it's running on port 3000 because if we check our template, as you can see, it's running on port 3000, right? So now let's do port 3000 and now let's come down and say return HTTPS and then let's do this host like this. And now in here, let's do sandbox URL. Okay, are you ready to test this one? Okay, let's go back to our terminal and start running our application. In here, let me clear the terminal, pnpm div, and then in another tab, let's do pnpm dlx, and then I think it was ingest CLI at latest div, like this. Let's run it. Okay, now if we check our browser, let's go back to localhost. And then here, let's also run our ingest dev server. From here, click on this one and open it in the browser. As you can see, we don't have any run, but let's go ahead and just type something simple. I am a TIG and I am a software engineer. Like this, let's press enter and check our ingest server. As you can see, the run has been started, and click on finalization now. We have this sandbox URL. Let's click on this one and check this one. As you can see, we have our Next.js template up and running. Perfect. Amazing job. So we have created a template. We installed E2B Sandbox, and we are running our template. We have access to our template. One important step that I forgot, because I already installed and created this E2B Sandbox, but one important step is, if it is the first time that you are playing with this one, you have to do E2B Sandbox login also. We understand and we played with E2B Sandbox. We created a Next.js template and we previewed our created template. Perfect. Amazing job. So in the next chapter, we will play more with E2B Sandbox combined with AI and Inngest. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 7, we are going to explore agent tools, agent network, agent router, and agent state. And we are going to explore how we can use it inside our agent ingest function to teach our AI how to use different tools and how to interact with each other to produce a better result. Let's go to ingest documentation. These two tabs, this is our application and this is the ingest dev server. Let's also open ingest documentation, and if you go to AgentKit, and then let's click on tools. We already explored agents, and here it says tools are functions that extend the capabilities of an agent. Tools have two core uses: calling code, enabling models to interact with systems like your own database or external API. And another thing, and another function of tools, is that it turns on structured input into structured responses, which will make our the response useful. And then here is how you can create a tool. You can import create tool from ingest AgentKit, and then every tool should have a name, a description, a parameter, and a handler. These four things are required when you create a new tool. The name is just the name of the tool, and the description, in the description you have to tell what it should do. And then the parameters, what we can add the parameters to validate our data. It will specify the shape of. And then another thing is the network that we will explore here. And here networks are systems of agents. So networks are a collection or systems of agents, and we use networks to create very powerful AI workflows by combining like multiple agents. So networks are basically used to combine multiple agents to create a powerful AI workflow. Every network should have three components: the agent that the network can use. In our example, we will create a code agent, so we will use that in our network. And the state. A state is containing the latest data of the agent that the agents produce. And a router. Router, we choose whether to stop or select the next agent to run in the loop. So a router is controlling when we have multiple tools. A router will select when the agent should run and when the agent should stop. And also another important thing here is the state. State is basically the shared memory, history, and key value state for agents and networks. But we are not going to use any of these examples. We are going to use, if you come down, click on integration with E2B Sandbox, and then in here we already installed E2B Sandbox code interpreter. We already have installed AgentKit from Inngest, and now here is how you can set up your tools. Okay, let's come down, and then here you can either copy this one, or we can go ahead and create our own. Let's go and create our own. I want to go with you step by step so you can understand what's going on. In my VS Code, I'm going to remove this summarizer agent with the output also. So we will remove this part. We can keep this part, it doesn't matter, but let's return the sandbox URL only. But now let's come down and create our agent. We will say const a code agent. It doesn't matter what you name your agent. We will name it code agent, and then we will say create agent. You can import create agent from Inngest AgentKit. We already have imported that one. So let's use it. Open the bracket like this. But this name with this name is kind of similar, but let's change this to be code agent function. Like this, and then here now we have code agent. And let's come down. And now our agent should have a name. We will add the name to be coding agent. We will need to add a system prompt. And for now, let's say you are an expert software engineer. You are an expert software engineer. Let's add the description, an expert coding agent. And now let's add the model. For the model, you can use either OpenAI, Gemini, Anthropic, whatever you want. But in this case, I'm going to use OpenAI. We will explore Gemini and Anthropic later. Let's do OpenAI. Let's do model. And then let's specify the model. We have auto completion here. I am going to use GPT-5 mini, or yes, GPT-5 mini. It's the latest version. Even though the latest version of OpenAI is GPT 5.2, you can use that here, even though in the auto completion it's not available, but still you can use it. It doesn't matter. And now let's come down after we create this model. Now let's do our tools. Tools is an array of tools. The first tool, we create a tool. Let's open a bracket like this. And if you remember, we need the name for our tool. So the first one, we need to use a terminal. If I show you the documentation, it has the same thing. As you can see, the first tool is terminal, and then the second tool is a create or update file. This name, it doesn't mean to be terminal. You can name it whatever you want, like it's up to you. But terminal makes more sense because we are using this tool to install packages inside our sandbox. Now let's add a description to our tool. Description. And then in the description, let's say use terminal to run commands. So we are using terminal to run commands. Let's say inside your sandbox you want to install a new package, for example DND-kit, or let's say you want to install an animation library. Then this terminal is what it's used for. So it can run commands inside your sandbox. And now let's do parameters. And parameters, we will use z.object. Because we are using Z for validation, let's make sure that we have imported Z. As you can see, we have imported Z from Zod. Let's import it like this. And now let's come back here. In the terminal, we only need a command. Let's say the command is like npm install dnd-kit, and then it will be z.string, our command. And now let's come down here and add the handler. Handler is an async function, and let's straight away destructure this async function. Let's import tool, create tool, import it from Inngest AgentKit, and now the error has gone away. For this one, we just need to extract destructure commands from props command, and now in here, let's create a variable. We will name it buffers, but you can name it whatever you want. And then here we need std out for the output, for the response, and also std, and let's also add std err for std error if we get, in case if we get any error. So now let's come down. We can open a try catch block. It doesn't mean you don't need to add a try catch block, but I want to add for in case if we get any error so we can catch the error. Let's do try catch. And then for the catch, let's add an E for error. And then let's go to the try block first. And here we will get the sandbox first. Sandbox. And if you remember from the previous lesson, we created the get sandbox inside this file. Okay, get sandbox, and then let's put the sandbox ID like this. This time we can get the result. And then let's do await sandbox dot commands dot run. So we run commands inside the sandbox, and we pass the command that we get from this argument. And the second parameter is we have the on std out and on std error. On std out, which is a function which has data as of type string, and now we will do buffers. If we have the data, we will say buffer.std out plus equal data. So we append to the data. We will append to the std out, sorry, not the data. And then let's do on std error. This is also a function which we also have a data as of type string. And this time we will append to the errors if we have any errors, and then plus equal data. This time if we have any error, we will append that to std error. Perfect. Now let's come down here and return the result.std out. Return result.std out like this. And now let's come to the catch block. In the catch block, let's do a console.error. And then let's open a backtick and say if there is an error, we will say command failed, and then pass this E. We have the E here, which stands for error. And now let's come here in the new line, std out, and we will say buffer.std out, buffers.std out. Okay, now let's add another new line, and then std error or std error, doesn't matter. And now in here we will do buffers.std error like this. And let's also return the same thing. We can copy exactly this command and let's return it here like this. So our first tool is ready, and this tool will run commands inside our sandbox. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down and add another tool. Let's add another tool, create tool, and then for this one the name will be create or update files like this, and the description will be create or update files in the sandbox like this. And let's add parameters. Parameters will be z.object, and we need files here. We need to access files. Files will be z.array and then z.object inside this one. And then every file will have a path and a content. The path will be z.string, and the content will be also z.string. Content z.string. And now let's come down. Let's add the handler, which is an async function. And now in this async function, let's straight away destructure files, step, and network. From first argument, we will destructure files, and from the second argument, we will destructure step and network. Now let's come down. Let's do a step.run. We will save step.run in a new variable. We will just say const new files, and then do await step.run like this. We put a question mark here because in case step may be undefined. And now in here you can exactly write the same name here. And the second argument will be an async function. And let's open our try catch block again. And for the catch, we will do either error or just E. And for the error, let's do return error. Error will be error, and then plus the E that we have here. And for the try block, let's go up and let's do const updated files. Updated files. We will either create or update files here. We will do network.state.data.files or an empty object. You can pass here an empty array also, but we will pass empty object because it's easy to access the key and value. Now let's come down, get the sandbox. We have await get sandbox. We did this one in the previous tool also and pass the sandbox ID. And now let's come down, add a for loop here, and then do const file of files. As you can see, we have access to files here, the files that created inside the E2B sandbox, inside our sandbox. So now we will get the full path of the file. Const, we will say full path. Let's do to project path like this. This function doesn't exist yet, but we will create it soon. And then do file.path. And then let's do await sandbox, the sandbox that we have access to, .files.write. And then we pass the full path, and also we pass the file.content. This is the path of the file, and this is the content of the file. And now let's do updated files that we have created above. Updated files, and then we'll say file.path, which will be equal to file.content. And then let's come down and then here return the updated files, return it like this. And now let's go ahead and create this to project path. Okay, let's come here to this file and let's create that function. We will do export const to project path. Let's open the function and then we will say path to be of type string, and then in here let's normalize whatever is the path. So we'll say const normalized, and then it will be path dot replace. I'm here going to add a regex. Let's do / and then backward again forward, and then add the G, and then come here and then add the / like this, and we will trim like this. Okay, now we will check if normalized dot starts with this thing, then we will return normalized. Otherwise we will do return path dot posix dot join. In here we have an issue because I named this one path. This path is like from path, which is native to Node.js. We have to import that from path. So in here let's change this one to actually be just p, and then in here let's do path. You can import path from path, which is native to Node.js. And then here let's do the project root to be /home /user and /project. If you're wondering where I get this from, if you remember when we created the template, in here, this is home user project. This is our working directory. This is the path. But let's store this in a variable actually, because we may use it in a lot of other places. I am copying that and going in the very top, and then let's do const export const project root, and then paste this here. And now instead of this hard-coded one, let's do project root, and also we pass the normalized. So now we have access to project path. Let's import that in here from lib sandbox. If you come down where the end of this function, in here let's do if type of new files. If the type of new files is an object, then we will update the network state, network.state.data.files will be new files. We will update the network state to be these new files. But if it's not object, we will not update the network state. Perfect. And now let's come down and add another tool. Create tool. In here. This time we are going to read the files. Once the AI and Sandbox together create some files inside the Sandbox and write that into Sandbox, then we want to read the files. So we will need a name. For the name, we will say it read files. And then for the description, let's do read files from the Sandbox. Like this. Let's do parameters, and the parameters, let's do z.object, and then we add files. Files is of type an array. Oh, just z.array, like this, and then z.string, like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down, add the handler, which is an async function. And then in this async function, we just need to destructure files because we need files. And from the second argument, we need to destructure step. Okay, now let's come down here. We will do return. Straight away, we can return await step.run. Step.run. We will name the same thing, read file. And then the second argument is async function, like this. And let's open our try catch block again. E, and then for the E, let's straight away do return error and then plus E. And now in the try block, let's do content and set it to an empty array. And come down here, let's get the Sandbox again. Sandbox, which will be await get Sandbox. We have done this so many times, so you should be very familiar with this one. Okay, getting the Sandbox, and now we look through the files. We have access to the files from arguments in here. Let's look through the files for const file of files, like this. And then in here, we create again, we need to get the full path of the file. We will say full path, and then it will be to project path. And then let's pass the file like this. Now let's grab the content, also the content of the file. We will say await Sandbox. We have access to Sandbox from here. Sandbox.files.read, like this, and then we pass the full path like this. And now let's do contents.push. We push to this content. We push to this content. So the path will be file, and the content will be content like this. And now at the end, let's return them as a JSON.stringify, and then we will do the contents. These contents, we will return it. We will stringify it and then return it. Now it's complaining about the type. Let's assign a type to this one. We will say record, and then string, and then it's an array of records, like this. The error should go away now. Okay, our tools are almost ready, but still we can't use it properly. So another thing that's very important, let's now add a proper prompt to our agent. Right now we have a very basic prompt, but I already prepared a prompt for you, so you can just copy and paste it. Okay, let's open the sidebar, and inside this ingest, let's create a prompt.ts, and then let's paste the content. So basically, I just write this line myself. So you are a senior software engineer operating inside a Sandbox Next.js 16, because we are using Next.js 16 project. Your job is to implement complete, and then the rest of them, I added very basic stuff and then copy and pasted that to ChatGPT, and then ChatGPT improved that for me. So I created the prompt by AI itself. If it doesn't fit you, you can create your own prompt. And then here we have like design spec mode, because this one later on, I added this one because later on we will add the image upload. So it should turn the image to a JSON, and then we will send that JSON to AI again to create our project. And in the core environment, I'm saying that we are using our current working directory is a home and user, and then writable files. We created this one. As you remember, in our function, we have create or update files. It doesn't mean to be create or update files. You can rename it to whatever you want. For example, create or update files like this. Whatever you want. It doesn't really matter. But because I name it create or update files, and then the prompt, I'm specifically telling the prompt that be careful of this one when you create files. And then like the CSS rules and client server rules, these are like you can add like how it should handle the ChatCN components. You can improve the prompt by yourself. You can write your own prompt, or you can improve it by AI itself. If you check the Anthropic or OpenAI, let's go to Anthropic prompt guide. It has a very useful prompt engineering overview. You can read this, and then you can understand how prompts work and how to create a well-performed prompt. We have our prompt. Now let's add the prompt in here. So our system will be prompt. You can import from /prompt. Now, but still we cannot produce anything by our agent yet, because we have to create a life cycle. A life cycle is a set of hooks or event listeners that trigger a specific point during an agent's operation. For example, before a tool is called or after the LLM response. In our case, we will define the life cycle inside the code agent, and we will use only the on response. I can show you that in here also. If we go to, and then here let's search for life cycle, and now click on this one on life cycle. And as you can see, the life cycle, we have on start, on response, and on finish. So for our case, we only need the on response one, but you can use all of them if you want. And here it says life cycle hooks that can intercept and modify inputs and outputs throughout the stage of execution of run. It can intercept and modify both inputs and outputs. Okay, let's go ahead and implement it. Let's come down after our tools array finished. In here, let's do life cycle like this, and then it's an object. We only need on response, and then on responses and async function. Let's destructure result and network like this. And then here, what we can do, we have to get the latest message. So if every time we chat with our agents, we are sending a message and we are receiving back a response in form of a message. So the message that we type is of the type is user message, and the message that the AI send back to us, it's of type assistant message, AI assistant. Okay, now let's create this one. Let's do it like this. Const last message. And then how we can get it? We can get it from result.find last index. Oh, sorry, it's result.output.last index. Let's do result.output.find last index. Find last index like this, and then we will check if message.rule is assistant. We are not going to get the user message. We only need to check if the message type is assistant. And now let's come down. We will create a message, const message, and then we will say result dot output, and then let's pass the last message here as text message. As text message, you can import that from Inngest AgentKit or undefined like this. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down again, and then here let's create another variable, a const last text message like this, and then let's do if message, this message that we created here, message.content. If there is a message.content, let's do type of message.content string. Then what we are going to do, we will do message, get the message.content itself. Otherwise, if it is not a string, sometimes the content of the message is an array of strings. So in that case, what we are going to do, let's come down, and then we will say message.content.map. We will map through the contents, and then let's grab the content. You can name it just C. And now let's do c.text. We are grabbing the text, and then let's join all of them together to be a single string. Or otherwise, we make it undefined like this. Perfect. So we got the last text message, and now we have to use it. If last message exists, if last text message exists, and also if we have network, we will also check if last message, last text message dot includes end task. Then in that case, we will update our network state, network dot state dot data dot summary. We update the summary of our network state to be last text message like this. Okay, perfect. We are done with the life cycle. Why I have end the task? Because if you check the prompt, I specifically mentioned in here, I specifically mentioned that at the end you should have like this thing. So when we have end task, it means we are telling the agent to stop it and stop running and just return the response to us. I think it's better to use from the documentation. Let's check the documentation. I think they are using different terms, not end task. If you come down, you can see they are using task summary. Let's use the task summary like them. And now instead of end task, let's use this one, task summary. And let's update our prompt also to be task summary, but in here we have to close it like this. So now, but still it is not going to work. We have to add our network. Well, we have a complaint from TypeScript here. Let's go at the very top and create our state. In here, let's create an interface, code agent state. In the code agent state, we need the summary, which is of type string, and we need files, which is of type record, and then we will do string and then string like this. And now let's assign this to our create agent here. In the create agent, let's do code agent state like this. Let's also add the types to our tools also in the create or update files. And let's add the type for this one to be tool.options, and then for the options we will specify code agent state like this. And if we come down in the on response, in here we forgot one thing. We have to return result at the end. After all the if statements, we have to return result like this. Okay, now we are all good, and now we have to create our network. If you check the documentation, what was the network? So if you go up in here, as you can see, it says networks are systems of agents. So networks combine multiple agents to create a powerful AI workflow. You can create it like this. A network need to have an agent, a network should have a state, and a network should have a router. Perfect. Let's go back to VS Code. And in here, at the very end, after our code agent finish, let's come down and create our network. Const network, and then it's create network. You can import from Inngest AgentKit. Let's pass the code agent state to be the type for this. And now let's create our network. Okay, to create our network, the name we will say coding agent network, coding agent network. And then the agents will be, in this case, agents is an array of agents. But right now we only have one agent, which is code agent, like this. And let's also add the maximum iteration to be, right now let's specify it to be 20. So what is max iteration? If you don't specify max iteration, the agents will run and run. It may fail and then run again. It may fail and then run again. It will run like for infinite times. And then in that case, it will consume all your credits. In this case, we are using OpenAI. It will consume all our OpenAI credits or Gemini or Anthropic credits. So we don't want that to happen. Now we also need to add a router. Let's add the router to be an async function. And now let's go destructure the network from the arguments. And now let's check if network.state.data.summary. If we have the summary, as you remember, in here we assigned the summary to last text message. It means we should have a summary. We specified we tell our prompt that at the end you should create a summary and wrap it by this kind of tag. And then here we are checking if our network has the summary, we will return. We will stop the process and telling the agents that stop here and don't run anymore. But otherwise, let's return the code agent. It's going to keep running. If you go to documentation and then in here, you can run it like this, network.run. But let's do it here. You come down and then here, let's do a const result, which will be await network. This network that we created here, network.run. What we are going to run, event.data.value, whatever we pass to that. Okay, perfect. So do we have access to event? Yes, we have access to event in here. At the very top, if you check, we have access to event like this. Perfect, amazing job. Okay, I think we are all good to go and it should work perfectly for us. And now let's return the result in here. Okay, now in here, let's come down and we are passing Sandbox URL. We should also pass the title. Let's do title. For now, let's hard code it to be code fragment. And for the files, let's do result.state.data.files. And for the summary, let's do summary should be result.state.data.summary. And now it should work and we should have an up and running. It should create projects for us. Let's go ahead and test this. And now let's close all these things. We don't need them and we don't need this one also, but we need ingest dev server. We have an error here because we named our function to be code agent function, but we didn't update our route. If you come under app API and then ingest, go to route, let's update code agent to be code agent function like this. Now it should work. Now let's go back to our browser. Let's also make this a little bit bigger. What I'm going to do, I'm going to open AI chat box and let's go down. I think it's not in here. I think it is in the homepage. Let's open page.tsx. And now let's change WMD to be W. Let's do 2XL. And now let's check it. Now it's looking much better. Okay, now let's test it. We are going to say create a modern SaaS landing page and press enter. Okay, now let's check our Inngest dev server. The run has been started. Well, we are getting this error because I think we have to pass a default state to our network. Come back in to our VS Code, and in our network where we created our network, let's pass a default state like this. Create state. You can import from Inngest AgentKit, and then let's assign a type to that, which is code agent state. And right now let's make it to be summary. Summary will be an empty string, and let's also do files to be an empty object like this. And now let's check it again. Let's say create a modern SaaS landing page. Let's check the run has been started. I think we are getting this error because we don't have value, right? I think in here where we create where we use the value here, I think we named that to be message. If you remember from if you open the message Elysia API route, we name it to be message, not value. Okay, let's change this one to be message like this. Okay, now let's check, and this time it should work. Let's do again, create a modern SaaS landing page. Let's press enter and check the Inngest server. Let's open it, and this time it's working. As you can see, it's calling all the tools. For in this case, it's calling the read file tool. Okay, as you can see, it has been finalized. Let's check if it's working. Let's click on the URL. I think it expires so fast. Let's do it again. This one is already complete, and let's say create a modern SaaS landing page with pricing section. And now let's check it in Inngest. The running has been started, and then as you can see, it is calling our tools. It's using all the tools available for it. In this case, it is using this read files tool. Let's go down, and it kept trying and trying. In this case, let's see, as you can see, the read file got an error, not found error. So path, this one doesn't exist because it's reading the files first and it can't find it. So it will try it again. As you can see, it runs again and then again and again until it finds it. But we specify it to run maximum 20 times. If in 20 times it cannot read a file or it cannot write a file, then it means that something is wrong. It should stop. Okay, as you can see, it started to create files inside our sandbox. Okay, now if we check the finalization, as you can see, it created for us our Next.js app. It should also have a sandbox URL and the summary at the end. Okay, this is the summary. And this is our sandbox URL. Let's open it in the browser. Look at this. That's amazing. I cannot imagine this has been created by AI. It has like a pricing section. It has, let's see if the buttons are working. Yes, looks like all the buttons are also working and functional. Okay, this marks end of our chapter 7. And in the next chapter, we are going to work completely on our UI, because right now, as you can see, our UI is very basic and we don't have anything. We will work on our UI. Now let's come here, and now let's mark them to be complete. We created our agent tools. We understand what is agent tools. We created our first agent network, and we understand what is agent network. We created our agent network and agent state. Okay, that's all about this chapter, and we will continue working on our UI in the next chapter. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 8, we are going to create project page, a project messages, project view, and DB connection. We will store our data, our generated code to our database. My app is already up and running and there is no changes here. Let's go to VS Code and we will start creating the project page. Let's come under the app and create a new folder. We will name it a projects, and then under projects you can create like ID or project ID, whichever you prefer. But we are already under the project. We will name it ID. You can name project ID because this is for project ID, but because the parent folder name is already projects, then it's better to name just ID. I think it makes sense. And then under the ID, just create a page.tsx. And now in here, let's export a default function. Export default. We will be using this page as a server rendered page. That's why we can use async function. We will do project page. You can name it page also, but I'm just going to name it project page. And now let's return. We will return project view. Project view like this. And now let's come here and destructure params. Let's do params. Params will be of type promise, and then this promise will have an ID of type string. It will accept an ID of type string. Okay. Now let's come down here and let's grab the ID. We will do const ID, which will be await from params like this. So we have access to project ID. So now if we go to the browser and search for the ID, let's comment this one right now and let's write something project ID. We can actually wrap this in an HTML tag. Let's do div and then project ID like this. And if we check in the browser, we can go to projects and then any ID. This can be like whatever you want. And as you can see, we can see project ID, the text that we just write here. And now let's go ahead and create the project view. Okay, for the project view, I'm going to create it under the components folder. Let's go to components and then create project view .tsx. And now let's export a function. Let's do project view. No, sorry, it's not arrow function like this. Okay, we are going to use resizable from Chatcn UI because we want a split screen. In here, we want to show like our chat area to the left side and our real projects, our actual project, including the code and preview, to the right side. So let's go to Chatcn UI. Let's click on components. And if you go down, you should find resizable, this one. Copy the command and install it. Let's go to our terminal. I'm going to shut down my dev server and paste the command in here. Okay, let's run our server again. And we are going to close this one, or you can keep this one for reference if you want to use the code from here. But I'm going to write it myself. Okay, let's go back to VS Code. I'm going to return a resizable panel group. Let's do resizable panel this time. Resizable panel like this. Let's add a class name. And now let's do height to be device view height, or you can do height to be screen, and weight will be device view weight, and overflow hidden. Let's also add the direction to be horizontal. Direction should be horizontal. And now let's come down, and in the resizable panel, let's add the default size to be 20 and the minimum size also to be 20. So by default, it occupy 20% of this screen. Minimum size is also 20% of the screen. And now let's write some text message. We will say messages in this resizable panel, and then let's create another resizable panel, the panel that we can show our project preview. Resizable panel, and then let's add this default size and minimum size to this one. The default size for this one, let's do to be 80, and the minimum size for this one, let's do to be 50. So it cannot be smaller than 50%. Let's say project preview, something like this. And now let's, in here, we can use that. Instead of this simple text, we can use the project view. Save it, and if you check the browser now, okay, as you can see, we are getting an error. I think it's because of the version. The latest version of React Resizable is version 4. If you check it here, click on docs. The latest version is 4.3.2. I was checking about it, and I think a lot of people complaining about the version 4. Let's downgrade it to version 3. So I'm going to close these two. Let's go to our VS Code. Sorry, let's go to our terminal and let's shut down. Let's do pnpm install React Resizable, and then let's do 3.0.1. Okay, perfect. It has been installed, and now let's start our server again. And let's check our browser this time. As you can see, this time it's working. Perfect. So this is one panel, and then this is another panel. Let's add the handler, panel handler, so we can resize the panel. Let's go back to VS Code and implement it. Okay, what we can do in between, in here, we can add resizable handle, and let's also add with handle. Okay, this time we should have the handle working. As you can see, we have the handle, so we can resize, but not more than 50%. As soon as we reach 50% or half of the screen, we cannot move it anymore to the right side, but we can move to the left side until we reach 20%. After 20%, we cannot move it to the left also. Now let's go ahead and create a separate layout for our project view in here under the projects, not under the ID, directly under the projects. Let's create a new layout, layout.tsx, and then let's straight away export default function. We will name it project layout. The name doesn't matter. You can name whatever you want. It needs the children. Let's straight away destructure the children from children to be react.react node. And let's destructure it here, children. And now let's come down here. Let's return. You can return a div, but I'm going to use a main tag here because this layout will override our main layout. Let's do class name and position relative. Let's do the class that we have for the other layout. It was I think it was anti-aliased. Yes, like this. And let's also do flex column, w full. Minimum height will be device view height. Height will be device view height, and justify center and also items center like this. And let's render the children like this. And then here let's add a few more classes. Let's bring it down, and then here let's add a custom background color. I will add FC, FB, and F8 like this. And let's also do overflow hidden. As you can see, it's looking much better. Go back here, and then here in the project view, let's create an interface because we are going to need a project ID. Interface, and let's do props, and then here do project ID. It will be of type string, and let's do initial messages. It will be of type message. You can import from generated Prisma client, and we also append fragment. We will say fragment to be code fragment. Code fragment also you can import from a Prisma client. Code fragment can be null, and all of them we can wrap in a bracket like this. We need an array of messages. It's not only a single message or null. Okay, now let's come down here and let's destructure the props. We need to destructure the project ID and initial messages like this. And now if we go back to our page, we have to pass these things. Let's do project ID will be ID, this ID that we have access to. And let's do initial messages. The initial messages, let's come down below the ID. Let's create a const, and then we will say messages, and then let's do await API client. You can import from lib API client, and then let's do messages dot get. Let's do query. We are not going to fetch all the messages. We just do the messages for a specific project ID, and then this project ID will be this ID that we have access to. And then let's pass the messages here, messages dot data, like this. You can straight away destructure the data from here. Instead of message, we can just say data, and then here we'll remove messages dot data. We just keep data. If you remember, we created an Elysia route for messages, and we also created a get route, a get method, but that's empty right now. Let's go and open Elysia messages, and as you can see, our get method is empty right now. Let's destructure the query from here, and now let's come down. Let's do const messages, and it will be await db.message.find many. Oh, we don't have db. Let's import db. I don't know, my auto completion is not working. Let's import db manually. Import db from lib db. Let's go and check about db. If I come down under the lib folder, oh, I don't know what happened to my db file. I think it was there, but let's create that again. If you can't find it, if you go to Prisma, you can copy that from Prisma. Let's go to Prisma and click on docs. Now click on Next.js, and this is what I'm talking about. So you can copy this one, and let's copy this. Let's go back to VS Code, and in here let's paste this. And instead of this one, I think my one is inside lib. Let me change this dot dot to this symbol. And instead of Prisma, I will just change this name to be db. And in here also I will change this to db like this. And I'm going to straight away export the constant from here and remove this export default. Perfect. Now we are all done, and we can close this one. And now if I remove this and type db, we can import from lib db.message find many. And now we will check where project ID is query.project ID. If you come down in here, let's add the schema validation. Let's do query, and then query is z.object, and we need project ID, which will be z.string and .minimum. Project ID should not be empty, minimum, and then we will say project ID is required. And now it should not complain anymore. We will also do order by, updated at, and then let's do include a fragment, because we need the codes. It's code fragment, include code fragment to be true, like this. Let's do return messages, and I think we're all done for the get. Now if we go back to our page, okay, we are getting this error because I think in our project view we have a naming mismatch. We have code fragment, but in here we call it fragment. Let's do code fragment like this, and now the error goes away. In the home page also, we need the project ID, but it's optional. Let's go to AI chat box. Let's make the project ID to be optional. It's not required here. Okay, let's go back to project view. And then here I'm going to create a state. Let's do const active code fragment and then set active code fragment. Use state imported from React, and it can be of type a code fragment or it can be null. And by default, let's make it null. Let's also create another state, tab state, and then set tab state. And then in here, I'm going to create an enum. It can be either preview mode or it can be code mode, code view or preview view. By default, let's make it a preview like this. And now if you come down, let's add the tabs here. In the first one, we will add messages, but the second one, let's add the tab view. Tabs, you can import from UI tabs. And let's close it. And now let's open. Actually, let's add a class name first. Let's make it to be height full or height 100%. And let's do default value to be preview. Let's also do value to be tab state. On value change, let's grab the value and then do set tab state to be this value. Let's save it. And now let's come down. In here, I'm going to add a wrapper div. And then this div, let me add a class name first. We will do w full flex items center and p2. Let's also do border bottom and gap x2 like this. Let's do tab list here, import it from UI tabs, and let's also add a class name to this one. Let's do height to be 8, padding to be 0, and let's do border. It should have a border, and minimum weight should be 48 like this. If you hover over, it shows that 48 is around 192 pixels. Perfect. Now let's come down. Let's do tab trigger. And then here in the tab trigger, let's make the value to be a preview. The default value will be preview. And let's add an icon here. I'm going to add icon world. You can import from tabular icons React. Let's close the tab trigger here and open another tab trigger. Value will be code like this. Let's do the icon to be icon code. We are using React hooks. Let's mark this to be use client and save it and check now. And as you can see, we have preview mode and code mode, but right now they are doing nothing. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here let's add the tab content. Below the tab list in here, after this div, let's add tab content, and then the tab content, let's add value for this one. The value should be preview. I think the preview I spelled wrong in here. Let's make sure all of them are the same. Put it here also, and here also, and here also. This one is a mistake. Okay, and then here let's show project preview, and let's also create another tab content, and this time let's add the value to be code. Let's do value to be code, and let's come down and add project code like this. Now it's time to create our messages container. If we go up in here, let's do messages container like this. And let's pass some props here to messages container. We need a project ID, which will be project ID. We also need initial messages. This will be initial messages. And we also need active code fragment. Let's make it to be active code fragment like this, and also set active code fragment. Let's make this to be set active code fragment like this. We don't have this messages container now, but we are going to create it. Okay, let's go ahead and create the messages container. Under components, let's create a new file. We will name it messages container. .tsx. And let's straight away export function messages container. Let's return a simple div. Messages, we will say messages here. And at the top, let's go and create an interface, because in here we are going to destructure project ID and some other props from our props. So let's do interface, and then we will name it props. Let's do project ID to be of type string. Let's also do initial messages, which will be of type the same thing that we created for project view. We can copy exactly this one. Let's paste it here. And another prop that we want is active code fragment. This will be of type code fragment or null. Let's also do set active code fragment. This will be a function. We will do active code fragment, and then this will be of type code fragment or null. And then the return type is void. From props, let's destructure a project ID, initial messages, active code fragment, and set active code fragment. And now let's work on our UI. We are going to remove this message, and let's add a class name to this one. Flex1, flex column, justify between, and overflow hidden. Let's also add minimum height to be 0 and the height to be full height, h full, like this. Okay, now let's come down in here. Let's add another div, and let's add a class name to this div also. Let's do flex1 here, and let's do minimum height 0 again. Let's do overflow y to be auto, because we want that people to scroll across the messages. Scroll bar to be thin. Scroll bar thumb muted foreground by 20, like this. And let's come down. Let's scroll bar track to be transparent. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down and add another div, and in this div let's add a class name. We will add the padding top to be 2 and padding right to be 1. W4. Let's save it. And now let's come here and let's do initial messages. We will map through initial messages. Initial messages.map. Let's do message, and let's return a message card. And then in this message card, let's pass some props. Let's come down in here. Let's add the key to be message.id. We don't need this key. This is not actually a prop, but because when we map through an array and then return a JSX, React needs a key. Let's do content of the message to be message.content. Let's also do created at. We will do message.created at. Let's also do rule. The message rule will be message.rule. Let's also do the type, message type, which will be message.type. We will also need a fragment, code fragment, which will be message.code fragment. Let's also do is active code fragment, and we will do active code fragment. And we will also add on fragment click. Let's do it to be a function, and then set. Let's do set active code fragment to be message.code fragment, like this. We'll do active code fragment.id. If it is equal to message.codefragment.id, then it means that's active. And now let's create this message card. Let's go again to components and add message card. We can exactly copy this one actually and paste this here. For the props, we need content, we need created at, we need rule, type, code fragment, and is active code fragment, and on fragment click. Content to be string, and let's do created at to be of type date. Let's do rule to be message rule. Message rule you can import from lib generated Prisma client. And let's also do type to be message type. Also the same, import from Prisma client. Let's also do a code fragment to be of type code fragment or null. Is active code fragment, and this is a boolean on code fragment click code fragment, which is of type code fragment, and then the return type is void. Now let's destructure all of them from props in our function. We will need content, we need created at, we need role, we need type, code fragment is active code fragment, and on code fragment click. This one, let's change from message container to be message card, like this. Okay, we are going to remove the HTML tags completely. We will write our own one. So in here, let's straight away check if message rule is of type assistant. If you remember, in our Prisma, we store either an assistant message or a user message. If you go to a project view, let's import message container like this, and the error should go away now, but still we have errors here. Okay, let's add a question mark here, so it cannot be null. And now on fragment click, it's on a code fragment click. Let's change this to be on code fragment click. Okay, perfect. We will check if it is assistant. The type is assistant. Let's do, and then in this case, we will do, let's do a div right now, assistant. Otherwise, we come down and we just return user message. This is assistant message and this is user message. Okay, so let's remove this one. Let's do a class name, and then I'm going to bring a cn function from libutils, because in here we will add a conditional classes also. Let's do flex and the flex column. Let's also do padding 2, and now come out of that one and add another class name. We will say if type of the message type is equal error, and in that case we will need the text to be text rows 500, like this. The text should look like an error. And now let's come down and add another div. Let's add a class name to this one also. Let's do flex items center. Let's also add gap 2 and p2 padding 2, margin also let's add 2, and break all. Okay, let's come down and let's add the content here. Let's do content and save it. And now let's come to this one, the user message. In here, let's add a class name. We will do flex and then justify end, and let's do padding to be 2. Let's come down. Let's add the card component from UI card. And in this card also, let's add a class name. Class name, we will say rounded MD BG background color. We will add a custom background color. I'm going to add F7, F4, and EE. Let's add shadow to be none, border none, wrap break word like this, and max weight, let's do 80 pixel. Let's also add padding top and bottom to be 2, which is around 8 pixel, and let's also add a gap to be 2, like this. And now let's come down. Let's add a span tag, and I'm going to add a class name to this span tag. Let's do padding right and left to be 3. And now let's add the actual content, the message content here. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down and add another span. Let's make the text to be extra small, XS, not SX, XS. And then font medium. Let's do text muted foreground and PX3, like this. And let's come down and let's install actually a package. We can directly do a created at here, but it doesn't look good. We want to format our date. So what I'm going to do, I'm going back to terminal, and let's shut down my dev server here. And then here I'm going to add npm install did fns. Let's run our dev server again. And then here, let's bring format distance. And then in here, we will pass created at. We format the created at date from the current date, new date. And then we will say echo. So how it will display it like this for us. For example, 10 minutes ago. Let's import format distance from date fns, import format distance from date fns. Let's also add in here, because an assistant can send us a text message or a code fragment. We will see if it's a code fragment. Then in here we will say if it is a code fragment, we will render a button. A button you can import from UI button. And then let's add a class name to this button. And I'm going to bring cn again, bg to be our custom background color that we added here. You can copy this one and paste it here. Let's do wfit. Let's also do hover. And then in hover, the bg should stay the same. Let's also do opacity 100 and text primary. Let's do padding 2, height to be auto. Let's do flex and then justify between. Let's also do gap 5 and margin 2 and cursor pointer like this. And then here we will say if is active code fragment. Then in that case, we will need to add another class name also. We will do bg, and then let's add a custom color here. I'm going to add d2 df and f9 like this. And for the hover, let's also copy exactly this one. For the hover, we will do the same color. Let's do for border, let's add a custom color for border also. We will add C1D and then A1 and EB like this. So these are our colors. And now let's add an on click. On click will be on code fragment click, and we pass the actual fragment. Let's make sure this is an arrow function like this. Oh, it's code fragment like this. And now let's add the label to this button. Let's do a span, and then in this span let's add a class name. We will do flex column and then items start. And now let's come down. For now, let's add just a span, and let's add a class name to this span. For now, we will say font semi-bold. And right now, just do code fragment and save it. Actually, we need to add an icon also. We will do icon chevron right. You can import from tabular icons React like this. Okay, let's go to AI chat box. In here, we should check if we already have a project ID. So we will check if the project ID doesn't exist, then it means we don't have a project yet. Then we have to create our project. If we already have a project, then we just need to chat with our project, right? And then we will do this one. Let's also pass project ID. Project ID to be project ID. If we go to messages.ts, we need to modify this one and also modify our project. We don't have the routes yet. So let's first fix this one, the messages one, and then we will go to project one. Under the post, we can come and say directly a const created, you can name whatever you want, created message. And then I will do await db.message.create like this. And now let's come down, pass the data to be content body.message message. Role will be user, because we are creating this message, right? Type will be result. Let's also do project ID. Let's do body.project ID. Now we don't have the body.project ID yet. Let's add the schema here. We only have message. Let's also add project ID. So where the message is going to finish, let's do project ID, which is z.string, and let's add the minimum dot min to be 3, and then we will say project ID is required, like this. And now we should have auto completion for project ID, body.project ID, like this. And now let's also update our ingest. The message is okay. Let's also add a value. Let's do created message dot content. Now let's add the project ID also. Project ID, and then body.project ID. And then since we added the value like this, we don't need this message. And at the end, after the ingest, let's return the created message. Created message, like this. And now let's go to projects, because if we go to our AI chat box, and here we said if we don't have a project, we should create one. So let's go to projects this time, projects, and our projects is still so basic. So let's start by post. We need to do structure body. Okay, let's remove only this part. And now let's do const created project, and then we'll say await db. Let's import it from libdb, and then project dot create. So let's pass in here the data. Data is an object, and then the name of the project. I think right now I am doing project, and then let's do date.now, like this. You can use UUID to create a project name, or I don't know, but right now I'm doing it like this. And then messages, we create messages, and for the messages we do content. Content will be body.message. We need to add a schema. Okay, if you come down in here, let's add a schema first. Let's do body, which will be z.object. Let's bring z, import z, and let's make it to a constant import. Let's do z.object, and then message. Our message will be z.string, and let's do minimum to be 3 characters, and we will say message is required. And let's also add the maximum to be 1000, and then let's do message is too long, like this. Oh, I forgot to put it inside this curly braces. Let's also add the role. We know this is the message that user typed it. Type, and then the type will be result. This is not an error. Perfect. And now in here, after we create our project, let's do our ingest. Await ingest. Ingest imported from ingest client, and then send it to our workflow. We need a name, and let's copy the name from here. This is the name of the event. So let's name it like this, code agent, and then code agent.run. Let's pass the data. It's let's fix the spelling here. It's name. And now data, and data will be value, which will be body.message, and project ID. Let's do created project.id, and I think that's it. And now at the end, let's return it. Return a created project, like this. Okay, we are getting an error here because I think in our schema, Prisma schema, if we check it, schema.prisma, we mentioned that we need a sandbox ID, but we have to mark this to be optional. It's not a required field. And now let's go ahead and migrate again. Let's go back to our terminal. Let me shut down. And then here, let's do pnpm prisma migrate. And then we will do reset. We will reset our migration first. It's asking, are you sure you want to reset your database? We say yes. And now it's all reset. Now let's go ahead and do migrate again. Migrate dev. And we will add this name, exactly the same name we want to add to our migration. Initial migration. Okay, perfect. And now let's also do a Prisma generate. Okay, now let's type and let's tell our AI to create a Kanban board for us. Create a modern Kanban board and press enter. It should redirect us to the project ID page. As you can see, it has redirected us to project ID. Perfect. But I think we have some typo here. We will fix that soon. And if we check our Inngest server, a run has already been started. Okay, looks like we have some errors. We can cancel this right now. Let's go ahead and fix this one first. In our AI chat box, okay, here we did a mistake. Let's remove it. Remove that one from here also, like this. Now it should redirect us to the project ID. This is our message. As you can see, create a modern Kanban board. This is what we typed. And the date format is 1 minute ago. Okay, and the ingest failing, I think it's because we did some mismatch. In our project, if you check, we are passing value, but in our function, ingest function, we are accessing it by message. Let's change this one also to be message. Like this. And now if you save, let's go back and I'm going to copy this message and let's go back to home page. And then here, let's try it again. Paste it and then click on this button. It should redirect us to our project page and we are here. And check our ingest server. Our run has been started and this time it should be successful. Okay, as you can see, it started to create files for us. Okay, perfect. And if you check the finalization, it created the files. It should have a summary and sandbox URL. This is sandbox URL and the summary, and the title we hard coded to be code fragment. Let's click on the sandbox URL and check if it is working. As you can see, it created a really beautiful Kanban board. I cannot even imagine this has been created by AI. Let's see if the drag and drop is working. Yes, it's working perfectly. Amazing. It's very impressive. Let's click if we can create a new task. Look at this. This looks really nice. By the way, I am using a GPT 5.2, which is the latest model, and it's a bit expensive. If I show you in my functions, ingest functions, I'm using GPT 5.2, which is the latest and expensive model. Okay, and now if we check our app, you can see this is our create modern Kanban board, the user message. We cannot see the AI or assistant message here because if we check our ingest function, we are not saving it to the database. Let's go ahead and do that. I'm coming back to my VS Code, and if you open functions, okay, now let's come down, and then here let's check if we have any error or not. I'm saying const has error. We are going to check. Let's do object.keys. We are grabbing the keys of the objects and then result.state.data.files. if we have any files and the files has any key, or otherwise if we don't have any files, let's do empty object dot length. We just check the length. If it is 0, then let's come down. We will check if has error like this, and then we will save it to the database. We will do return await db. You can import db from libdb.message.create, and then let's create this message data. For the content, we will hard code it. We will say, I don't know, something went wrong, please try again. And let's do the rule to be assistant. Message rule is assistant, and the type is error, and project ID will be event.data.project ID, like this. And now if we don't have error, then we should save the actual result. So let's come down here, and now let's return db.message.create, and this time we will create the actual result. So what we are going to do, let's do data. Okay, for the content, let's do result.state.data.summary. We just need to save the summary. Let's do the rule to be assistant. It's a message from our AI assistant. And project ID, let's do to be event.data.project ID, like this. And let's also do type to be result. This time it's not error, it's result. And let's also create code fragment. Let's do create, and in the code fragment we just need to pass sandbox URL. We also need to pass sandbox ID, and we need to pass the title. For now, let's do code fragment. We can change this to be dynamic later. For files, let's do result.state.data.files. And I think that's it. Okay, but let's wrap them in Inngest with an Inngest step. So currently it's not wrapped inside Inngest. Let's cut all these parts up to here. And now let's do await step.run, and let's name it save to DB. Save to DB or save to database, whatever you name it, doesn't matter. And let's create an async function. And in this async function, let's just paste the code that I cut it. Perfect. Now we have another step that's going to save the generated files to our database. Amazing job. Now let's go ahead and try it again. Create a modern dashboard. By the way, I changed my OpenAI version back to 4.0 mini. Previously, last time that it created such a beautiful output for us because the version was 5.2. Let's check this time how it's going to do. Now it has been redirected as to this project page, and let's check the Inngest server, and the running has been started. It will take a while. As you can see, it started to create files for us. Here, it's pretty fast. And if we check the finalization, come down and in here, let's click on to open the app. It didn't create anything. But if we check our messages, let's refresh this time. As you can see, we have a code fragment, and then this is the message, the user message. I think one thing we have to do here, let's copy this task summary and fix this code fragment. So this one should be at the top, and then this one should be after that. I think in the messages, if we go to messages, let's make this to be ascending, not descending. This one, let's change it to be ASC. If you come to message card in here, when we set content, let's do dot replace all, and then we are going to replace. I can check my prompt, and then I can copy this task summary from prompt. Replace task summary with nothing, and also replace all. Just replace. We can do just replace the closing tag. We will replace this one also with nothing. Let's space like this with what we want to replace with nothing, like this. And if we check now, as you can see, the user message is at the top now, and then after that, the assistant message. Let's also fix this one. This chevron icon is at the bottom. Let's make this, I think in here we added flex column. So we don't need that to be flex column. Let's do it like this, or we can completely remove it. I think we don't even need this part. If we remove, and then we check back in the browser, and this time I think it looks much better. Perfect. If you click on that, so it's highlighting, but nothing happened. So we have to work on the project preview, and the project preview will have a preview option and a code view option. So in here, when we click on the code view, we will show another sidebar similar to this sidebar. We will show a list of files and folders, and in the right side again we will show the actual code. But if someone click on the preview, we will show the actual project similar to, oh, actually it got expired. It expires very soon. It just, the sandbox just stay for 5 minutes and then it will expire. But if you want to keep it for longer time, you can add a set timeout to your ingest function. Okay, so now let's go back to our Xcali draw and let's choose this one. We created our project page. We created our project messages. We also created project view, and we stored our messages to database, assistant message and also the user message. We stored both of them to database. Perfect. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 9, we are going to create our file explorer. We are going to create project view, project preview, and the code view, and make the code editable, and also fix homepage layout. If I show you in Lovable, okay, let me open one of the projects that I have created. We are going to create this one, which is project view. When our project got created, we will show it here. We will also create this file explorer. This is the file explorer. So you should be able to see all the files and the code view. But as you can see, in Lovable, you cannot edit the code, because if you want to edit the code, you have to upgrade, but we will make it editable. Or I can show you in bolt.new. In here, you can edit the code. Let me go to the projects that I have created. We are going to create this project preview layout and the home and the file explorer. So you can click on any file and it will open in the right side. And we will make the code to be editable. Like in here, you can write an h1 tag, hello, and then you can save it. We will do exactly same thing. So let's go ahead and get started. Okay, the first thing that I'm going to do, I'm going to create a new file and call it File Explorer, and we can create a tree view ourselves, but I'm going to use Kibo UI. From Kibo UI, if you come down, click on tree view, we want this thing. So let's come down and let's install it. ShadCN CLI, you can install with ShadCN or Kibo UI CLI, it doesn't matter. Let me copy the command and go to our terminal. Let me shut down my terminal, and now let's paste the command. But because I'm using PNPM, I'm going to change the NPX to PNPM. PNPM DLX. Okay, now let's restart our server. Let's go back to VS Code. And if we check our components folder, you can see that now we have a Kibo UI. Perfect. Okay, let's create a new file. We will name it File Explorer.tsx. And now let's straight away export File Explorer, export default function File Explorer, and let's return a div right now. In the File Explorer, we need a few props, but let's first create an interface, and then we will name it Explorer props, or just list of props. Okay, now we need files, a list of files, which will be file collection. We don't have the file collection yet, but we will. Let's go ahead and create it at above this one. And you can use interface, or I will just use type for this one. File collection, and then we do record string and string. like this. Apart from files, we need fragment ID, which is of type string. We also need project ID, which is also of type string. We also need Sandbox ID, which is also of type string. So some of them, like for example, Sandbox ID is not really required, but it's useful if we have it. And let's destructure all of them from props. We need files, we need fragment ID, we need project ID, and we need Sandbox ID like this. And now let's go down. I think we don't need this div. We can straight away use the resizable panel group, and let's add the direction to be horizontal, and let's also do add a class name. Class name, we will add height to be device view height and weight to be device view weight like this. And let's also do overflow hidden. Now let's come down, and then here let's add the resizable panel. Let's add a default size to this one. Let's do 20 default size to be 20% of the screen, and minimum size will be also 20% of the screen. Okay, now let's come down again, and then here we will add our tree view, and let's create a new file. We will name it treeview.tsx. Okay, in here we need two functions. The first one will be our tree view. Another function, we need nodes. So in here we can write our tree view first. Export function, we will name it tree view, and let's return tree provider. You can import tree provider from a Kibo UI, the package that we installed, and then tree. And then this tree provider, let's add some props to this one. Default expanded IDs, let's leave it for now to be an empty array. And also the second one will be on selection change. Let's make it a function, and for now let's keep it an empty function. Okay, now let's come down, and then here we need a tree view from Kibo UI 3. Because we named our function also tree view, we will change this to be tree view wrapper. Let's change this to be tree view wrapper and import this one, tree view, as a tree view wrapper. And now in here we need to render the nodes. Render nodes. It doesn't exist yet, but we will create it soon, and it needs nodes, which will be tree, and on select. On select will be on select. Let's create this component first, and then we will come to this tree and on select. Okay, so let's go up. In here we will create it. You can create it down, but I'm going to create it here. Render nodes, which is a function. It will need nodes and it will need on select. So let's assign a types to them. Nodes will be of type an array of 3 items, and also on select will be this. Let's make it optional, so it's not required. We need the file path, and path is of type string, and then the return type of this function is also void, which means it doesn't have any return type. Sorry, I added it in here. It should be in the nodes function in here. Okay, now we can go ahead and create the tree item first. The tree item should be an interface. Let's go up and create that one. Interface tree item, and let's make it ID is of type string, also name is of type string, and also kind. So when we fetch files and folders, it can be either file or folder. So in here we add an enum. We will say either folder or file. Okay, now let's add children. Let's make it optional, and the children is the tree item itself and an array of tree item. Oh, I misspelled tree item. It's tree item like this. Now let's go back to our render nodes. Let's return a fragment, and inside this fragment let's do nodes.map. We map through each node. A node can be either a file or folder. We will get the node and index like this. Let's wrap them, and now let's check if it is the last one is last. If it is the last, how we will know it's the last? If index is equal nodes.length -1. And now let's also check if it has children. If it has children, then it means it's a folder. So nodes.kind equal folder, and node.children.length. Nodes.children.length, otherwise make it 0. Wrap it like this, and then let's make it if it is greater than 0. And this is also nodes.children dot length. Let's add a question mark. We should not complain. And here also. Oh, let's name this one to be node, not node. That's why I was getting this error. So this is also node, not nodes. Okay, perfect. And now let's come down in here. Let's also say if it is a file, is file, and do it node dot kind equal file. Now let's come down and return tree node. Import it from Kibo UI 3, and this tree node, let's pass some props to this one. Let's add a key first because React map needs a key. Node.id we need. Let's bring it down, and let's also add a node ID. The node ID will be also node.id. Let's do label. Label will be label, and we can get label from props in here. Let's do label also, and by default let's make it 0, and then here let's assign the label to be a number, but let's make it to be optional. It's not a required one. This is also node.kind, not nodes. Okay, so we added label, and let's check if it is the last tree node. Is last, we will assign it to the is last that we created above. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down below this one, in between this tree node. Let's do tree node trigger. You can also import this one from Kibo UI 3. And then here, let's also add a tree expander. Tree expander also from Kibo UI, import it. And this is a self-closing tag. Let's add has children to be has children that we created above. Let's also add an on click to this one. On click for now, actually we can straight away do that. Let's open a function, arrow function like this, and then we'll say if file, if not is file, then just return. So it means we are not expanding anything, it's just a file. But if it is folder, we will expand it. E.stop propagation first, and then let's do on select that we have above. We have access to on select in here. So on select will be node.id like this, and on select, because it's an optional property, let's make sure that here also it's optional like this. And now let's come down here. Let's add a tree icon, also import from Kibo UI, and this tree icon is also a self-closing tag. Let's add some attributes to that. Has children is the same that we created has children above, and let's also add icon. The icon will be, if it is file, we will just add a file icon. Let's do file icon. We will create this function soon. File icon small f, and then do node.name. Otherwise, let's do it to be undefined. So for the folders, we do not add any. And then let's come down in here. Let's do tree label from Kibo UI, and tree label in here. Let's close it. And for the label, let's make it node.name. For example, app.tsx or a folder components. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down below the tree node trigger, and we will check if it has children. Then we can do tree node content, and then let's add an attribute here. We will say it has children, and let's come down here. We will add render node. Render nodes this function itself, and let's add a class name to this to be height to be 4 and weight also to be 4 like this. But if it is not JSON, let's do it if lower name dot ends with .ts, or if it ends with let's copy this one, paste it here. We will check if it ends with ts, or if it ends with tsx, or let's paste it again, ends with js or jsx. Then if it ends with any of these things, what we are going to do, we will just do return file code. You can import from Lucid React again. You can add the same class that you have added for JSON. Okay, let's paste it here and let's save it. And now at the end, if it is not .tsx or .ts, .js, .jsx or .json, at the end we will do return. So we will know that it's a txt file. Return file text, also from imported from Lucid React, and add the same class. So now if we go down, that error should be gone away. And now if we come down in the tree view, we need to pass some arguments here. Let's do files. because we need files. Default expanded ID. Let's also do onSelect, and let's assign types to them. We do files. Files will be of type files map. Let's go up and create the files map. You can do a record like string here, but it's better to add it here. Let's do type, and then we will add files map, which will be record string. So the first string, this is the path of the file. For example, the path of the file may be something like this: /home/user and then app.tsx, and then the other string will be the content. So this will be the path, and then the content is the content of the file, whatever is the content is. Okay, so now we have files map. Let's also assign default expanded IDs. Default expanded IDs, let's make this to be optional, and it will be an array of strings. Let's also add onSelect. We know that onSelect is also optional. Let's pass path here. Path is of type string, and it returns nothing, so it's void. And now let's prepare our tree here. So we need nodes, and this is tree. We don't have tree yet. Let's create it. Let's do const tree is equal use memo from React, imported from React, and then let's return build a tree. We don't have this function yet, but we will create it soon. Let's pass files to that. Every time that files change, this use memo should update. So we don't have this built a tree yet. Let's go up and create that one first. This function is a bit complex, but I think we will not need to change that anymore. So we will create only once, and then you can use it forever. Let's do const build tree, and then it's a function, and then this function we need files. Files will be of type file map. Files map. It's files map or file map, and then the return type. Let's do tree item, the interface that we created here. The return type is an array of tree items like this. And now let's do an arrow function, and then here let's first create the root. The type is a tree item, and let's assign it to be an empty array right now. Let's also create a folder index. This will be new map. Map is a JavaScript class, and then let's do that. Let's assign a type to this to be string, and then the first one, the second one will be tree item. So this the key, and then this the value. For example, it will be something like this: ID mapping to node, something like it. Now let's come down, create a function inside this function because it belongs to this one. Let's do const ensure folder. You can name it whatever you want. It doesn't mean to be ensure folder. And then this an arrow function. Pass some arguments to the function. We need an ID of type string. We also need a name of type string, and we also need parent children, which is of type tree item, an array of tree items like this. Let's create a constant, const existing, and then let's do folder index dot get ID. Okay, and let's come down. If existing, then just return existing. Otherwise, let's create a node, const node, which is of type tree item. Let's make this to be an object. ID is to be ID, but because both of the names are the same, we can just create the shortcut to be ID, and then the name is to be this name. The kind will be folder, because we know this is we only expand folders, and the children will be, we will assign to an empty array like this. And let's do parent children dot push. We push this node to that. Let's also add folder index dot set, and then add ID and node. So set and get, they are the map methods. And now at the end, let's return the node. Return node like this. Okay, we are done with the ensure folder, but not with the build tree yet. So now let's come down here. We will do object.keys. Let's do files, and then let's do dot sort, and then here we will pass a comma b. You can name it whatever you want. We will sort it by a dot to local compare it with b, and let's do for each loop. In the for each loop, let's grab the full path, and then it's an arrow function. Open an arrow function, and then let's do const parts is equal full path dot split. We will split the full path by / and dot filter boolean. Let's also create a let current children. We created to be lit because we will modify it soon and assign it to root by default. And let's also create a lit current path. Let's make it an empty string right now. Let's add a for loop, and for let I equal 0, I less than parts dot length, and then I plus plus. Let's do const part equal parts, and then I. Let's do const is last, and then if I equal parts dot length minus 1. If I equal parts dot length minus 1, then it's the last one. Okay, now let's do the current path. Current path that we created above. Let's change the current path to be current path. If we have current path, it means if it is not empty, we will return the current path itself. But if it is empty, let's do it, open the backtick, and then we will do a current path / part like this. If we have current path, then we will return current path / part. Otherwise, we will just return part. And now let's come down. We will check if not the last one, not is last that we created above. If it is not the last one, then let's do const folder, which will be ensure folder, the function that we created above this one. Ensure folder, and we need to pass a current path like this. We also need to pass the part and current children like this. Now let's update the current children. Current children equal folder dot children like this. Okay, so this is the if part. Now let's do the else part. If it is not, if it is last. So this was for if it is not last, and this one is for if it is last. So current children, in this case, we will push to current children, and we will push we will make the ID to be current path. Let's also do name to be part. Let's make kind to be file like this. Oh, I created this one to be a constant. It's not constant because we are changing the value of current path and current children. Let's make both of them lit like this. Let's make sure that this is as a tree item, and the error should go away. And now let's come down in here. Let's create another function to sort, sorting folders first and then files by alphabetical order. So let's create a function, const sort, I don't know what to name, sort files and folders, files and folders. This one will be, let's make it an arrow function, and let's pass nodes to be three item array. And now let's do nodes dot sort. Sort is a JavaScript function, and let's do a comma b, and let's come down here. Let's do if a dot kind, the kind of a not equal b dot kind. You know the kind is either file or folder. Then return a dot kind equal folder, and if it was folder, let's do -1, otherwise 1, and then return a.name.local compare b.name like this. Okay, perfect. And now let's come down below this nodes dot sort, and then here let's do nodes dot for each. Let's grab the node, or you can just name it n, and then n dot children. If we have n dot children, then only in that case we pass the actual sort file and folder, the function itself, and we will pass n dot children like this. And then at the very end, after this sort files and folders function, let's do sort files and folders, that function again, and we will pass the root, and also let's return the root like this. And now if we go down in here, we don't have any error anymore. Okay, so let's come down here, and I'm going to do, let's do const default computed default expanded IDs. Let's do again use memo from React. And now let's come down in here. We will check. Okay, we will check if default expanded IDs dot length if it is available. So it means the length, it has a length, it's not empty. Then we will return default expanded IDs itself. Otherwise, we will return tree that we created above, tree.filter node, or just name it n or node, whatever you name. And then we will check node.kind. If node.kind equal folder, then let's do .map. We get only folders, and then .map, let's grab the node again, and then node ID like this. And now let's come down, and then here let's add a dependency to be default expanded IDs and 3. Every time that these two change, let's update this memo. It's node, not in this node that we have access to that here. And now let's pause the default expanded IDs to be the computed default expanded IDs like this. And now let's work on the on selection change. So the on selection change, let's grab IDs from arguments here. And now let's come down in here. If it is the last one, we will do const last. It is equal IDs dot, let's do IDs and then grab the IDs dot length -1. But this may be, IDs may be empty. Let's mark it with question mark like this. If it is not the last one, then just return. Otherwise, if files dot last, then on select, we will select that file, right? On select the last file, the last one. Because we mark this on select to be optional, let's put a question mark for this one also like this. Okay, perfect. I think this is all that we need for this one. Let's also mark this to be use client, because we have used a lot of hooks like use memo, but we are using use memo still. So let's do use client and save it. And now if we go to our file explorer, we can import this tree view. And now it's complaining about the files, the props that we need to pass. So for the props to pass, we need to pass files. And right now, let's just pass an empty object. We also need the on select. When we select a file, we click on a file, we should be able to select a file. And right now, let's just pass an empty function like this. So let's pass the files, and for the on select, let's create the function. So let's do const on select, and then it's a function. When we select a file, it should open in the code editor when we click on that. Actually, let's wrap it with use callback. So we don't want this one, we don't want to re-render, right? So we can do it like this, use callback from React, and then let's pass file path as an argument, which is of type string. And let's open the arrow function like this. And now in here, we will check if file path, if the file path exists in the files, we will do, let's create a state first, because we need a local state. Let's create a state selected file and then set selected file. It will be use state from React, and let's assign a type for this to be either a string or null. And let's by default, we can actually pass an arrow function. And let's come down here, let's do const file keys, which will be object dot keys. We'll just grab the object keys of the files. Let's return file keys that we created above, file keys dot length. If it is greater than zero, then we will do file keys, the first one, otherwise we will return null. This is the default state, but you can keep the default state null if you can do it like this, null, if you don't want any file to be selected by default. But I want the first file to be the first file that it can find. I want that to be selected. Okay, now let's come down here, and then let's do that selected file to be file path, and let's add the dependency in here. Dependency will be files when files change. Every time the files change, we click on the files, then we have to update this. Oh, this is file path. I misspelled file. Okay, perfect. Okay, now let's come down and add another resizable panel for our code view. I'm going to do resizable panel, and then let's add a default size to this one to be 80% of the screen, and minimum size will be 50% of the screen. We should not make it smaller than 50%. And then here, let's check if we have any selected file. If we don't have any selected file, then we don't want this to be rendered, right? So selected file, and let's make sure that files.selected file exists. Files.selected file, and then only in that case, we will return. Let's return a div, and let's add a class name to this div. Let's do class name to be flex column, and let's do position to be relative, and let's do w full and height full also, like this. Let's come down. We add another div. Let's add a class name to this one also. We will do class name, and then let's do flex 1. Let's do overflow auto, height full, and weight full, like this. And now let's render our code view. We don't have this component yet, but we are going to create this soon. But if there is no file selected, let's return something like, let's return a div, and then let's add a class name to this div. Let's do flex item center, justify center, and let's do height full, like this. And then here we just need to write the text, select a file to view its content, something like this. And now let's go ahead and create our code view. But let's pass some properties to that code view. The first thing that we need to pass is the actual code. So the actual code will be files and then selected file. We only pass that code. And let's also add language or lang. Let's do get language from extension, and then selected file. We don't have this get language function yet, but we are going to create that soon. And then let's make sure it's as string. Let's also pass the onChange, and then in this onChange, let's grab E, go up and create another state. We will name it local files. Let's create it here. So I'm going to create const local files. Local file is just when we play with files, we want to edit it and we want to update it. It's just for that. Set local files and then use state. Let's make sure that the type is of type file collection, and then right now it's just an empty object. Perfect. Now that we have local files, let's go down and set this one to be local. We will update the local file. Set local files, and then let's grab the previous file and return the rest of the previous files, and selected file to be E, whatever file we select. Now let's also pass the file path to be selected file, and let's also pass local values, local value to be local files, and then selected file, like this. Perfect. Let's first create this get language extension. We can create it inside the utils in here. Let's export const, and let me copy the function name so I will not do any error. Get language from extension. Okay, and then let's create an arrow function. Language will be of type string. Open the arrow function and straight away just return language dot split by dot, and then let's do the pop dot to lowercase. Let's say we have a file name like app.tsx, right? We split by this dot and we only get this part .tsx. Otherwise, if it is empty, if like the first part is empty, then what we are going to do, we will just do or the default type is a txt. The file type by default is txt. And now let's go here and import this function. And for the code view, I'm going to use Monaco editor. So let's go and check the documentation for Monaco editor. We don't need this tree view anymore. Let's go to Monaco editor. This is by Microsoft, and Monaco editor is it's the same editor that is used by VS Code. So VS Code is using exactly the same editor, but we are going to use this one in our application. As you can see, you can edit the code, you can save the code, you can update the code, and you can change the language. Right now it's TypeScript. Let's change it to be, for example, I don't know, let's go up. Let's check PHP, and as you can see, it has been updated and it's highlighting really nice. But we are not going to use like the vanilla version of Monaco. It has a React version also. Let's go to Monaco editor and then React version. Open this one, the npm package, and then click on the GitHub. And if you come down, it says how to install, and click on installation and then how to use. So I'm going to install it. Just copy this part and let's go back to our terminal. And here, let me shut down my server and let's do pnpm install Monaco editor React. Perfect. Now let's run our server again, and then here it shows how to use it. Now let's copy this Monaco editor. Let's only copy the editor part, and let's go back to our VS Code, and then here let's create a new file under component. I will name it code view.tsx, and let's return a function. Let's export function code view, and let's paste the one that we copied. But we need some arguments. As you remember, in our file explorer we are passing code, language, unchanged, file path, local value. So let's grab those arguments, and here let's do code, let's do language, and let's destructure it from code to be of type string and language to be of type string also. Let's also add file path, also string, local value. This is optional. We will make this one also to be string, and unchanged, which is a function. Unchanged, let's do, I don't know, next file or just next. Just make it next. The type is a string and it returns nothing, so it's void. Okay. And now let's also destructure file path. Let's also destructure local value. Let's also destructure on change like this. Perfect. Let's import editor from Monaco. Let's check the documentation once again, and if you go down to the props, you can pass a lot of props to this one. It has a lot of different props. So let's come down. As you can see, the default value, default language, default path value, language path, theme, line. Like you can pass a bunch of options, div editor, and or if you cannot find any option here, you can go directly to Monaco editor in here, and you can find properties that you want and you can add to that. Okay, let's go and add some property, make it more functional. So the first thing that we want, let's come down here, let's create a value, and the value we will check if we have local value, we saved it to our state, otherwise we will grab the code. Okay, come down, let's do const Monaco language or Monaco lang, whatever you name, use memo, import it from React, and then let's do an arrow function to Monaco language or to Monaco lang. Let's do language actually, language to Monaco language, and then let's the lang that we have access to that from here, and let's change it every time that the lang changes. We don't have this to Monaco language yet, but we are going to create it above. And let's create it above this function. We will name it const to, let me copy this one so I will not make any spelling mistake, to Monaco language, which will be an arrow function. It will need an argument lang, which is of type string. And let's come down, let's add a switch case. You can add if else, but I'm going to add a switch the language, and then for the first case we will check if it is TS or the case is TSX. If it is TS or TSX, then return TypeScript. This is how Monaco handle it. So it will have TypeScript, JavaScript, JSON, something like that. And let's come down for the another case. Let's actually copy this one. For this one, we will do not TS or TSX. We will do JS or JSX. Then in that case, we will do JavaScript. Let's also do JSON. Come down in here. Let's do case JSON, return JSON. Let's also do case CSS. If it is CSS, then return CSS. You can add as many as you want, but let's add a few because we will have package.json. We will have, I think, global.css. We will have pnpm.yaml. Let's do YAML also. So let's do const a case YAML. If it is YAML, then return YAML. Case markdown, but case is MD. If it is MD, because it will be readme.md, not readme.markdown. Okay, and then the default one, let's do the default one. The default one, let's do, if not any other case, we will do return plain text. Okay, perfect. And let's spell return properly. Return plain text, and now the error should go away from here. Okay, perfect. Now let's add some other properties. We want the height to be 100%. We want the weight also to be 100%. Weight and height should be 100%. Let's also add the language to be Monaco lang that we created above here. Let's also add value to be value we created above. And let's also add theme. The theme right now, let's add VS Code dark mode. Let's add the path to be file path. We have access to file path in here from props. Let's also add on change, and then we have V or E, whatever you name, and then let's do on change the V. If V is not available or it's empty, let's just pass an empty string like this. Perfect. Let's remove this two right now. We will add options, and then options is an object. Let's do the minimap. The minimap is sometimes a small version of the whole screen will appear on the right side or the left side based on your VS Code configuration, but we want the minimap to be false. We don't want minimap right now. Enabled false like this, and then let's do the font size. The font size of our code, let's make it 13. Let's add the tab size. Let's make it 2. Insert space, make it true, so we can insert spaces. Word wrap, let's make it to be on. Let's also add scroll beyond last line, make it false. Let's add automatic layout, so when we resize the screen, it should automatically fix the layout. Automatic layout, let's make it to true. And what else? Render validation on render validation decoration. This one, let's make it on so we can see validation. Let's also add padding. The padding for the top, we will add 20 pixel, and for the bottom also let's do 20%. 20 pixel. Okay, perfect. I think we are all good. Let's mark this to be use client because we are using React hook here. Let's use memo. And let's go to File Explorer and import this code view. Okay, now let's go to our project view in here where we created these tabs. And currently, if we check our browser in here, let's refresh it. As you can see, if I click on this preview mode or the code mode, we don't have anything. So we just have a basic text. So when we click on this code view, we should show our file explorer here and code view here. But when we click on preview mode, we should show our application preview. Let's do that. After this tab list, let's come down and create a tab. We already have a tab content, but let's update this one. So this one we will do, let's keep this one for now for the preview mode. Let's update the file explorer first, and let's come down and let's add file explorer. File explorer, import it like this, and let's pass the props that it needs. It needs a files, and files will be active code fragment that we created above dot files. Let's also add the fragment ID to be active code fragment dot ID. Make sure this is string, and let's also pass project ID to be project ID. Let's also pass the sandbox ID to be active code fragment dot sandbox ID. Let's make sure this is also a string. Let's make sure the files is as of type record as record, and then let's pass string and string. Perfect. Okay, now let's go back to our file explorer. I think I missed one thing here. In this one, the onSelect, let's add onSelect here. We created the onSelect in here, but we haven't used it. Let's pass onSelect like this. And now let's also create our fragment view, or I don't know, wave view, whatever you name. So the preview, project preview. So to do that, let's do it like this. I'm going to create a new file under the components. Let's name it code web view.tsx like this. And now in here, let's do export function code web view, and it needs data. We can grab it from props. We will create the props soon, and let's straight away return a div. Okay, let's go up and create the props first. Let's do interface props, and then this props has a data of type code fragment. You can import code fragment from lib generated Prisma client. And now let's come down and add some classes to this. Div. Let's add class name flex column, and w full, and also height full, like this. Let's come down, add another div. Let's add a class name to this div also. We will add a border bottom, border B. Let's also do BG sidebar. Let's also do flex, and then items center, gap 2, and padding 2, like this. Let's come down and add the iframe here. We'll do iframe, and then this iframe is a self-closing tag. Let's add some attributes to this. First one is a key. Iframe should have a key, and for the key, let's leave it an empty for now. Let's add an empty string right now. We will add a key soon. Let's add a class name. Class name will be height full and w full, like this. Let's also add a sandbox to be allow forms, allow scripts, and also allow same origin. Let's do loading to be lazy, and let's do the src to be full URL. We will create this soon, and let's assign this one also here. So we will open a backtick, and we will do fragment. We don't have fragment key yet, but we will create one soon, and full URL, like this. We will create both of them soon. Let's save them, and let's create the fragment key and full URL. Okay, let's go up, and then here, first let's create a state. We will name it fragment key, and then let's do set fragment key, and then this state, use state, import from React. By default it's 0, it's of type number. Let's also add another state, path, and then set path. This will be of type string. Use state, we can assign a type also, but it's not necessary. So by default, we will say it's the home page. We should be able to change the path. And now let's create the base URL, which will be data.sandbox URL if it exists. Otherwise, we will do an empty string, like this. And now let's create the full URL. Let's do full URL. Let's do use memo, import it from React, and then let's do it to be like this. If not base URL, if base URL doesn't exist, then return an empty string. Otherwise, if it exists, let's do const save path. Save path, we will do path dot starts with, and then if it starts with /, then let's do path. Otherwise, if it doesn't start with /, then let's open a backtick, and we will add a / ourselves. So for example, sometimes the URL is, let's say it is, I don't know, you have localhost 3000 and then homepage. If it is like this, then we will add a / by ourselves here. But if it has /, then we will just return the path. And now let's return it. Return, open a backtick, and then do base URL and save path. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down and add a dependency here. Every time the base URL change or the path change, we will update this use memo. So the error should go away from here. Let's also add a Boolean variable here. Let's do const can render, it will be Boolean, and if the base URL exists. So now let's come down below this second div, and let's add a button. You should import button from UI button. I think I already have imported that. And this is the refresh button. So we should be able to refresh our preview. Let's add an icon refresh from tabular icons React. Close it like this. And let's go to the button and add some attributes here. Let's add size to be small. The size of the button, we'll make it small, or SM. Let's do the variant to be outline, and then class name cursor pointer like this. Let's also add on click, and then this on click, let's do an inline function. Set fragment key, we'll get the previous one and previous plus one, like this. Let's also make it disable if it cannot be rendered. Disable not can render, like this. Okay, perfect. And now let's come down below this button. We will create this sandbox URL. Sandbox URL, like this, sandbox URL bar, or whatever you name. We will create this component soon. We don't have it yet, but let's add some attributes to that first. The first one will be sandbox base URL, which will be our base URL that we created above. Let's do full URL, and then this will be full URL that we created above. Let's also create on navigate. This is a function, and then let's do path and set path to be path, like this. Let's also make this one to be disabled every time that it cannot render. If it can't render, then make it disabled. Okay, perfect. And now let's come down. Let's add another icon. So when we click on this one, on this button, it should open our preview mode in a new tab. So let's add some attributes to this one, to this button. Size, again, let's make it small, SM. Again, variant is outline. And again, class name is cursor pointer. Let's also add on click, and the on click, let's open a function, an error function. We will check if if not data.sandbox URL, if the sandbox URL does not exist, sandbox URL, then we just return. So we do not need to open in a new tab. Otherwise, we will do window.open and then data.sandbox URL, and let's do open in new tab. So blank, like this. And now let's come down and add an icon. We will do icon external link, imported from tabular icons React, like this, and save it. And now let's go ahead and create our sandbox URL bar. We come down in after this code web view. Let's come down and create an export function, a sandbox URL bar. And this one will need some props. Let's create an interface at the very top in here. Let's do interface, and then let's do sandbox URL bar props. We cannot use props because we already use props there. So sandbox base URL in here, sandbox base URL, we need that one, which will be of type string. We will also need a full URL. This is also of type string. We need disable. If it is disabled, this is of type boolean. And on navigate, this is a function which accepts path as an argument, paths of type string, and return void. Now let's come down and add them here. We straight away destructure all of these props from sandbox URL bar props, sandbox URL, base URL, and then full URL, and then disabled, and on navigate, like this. Let's come down, and then here let's first create a few state and a ref. So the first one I will do the first one is editing. Set is editing, so it's use state, and it's of type boolean. By default it's false. You can assign the type here if you want. And now let's create another state. We will check if it's in draft mode, draft, and set draft. So let's do use state again, but this time let's make it to be string, and by default make it an empty string. Let's create our ref now. I will name it input ref because our URL bar will be inside an input. Import use ref from React, and let's assign a type to this. We will make HTML in input element, and by default let's make it null. Now let's go down and return the HTML. Create a div, and in this div let's add a class name to be flag1. And now let's come down in here. We will check if is editing. If it is editing, we will render an input, a normal input, or you can use the input from Chat-CN UI. We will render a button otherwise, which is also a normal button. And then Let's add the attributes to this input and button. Let's come down. For this input, let's bring the actual input also down here. And now let's add for the input, let's add the ref first, which is input ref. And now let's add autofocus disabled to be disabled, that we have access from prompt. Value will be draft. And let's also add on change. On change is E, and then set draft. And then this one will be E dot target dot value, like this. Let's do on blur. Let's do commit. We will create that function soon. We don't have it yet. And let's do on key down when someone press the enter key or escape key. It's not actually required. Let's not do this. We don't want the enter key, and we will ignore this one. But we have to create that a commit function. And before that, let's add some attributes to our button. Let's bring it down, and let's add, actually I'm going to bring the actual button also down. Let's do the type to be button. Otherwise, sometimes it's type submit. Disable should be disabled, that we have access from prop. Let's also add on click to be start editing like this. We don't have this function yet, but we are going to create it soon. And now let's add a class name. Let's do height to be 9, which is around 36 pixel, w full. And let's do truncate. Let's do rounded MD. Let's add border and px3. Text to be start, and also let's do text to be small, font normal. Let's also add the hover. When we hover over that, the BG should be muted, background should be muted. And let's come down and add a few more classes. Let's add disable. When it is disabled, cursor, let's make cursor not allowed. And also when it's disabled, let's make opacity to be 50, not full opacity. And now let's add the button label. So let's do full URL. If it doesn't exist, just, I don't know, just something like this, or just an empty string. And now let's go up and create this commit and start editing functions. So let's go up in here. The first one will be, let's do const start editing is an arrow function. And then here, let's do set draft to be full URL. And let's also do set is editing to be true. Now let's do const commit function. Let's make it an arrow function also. And now let's create a raw first, const raw, which will be a draft.trim with trimming. And let's make sure that it's not in edit mode. Set editing is false. And now let's come down. We will do next path. We will say raw dot starts with, if it starts with a forward slash, then we will do raw itself. Or if it starts with raw dot starts with sandbox base URL, and then another question mark, raw dot slice, we will do sandbox base URL dot length, just a forward slash, like this. Otherwise, just to open a backtick and then forward slash and then raw, like this. And now let's normalize it, normalize, and then do next path dot starts with, if it starts with forward slash, then do next path. Otherwise, let's just append a forward slash to this, forward slash, and then next path, forward slash, and then next path, like this. Perfect. And then on navigate, we will do on navigate to be normalized. Looks like we have an error. Oh, base in here, we forgot the E. Let's update all the instances. Sandbox base URL. The error should go away. Perfect. Amazing job. So we have code web view. This is our project preview mode. And now we can go ahead and add this one to our project view. If we go to our project view, in here that we have project view preview, let's remove that one now, and let's check if active code fragment, and then only in that case we will render code web view, and let's pause the props here. We need data to be active code fragment, active code fragment like this. And I think that's the only thing that we need to pass. Okay, now if we check in the browser and we have a preview mode and a code view mode, but none of them is working. So let's go to the home page in here. Let's create a new project. Let's create a calculator app and press enter, and it should redirect us to the project page. And if you check the Inngest server, a running has been started, and we have to wait for this to finish. It's now creating files for us. It should finish soon. As you can see, it has been finished. And if we check in the browser from here, click on this one, looks like we have an error. And let's check here also. Let's refresh. We have the code fragment. And if you click, as you can see, we have the URL, the exact Sandbox URL here. We have this icon that when we click, it will open it in the new tab. But we still have a few styling issues. And if we click on the code view, as you can see, we have calculator and page. Perfect. Amazing job. Amazing work. You can edit this code. You can do whatever you want, and it's working exactly like VS Code. Let's check this one. I think the error is because of this one, because this is using hooks, but it's not using use client. But right now we cannot save it. If we add it manually, we cannot save it. But let's go ahead and add a save button here and a copy button. So let's go back to our VS Code, and in the file explorer, which is here, let's come down where we have this selected file, and then we have this code view. Let's add two buttons here. The first button, let's create this button, import from UI button. Let's add a class name to this button. Let's add padding 1 to this button. Height is 5 and weight is 5. Let's also do border to be none and round it full. Let's also do cursor pointer. Let's also add a variant to this button to be outline, and let's come down and add an on click. On click, let's do copy to clipboard. We don't have this function yet, but we will create that soon. And now let's add the label to be an icon. Icon folders. You can import from tabular icons React like this. And let's make this to be small. Let's add a class name and then size to be only 4. And now let's come down and add another button. This one will be for saving our data to the database. And now let's add a class name to this button also. I think we can just copy exactly the same class name and variant from the above button and paste it to this button also. Let's add a label for this one. For this one, let's add the save icon. You can import from Lucid React like this. And let's add a class name also for the size to be 4. Exactly these two buttons should be similar. We can also add a loading state. Let's do that. So when we save, it's promise, right? It will start loading. So we will check if it's loading. Then we will add icon loader 2 from tabular icons React. And then here let's add a class name. The class name will be size 4. Animate spin like this. If it's not loading, we will add our save icon. We don't have this loading yet. Let's add an on click also. We will do save changes. We will create this function and copy to clipboard and loading soon. Let's go up and create them right now. So the first thing is loading. Let's do that. It's just a state is loading, and then set is loading. By default, it is false. And now let's come down and create the onChange and copy to clipboard. Let's do the onChange first. Can't save changes, and let's open our try catch block in case if we get any error. And if we get any error, let's straight away do toast, import it from Sonar, toast.error, and then we will say error. We pass the error as error. Oh, it's not error, it's E as error. Let's get only the message. E as error, wrap it like this, dot message. Let's also add a finally block. In the finally block, we will just set the loading to be false. And now let's go to the try block. And then here, let's do set is loading to be true. In here, first it should be true. And let's come down. We will do await API client dot fragment. I think we don't have the fragment endpoint, but let's go ahead and create one. Under the API and then Elysia, let's create a new file. We will name it fragment.ts. I think the others are plural, like messages and projects. Let's make this one also to be fragments. And we can copy exactly the contents from message, but we will modify it. And instead of export messages, we will do export fragments. Okay, so in this one, for the fragments, we don't need get, we don't need post, we only need to update our code, right? We just need a patch method. So what I am going to do, I'm going to remove this get and just do dot patch like this. And I'm also going to remove this post up to here, removing this post. And in the patch method, let's do, we need the fragment ID. So we should know which fragment we are going to update. And the next one is an async function. And in this async function, let's destructure body and params like this. And let's go down, actually, before adding the logic, let's define our schema and shape. So let's do body, and then the body will be Z. Import Z from z.object, and then we should have file z.record, and then z.string, comma z.string, and we will add a message. We will say files is required. Let's also add project ID, which will be z.string again, and let's add the minimum for the project ID to be 3 characters. And we will say project ID is required. We will also need the Sandbox ID, and Sandbox ID is also z.string, and let's make this to be optional. It's not a required field. And let's come down in here. We need params also, and params is also z.object, and for params we only need fragment ID, which is z.string, and minimum is 3. And let's do fragment ID is required like this. Perfect. You can import Z like this, and now we can go up and update our fragment inside this async function. So the first thing we will do, we will get the existing fragment, const existing fragment. Existing fragment will be await db dot code fragment dot find unique, and we have fragment ID here. So we'll say where ID is params dot fragment ID, and we only need to select files. Select files to be true, and sandbox ID to be true in case if we want to update the sandbox. But I think in this case we are not going to update the sandbox, we just update our database. So now in here, let's check if not existing fragment, then throw new error, and then we will say fragment not found. Otherwise, if it was there, let's do const sandbox ID. We will do existing fragment dot sandbox ID. Otherwise, we will get the sandbox ID from body.sandbox ID. We may not need the sandbox ID, but in case. So let's check if not sandbox ID like this, we will throw new error, missing sandbox ID, something like this. And now let's find the sandbox. Let's do await. We have this get sandbox utility function, and let's pass the sandbox ID. Now let's grab the entries, which will be object.entries, and let's do body. We need all the files. And now we have to do a for loop. We'll do for const, and then we only need path and content from the files of entries like this. And now let's do const full path. We have this utility function to project path, and let's pass the path. And now in here, let's update the sandbox also. That's why we need sandbox ID. It's not necessary, but in case, just do it if you want. Sandbox.files.write and then full path and content. This is updating the sandbox, not our database. Okay, perfect. Now let's come out of this for loop and create an updated files, which will be, let's do split the existing fragment dot files, and then let's also do body dot files, spread it, the whole body dot files. And this is complaining, so let's add a type to this. We will add this to be as record, and then let's do string like this. And now let's come down. We will do const updated fragment. We will update the fragment and await db.code_fragment.update like this. We will update which fragment, where ID of the fragment is params.fragmentID, and let's add the data now. The data, we only need files to be updated files. Okay, perfect. And then at the end, let's just return the updated fragment, not updated files, updated fragment. And now let's go and add this fragment to our file. We don't need this ingest function. Let's go to routes, API, and then slats, and then routes, and let's add the fragments here. Fragments from Elysia fragments. And now if we go to our file explorer, in here now we should have access to fragment. So we are going to say API client.fragments, and then let's pass fragment ID, and then we'll say .path, and then let's pass files to be local files, and let's also pass project ID and sandbox ID. Perfect. I think we are all done. Oh, we only need the copy to clipboard. Let's do that one also. If you come down, let's create a copy to clipboard. This is a function. Let's make an arrow function, and then just do window.navigator, window.navigator.clip, and then .write text. So now, since we have local files and the files that is coming as a props here, let's create actually merged files too. We will combine both local files and merged files and the files that's coming from props. So let's do it like this. Let's do const merged files, use memo from React, and let's straight away add the dependency first, files and local files, and now we can go ahead and return something from here. What we're going to return, I'm going to return an object. So we will split the files and we will split the local files. And now in the copy to clipboard, let's come down in here. We will say merged files and then selected file. Let's make sure that this is a string. And now let's add a toast message also, toast.success. And then we will say code copy to clipboard like this. Since we have merged files now, let's pass it every time that we pass files. Let's not pass the files itself. Let's merge files like this. And let's go down, I think, in here also. Let's do in here in file tree. And this one, let's make both of them to be merged files like this. And I think we don't have any other file instance. Oh, in here also, let's do merged files. And now if we go and check our browser, it should all look good. As you can see, we have something like this, but our code fragment view is not working, but our code view should work. This one is, it should be at the top in here. Okay, let's go and fix this first. So to fix that one, I think I'm going to wrap this code view in another div. Let's add a div and then paste this one here. And let's add a class name to this div. Class name, let's make flex and then flex1. Let's also do overflow auto and height to be full and wait to be full like this. Save it, check this time. And our web view is also not looking good. Looks like this is displayed flicks in a single row. Let's fix this one also. If we go to our code web view, this one, I think I closed this div here. Let's remove it from there and put it here. This div should be closed after the button. And let's check this time. It should look good. As you can see, it's now looking good. We have our URL bar. We can refresh it, and this sandbox is not working anymore. Let's go back to homepage, and this time let's ask it again to create, I don't know, let's create a landing page. Press enter. It should redirect us back to project page. This is our message, and if you check the Inngest dev server, a running has been started, and it should take a while. Okay, it's going to create files for us, and it should finalize it soon. Now, if we check this in the browser, again, we are getting an error. If we check in here in our application, let's refresh it. And if you click on the code view, you can either, because we don't have the chat box here, we can add it soon, but right now we can update it manually. So as you can see, this one is using use state and doesn't have use client. So let's go up and add use client manually. Actually, our buttons are still the same, but let's press save if it's working. Okay, looks like it has been saved to the database and it's working. Perfect. So we added use client manually and it worked. Amazing job. And let's fix this to button. It doesn't look nice. If you come to VS Code, I think I did the same mistake here also. Let's cut this from here and put it here. So this div should be closed here. And let's also fix the class names. And here we need to add, let me remove these full classes and add separate classes to this one. We will add flex and then items center. Let's also do justify end. It should push to the right. Let's do w full and height to be 8 like this. Let's also add a padding right and left to be 8 and the gap 6 like this. This time it should work. Let's check again in the browser. If we refresh, I think our sandbox is expired already. Yes, it's 5 minutes, so it's expired, but we can create that again. This time we will create a dashboard for e-commerce website. Be mindful of use client. Let's press enter. If we check Inngest dev server, a run has been started and it should finish in a while. It starts creating files for us and it is finalized. If we check the URL, let's make sure it's working. Or we can check in our app, but it is nothing. It's just a blank Next.js page. So it's AI anyway. If we refresh our app, click on this fragment. So this is the preview. And if you click on code view, this is like this. Oh, I think it forgot to add the page, the main page. That's why it's not showing. It created the dashboard, but the actual page is, it looks like the actual page is inside this dashboard. But we have a card component, everything here. We can update. Okay, this is all about this one. And now, as I promised, let's create a home page and navigation bar. To do that, I am going to create a new file inside the components. Let's name it navmenu.tsx. And now let's export a function. Export function nav menu. Nav menu to be like this. And let's return. I'm going to return nav like this. And let's add a class name. Class name to be flex and justify between. Let's make height to be, I don't know, let's do 80 pixel. Let's add background to be white and then shadow ALG. Let's make it rounded to be 4 pixel, which is around 16 pixel. And now let's come down in here. We just need to add our logo. Import image from next image or just a normal image if you want. For the logo, I'm going to logo Epson and find a logo from there. Logo Epson. I think I'm going to pick this one. Let's copy this. And then if I go to VS Code, inside the public folder, we will add our logo, public, and then let's create a new file, logo.svg, and let's paste this one. So open SVG editor and then paste it like this. Now let's close it. We don't need this anymore. And then here, let's do src. The src will be slash logo.svg, and then alt will be ForgeAI logo. Let's add the height to be 50 pixel, weight also to be 50 pixel. And now let's add this nav menu. Let's close all the other files. We don't need them anymore. Code view, utils. Oh, I closed nav menu also. Tree view, prompt, message card, AI chat box. Like, we can close all of them from here. And let's close all of them also. We only need nav menu, and we only need in the app, we need layout. Now before children, let's import our nav menu from components nav menu. And if we check in the browser, well, our nav menu is not looking good. Let's go ahead and fix this one. The first thing, let's come to our nav menu and add W full. So it should be full width. And I think the height is too much. Let's make it 16. That should be enough. Let's do round it for Excel like this. And now let's fix our layout also. In our layout, I'm going to remove the justify center and item center from body. So let's remove them. Item center and justify center, remove them from body. I'm going to cut them and now leave it like this. And now let's bring a main tag from HTML and add class name to this. Let's paste justify center and item center here, and let's add this to be flex and flex 1, and let's cut this children and paste inside this main. Make sure it's flex column, and I think it should fix it. Let's check it in the browser. As you can see, it's looking much better. So later on in here we will add login and sign up or log out option, but right now we only have our logo. Let's make it functional. Okay, let's wrap it in another div. Actually, I'm going to wrap it in a div and paste it, and now add a class name to this div. Let's add the px to be 6, and let's add the cursor pointer. Actually, instead of this div, I'm going to add the link you can import from Next link, and we have to add an href to this link. Href will be the home page like this. Exactly. Let's also add flex and items center, and let's save it, and let's add an opacity and make this a little bit look better. What I'm going to do in here, I'm going to change the shadow to be, and add a bit more shadow to be 2xl like this, and let's do opacity to be 50. I think it's looking much better, except for our logo. Let's check our logo. Let's add a class name to our logo in here, and instead of the weight and height to be there, we will add it here. I'm going to do W. Let's make it 10, and let's make height also to be 10, which is 40 pixel. And now let's make this to fill. When we add fill, we should make this one to be position relative, and let's add a shadow to excel in here also, and bg white. Let's also add margin y, my auto, and let's wrap this link and image with another div. I'm going to do it like this, and let's do add a class name. Let's do display flex, and I am going to remove this bg white and mx auto from here, and this shadow also to this one, and let's add a padding also, padding to be 6. And I'm also going to change this opacity from 50 to 80. I think for now it's all good. It's looking much better. And we will add like default prompts here and the text here. We will do that in the next video. Okay, now let's go to Excalibur. In chapter 9, we created File Explorer. That's done. We created Project View, which is done. We created Code View, and we can also edit code. So make the code editable. That's also done. And we added a nav bar to our homepage, but it's not completely finished. So we'll come back to this one in the next lesson, next chapter. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 10, we are going to create an option that people can upload an image or a screenshot. The AI will create a Next.js app based on the screenshot. We will also fix our navigation. We will add default prompts. We will also update our schema because we will be adding image URL. And so we need to add the image URL to our schema also. As you can see here, I added a little bit styling to our navigation. It's not that much, but you can, let me show you. If we go to VS Code and let's open a header, I think it was nav menu. I only changed this BGY to be 80 and then shadow to XL. Actually, let's change the shadow to be MD. Shadow to XL and rounded MD. I think I can make rounded small. And then the rest of them is all the same. So it's now looking like this. Let's make this one also 85% or 89, which is looking, I think it's looking much better. Okay, now let's go and create our image upload functionalities. The first thing, let's go to our schema. Let's go to schema.prisma. And what we are going to do here, we need an image URL for the message. Let's add it, image URL, and let's make sure it's of type string, but we can make it optional. It's not a required field. Let's add it to project also like this, and we can add it to fragment also like this. And in the fragment we can also add design spec. So design spec will be of type JSON, but it's optional. So what is design spec? So when you upload an image, the AI will extract data from that. Like for example, your image or your design will have a text on that, a shape on that. So the AI will extract the shape, the text, and everything that's in the image and put it in a JSON format. So this is about the design spec. Okay. It is optional. We can save it to our database or not, but we can put it right now. And now let's go ahead and migrate our database, change our migration. In my terminal, let me shut down my terminal, my dev server. And now let's do npm prisma migrate reset. First, we have to reset the previous migration. Are you sure? Yes. And now our migration has been reset. Let me clear. And now let's do migrate div. We should add a name here. Now let's adding image URL to schema like this. And let's also do prisma generate. Okay, it has been generated. Let's also run prisma format to format this schema. Prisma format. Okay, now it has formatted our schema. Now let's run our server again, and our schema is ready. We are ready to go. If I open my ingest function, in here, we are going to add another option. As you can see right now, to run our network, we need event.data.message, the text that people pass to our AI. For example, create a landing page for me. That's the data. Now we are going to change this one. So people should be able to upload an image or a message or a combination of an image and a message. So to do that, I'm going inside the lib and create a new file. I will name it extract design spec.ts like this. And now let's create our function now in here. I straight away export async function, and then let's name it extract design spec from image like this. This is a function. Let's get the params, and then we need image URL, which is of type string, and also we need user message or user hint. Let's name it user hint. This will be also type string or null. Now let's come down, and then here we need OpenAI. So since we need OpenAI, let's go ahead and install OpenAI also. I'm coming back to my terminal and shut down my dev server, and let's do npm install OpenAI. Okay, perfect. OpenAI has been installed. Now let's run our dev server again. And now come here. I already created an OpenAI account in one of the previous chapters. So I have my OpenAI API key, but if you don't have, you can go ahead and create your OpenAI API key. Let me show you in the documentation, platform.openai.com. Let's close this. And then if you go to dashboard and then API keys, you need your API key you can get your API key from here. So let's go to docs, and then this is how you can create an OpenAI instance. So let's do that. We can name it client or OpenAI, and then client.response.create, but we are not going to use this one. And if you come down in the right side, let's come down where we find chat completion here, create a chat completion, and make sure you change it to Node.js, and then we will use this one, openai.chat.completions. So let's go ahead and do that. I'm going back to VS Code, and now in here, let's create the OpenAI instance above. We can say const OpenAI, or you can name it client. We will say new OpenAI. Okay, let's import this one, OpenAI. I don't know why I can't import it, but let me import it manually. So I'm going to do import OpenAI from OpenAI. Okay, now let's create our response here. So I'm going to say const response await OpenAI, the one that we created here, the instance of OpenAI dot chat dot completions dot parse. We will parse it, and then let's open an object like this. We will add the model. And then the model, you can add any model. GPT, you have a lot of options. So let's find. So the higher the model version, the more it costs for you. But for this one, I think I'm going to use GPT-4o. Let's find GPT-4o, and then 2024 86. I'm going to use this one. It's a bit cheaper. And now, after the model, let's add messages. And this is an array like this, an array of objects. The first one will be, let's add the rule to be a system message. System. And then for the content we need to add a prompt. I already prepared the prompt for you, so let's open the prompt.ts, and let's paste this one, design prompt. It's a very basic prompt. I'm just saying you are a UI design extractor. You will receive a screenshot or design image of a website. Your task is to analyze the image and output only valid JSON following the schema provided. We will add this schema using Zod, and we are telling the AI to extract data in a JSON format from the image. Even in the previous prompt also, we mentioned that we told our AI that we will either send you a message, or we will send you a design spec in a JSON format, which is extracted from an screenshot. Okay, perfect. Now let's go back and use this prompt. So in here, we will import design prompt. Okay, perfect. Now let's come down. For the other object, let's do rule. The rule for this one will be user. This will be user message. And then the content for this is another array of objects. So the first, let's do type, which will be text. And the actual text will be, we are going to say, let's open a backtick. We are going to say return JSON that matches the required schema. And then we will add a user hint here. And let's add the $, and then curly braces, we will say params.userHint, like this. Or if there is no user hint, we will just pass an empty string. And then let's come down below this one. We will add another object. And this one is, the type is image URL. You remember we said we will pass the design spec from an image URL. So this type is image URL, and the actual image URL will be, let's do it, the URL to be params.image URL. We have access to that from params in here as an argument. Okay, perfect. This one I put in the wrong place. It should be, let's cut it from here and paste it in here. And now let's create our design format. Let's come down after the array finish. In here, let's say response format, Zod response format. You can import Zod response format from OpenAI helpers, and then Zod. When you install OpenAI, it will install it. In here, we'll pass design spec schema. We will create this one soon. And let's also name it design spec. And let's also add a temperature. It's not really necessary the temperature to add, but it's a good option to add. Temperature, let's add 0.1. The higher the temperature is, it's more, the more redundant the response will be. For example, if the temperature is 1, it will generate the response to be more redundant. But if the temperature is lower, for example, in this case, 0.1, then it will, AI will try to send us more accurate and correct response. Okay, perfect. Now let's go up and create this design spec schema. Okay, in here, let's do it to be, you may wonder why I didn't pass API key. We need to pass API key here because my API key name is, if I show you .env, I have entropic and then E2B OpenAI API key. If you name it to be exactly like this, you don't need to pass it. But if the name is something else, you have to pass it. And now let's come here. We will say const design spec schema. And then let's do z imported from Zod, z.object. Import z like this. And this is just a schema, a Zod schema. So instead of typing that long schema, I'm just going to paste it because I already provided that for you. So let me remove this and paste it like this. So in here, this is a basic Zod schema. We are saying AI that when you extract the data from images in a JSON format, from image in a JSON format, you need to provide as a theme, you need to provide as pages if there is more objects, and then we are saying that how it should look like the shape of the objects. So now let's come down. This part is done. And now in here, after this one, let's create the result. We will do result response, the response that we created above this one, response dot choices 0, and then dot message dot parsed, like this. If you wonder where I am how I know that it is response dot choices, if you check the documentation, it clearly says like that, completion dot choices 0, but we didn't name it completion, we name it a response. Okay, so now in here we will check if there is no result. If no result, and then we will just throw a new error, and then we will say failed to parse the design specification. Failed to parse the design specification, like this. Otherwise, if we have the result, then return the result. Okay, now let's go to our ingest function. After we create our network in here, As you can see right now, we have event.data.message, but we are going to change it to, I don't know what to name, but let's name it builder input. It doesn't matter what you name. We don't have this builder input yet, but we are going to create it above that. So I'm going to create const builder input. It will be await, and then I will do step dot run like this, and let's name it build agent input, and let's add an async function. And then in this async function, we will first check if we have an image URL, if the user really passed an image URL or not. If he or she didn't pass an image URL, then we just return the message. So I'm going to check if not event.data.image URL, then just return event.data.message. We just return the actual message itself. Otherwise, if there is an image URL, let's do const spec, and we will say await extract design spec from image, the function that we created in here. Let's import it. And then here we need to pass two arguments. So the first argument, let's do image URL, and image URL in this case will be event.data.image URL, and the second one will be user hint or user message. So we will do event.data.message like this. And now let's come down in here, just return it. Return like this, and then let's do a backtick. We will say design spec, and let's open a new line, add a plus here, and then let's do another backtick. I'm going to do json.stringify, and then spec. When we upload an image, this extract design spec from image, this is going to extract all the data from that image, and then it will be in a JSON format. So in here, we will stringify that JSON object, so the AI can understand it much better. Let's also pass null and 2. And now in here, let's open a new line again, double new line, and let's do plus again and come down. And this time I'm going to say user nodes, which is, and then let's do it like this. Another new line. Let's come down again, and the user nodes will be the actual user messages. Let's open the $, and then event.data.message. The user nodes is the actual user message. So we append all of them in a single string. And now let's come down in here. We will join them by using this new line. Now we can go ahead and make our application to start working. But before that, if I show you, let me close this one now. We don't need this anymore. Let's go to any project, a dummy project. Let's say projects, and then I'm going to go to this project, for example. Our nav bar is not looking good here. We will fix that soon. But as you can see, we don't have our chat box here. We have to add our chat box here. So let's go ahead and do that. First thing, what I'm going to do, I'm going to comment the nav bar right now. We will add it back soon, but right now I'm going to comment it in nav menu. Let's comment this one. If I go to messages container, which is this page, so this part of this page, the left side, we will add this messages container. We will add AI chat box to our messages container also. Okay, so if you go up in here, let's do it. Let's add a div actually, and then let's add a class name. I'm going to add the position relative, and then padding, let's do 3. And then here, let's do AI chatbox, import it from AI chatbox. Let's also pass project ID to be project ID. We have access to project ID in this application, in this page as a prompts. And now if we check our browser, we should have the AI chat box in our message container. As you can see, we have it here. But because of this Next.js logo, we can't see the image upload option. Let me inspect and remove this one. So in here, I'm going to delete it. And now you can see this image upload option. You can attach a file. So now let's go ahead and fix our endpoints. If I go to AI chat box, we have commented these things. Let's uncomment them and let's pass the image URL in here. So we can either send a message or an image URL or a combination of a message and an image URL. So let's do image URL to be this URL that we created above here. We also need to pass it to our messages, image URL, and then the URL that we have access to it from here. But we are getting an error in both of them, in messages and projects, because we don't have it yet. So let's go ahead and add them. First, let's go to project.ts Elysia route, and let's come down in here. In here, let's do image URL, which will be z.string, and it's optional. It's not required field, so it's optional. And let's add it in here also. So image URL will be body.image URL. So we have access to that. And now let's also pass it to ingest, because we need to access it from here. So we need to access the image URL. So we need to pass to ingest. I'm coming here and image URL. Let's do body.image URL like this. And now let's add it to our message also, messages.ts Elysia route in the post. And let's come down here, add image URL z.string dot optional like this. And now let's save it to the database, image URL and body.image URL. Let's pass to ingest also. Image URL will be body.image URL like this. And the error from our AI chatbots should go away. Perfect. I think that's all we need for our design spec. So let me check my function, which version of OpenAI I am using. Oh, I think I'm using GPT 5.2, which is the latest version. So let's go ahead and test this. Let's go to homepage and see if it is working from the homepage. I'm going to say, let me actually copy. Let's go to Airbnb first, airbnb.com, and I'm going to take a screenshot from their homepage. From this part, I'm going to take a screenshot up to this part like this. And now let's close it. And then now I'm here saying create an Airbnb clone exactly like the attached image. So we will attach the image now. So I created this image, got a screenshot from Airbnb, and now let's send our message. It will take a bit longer because first we need to upload the image to upload thing, and then get that image URL and then send it to ingest and the AI. And now, as you can see, our message is here. And if you check, a run has been started in our ingest server. Perfect. We have to wait a bit for this to finish. Okay, as you can see, it has been started to create files for us. And now it has generated a sandbox URL and saved to database, and at the end, finalization. Perfect. Let's check if it's matching our design, our image upload stuff. Let's click on this one. We have to make this one to click by default, but now let's click it manually. And as you can see, it's perfectly matching our design. So this is our Airbnb clone. The images are not there because this is how AI can handle images. But let's see if anything is functional. So nothing is functional. Let's check if this one is functional. Oh, the search is functional, it's working. And what about the favorite? This is not working. I'm based in Australia. It shows me suggestions, popular homes in Sydney. And then here also it created popular homes in Sydney. Perfect. And all those homes that are available in Airbnb, room in Surrey Hills, and this one also, room in Surrey Hills. Exactly that one. But it's missing images. But in the next chapter, we will add Unsplash Tool. So we will add beautiful images from Unsplash to this one. Now let's go back to a Scala draw, and then here, let's tick this one. So we finish this one, and let's fix our navigation now. We also updated our schema. Let's mark this one also to be done, and we also need to work on this too. Okay, perfect. Let's close this one, and if I add my navigation back in the layout, let's put it back, and if we check, it is not looking good in here. It will cover like the whole, we don't want it to show in the chat interface. We don't want it to show in here. We only want it to show in the home page. Okay, to fix it, this one, we have two options. If we go to our layout, we can either mark our layout that we created for this one for projects. We can either mark this one to use client, and then based on the path name, we will hide the nav menu. But we are not going to do that. We want to keep the layout to be server rendered. Okay, so what we are going to do, I'm going to create like an structured folder. Let me close the all open editors and all open files. So what I'm going to do in the root layout, actually not in the root layout, inside the app, let's create a folder. We will wrap it with these brackets, and we will name it main. And then inside this main, let's create a layout.tsx, and we move our page.tsx also inside this main. So when we wrap this main inside these brackets, so we don't need to go to localhost and then 3000 and then slash main and then slash page.tsx. We don't need it. As soon as we go to homepage, it will automatically go to the page that we will put inside this main. And now in this layout, let's copy everything from this layout. Actually, we can copy this one and then paste in this layout. Let's name it to be main layout, like this. And then we don't need these things. We don't need global, we don't need metadata, we only need nav menu. And let's remove this HTML tag. We are going to remove this one also. So we only need the main. Let's do it to be, well, I'm going to change this body to main and then remove this main from here. Or actually, I will keep this main and change it to div, like this. And now let's go to our main layout. So this is our main layout. In our main layout, we only need to keep the body and the HTML. So we don't need this one. We don't need these classes. So let's remove them. A very clean just HTML and body tag and children. And if we remove this one, and now if we check our browser, I think it should be already fixed. So as you can see, we don't have that nav menu here anymore. But if we go to homepage, let's go to homepage. We should have it in homepage. As you can see, we have it in our homepage. Perfect. That's all done. So let's mark it to be done. Fixing the navigation is done. And now let's add a default prompt. In here, we will add some default prompts and we will add a heading also. If you check Lovable, lovable.com.div, well, because I'm already logged in, that's why it redirects me to the dashboard. But let's check Base44. They are all like similar to Lovable, and so as you can see, they also have a nav menu at the top. This is their logo, and then they also have a gradient background. This is our AI chat box, and this is their default prompts. So we are going to add exactly similar to this, and we will add a heading, and the description here. So first let's add our title or heading and description. Okay, now let's go to our AI chat box. We don't need these files anymore. We only need our AI chat box. In here, let's go down. Actually, we don't need to add it in here. We need to add it in our homepage, because if we add it here, it will appear like on the message container also. So let's go to main and then page where we added our AI chat box, and then here let's add a div first, and then let's add a class name. A class name flex wrap, and let's also do max weight. So our AI, let's check our AI chat box, how much is the weight of this one, and then flex wrap, and then W full, which will cover this W2XL, which is around 672 pixels. And now let's add our H1 tag. This will be our heading, and we will say class name. Let's do font medium, and then let's do text to be extra large. I think 50 pixel, 5 XL is enough, which is 48 pixel. And let's write some text here. We will say build something great with ForgeAI. And now let's come down and add our description. For description, we just need a normal p tag, and let's add a class name. Let's do text to be small, and then font natural. Oh, text natural, not font. Text natural. I think let's do 500. And now let's add some label texts by uploading a design image or screenshot, or by chatting with AI. You can create a production ready beautiful applications like this. So let's make this one to flex wrap and also flex column, and let's also add a gap of 6 like this. And now if we check it, it should all look good. So it's looking like this. I think the color doesn't look. Let's check Base44 again. So it's looking like this. I think we can change our text color to be white. So in here, we are saying build something great with ForgeAI. Let's add also that work the way you want. And let's also add justify center. Okay, like this. Let's also add text color, a text to be white. Instead of natural 500, let's do natural 50 like this. Let's put a end point here, and then if we check it now, I think it's looking better, but this is too much white. Let's add a text shadow to this so it doesn't look like this. I think the font size is too big. Let's make this a bit smaller and this one a bit bigger. So let's do that. And instead of this one text SM, let's do text MD. And for this one, instead of 5XL, let's do 4XL. Now I think it's looking much better. We can add a text shadow to both of them, or in here, just take a shadow 2xs like this, 2xx, and also let's do text shadow to be black like this. And if we check it now, it should look all good. I think it's looking good. Okay, now let's add our default prompts here. So I already prepared a few default prompts for you. Let's create a file in the root of our project. We create a folder first and we name it constants, and then in here let's just add index.ts. We can do like this. And now let's just paste it like this. So basically I prepared 3 default prompts for you. Let's add one more. We can just copy this one and add one more here. And for this one, let me add an icon. I don't know, let's search for video. Let's add this one, and we will ask this to build a YouTube clone. And in here, we are saying build a YouTube clone with search options and subscribe options. Subscribe, like a video, and comment under a video options. Make it as functional as you can. So it's just something like that. So whatever you want to write. Okay, now let's go to our AI chat box and use these default prompts. We come here to our AI chat box, and at the very end, let's go down in here. Let's create another div. Let's add a class name to this div. I'm just saying flex wrap items center, and let's also add a gap of 2. Let's check how big is our homepage. It's W2XL, max W2XL, like this. And now let's come down and let's do default prompts imported from constant and dot map. Just get a prompt or just P, and then let's just return a button. You can import button from components UI button. And now for the label of this button, let's just do a p.emoji and p.title. And let's add an on click and key to this button, p.title. And let's also add on click. For now, let's just make an empty function, but we are going to create it soon. And also let's add a variant to be outlined like this. Now let's go up and create this function. Okay, so I'm going to create a function const on prompt select, or just let's do on select is a function, arrow function, and in this function we need an argument. Let's make sure it is message of type string, and let's come down here. We will do form dot set value. In our form we only have one value, which is message, so we set value message, and then let's name it message or value, whatever you name. Let's do message, and the third argument, let's do should dirty, make it true. Should touch, let's make this one also true, and should validate, this one make also true. Okay, and now let's go down and pass this on select to our button. And here let's do on select and then pass p.prompt. Let's also add a justify center class here. And now if we check, it should look all good. So as you can see, we have like this one now. I don't like this background color. I think I'm going to change this one in the next section. But now let's click on, I don't know, let's add another one also, another prompt. We can add one more. Let me copy this one. Let's say for this one, let's add an emoji first. I'm going to search for film and add just, I don't know, this one, first one. And I'm going to say build a Netflix clone. And here the same, build a Netflix clone. Let's copy this one and paste it here. Build a Netflix clone with search option, and I think that's it. And a model to open the movie preview. Make as functional as you can. And now if you click in one of them, for example, build an Airbnb clone, actually let's make a cursor pointer also. If we go to AI chat box, in here let's add a class name. Class name, let's do cursor pointer. And now if we click on build an Airbnb clone, this is our prompt, and we can click and build our Airbnb clone. Or if we click on build a Kanban board, it will change to that. So let's click on this, or you can click on build a landing page, any of them that you like. So okay, this is also done. So let's go to Xcali Draw, and here let's mark this one also to be done. In the next chapter, we are going to work on Inngest RealTime, and also we will add Unsplash images. So as you remember, when we created our Airbnb clone, there was no images, or even if there is images, there will be some dummy images, but we will add beautiful images from Unsplash, and I think we will do that in the next chapter. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 11, we are going to fix the homepage and this one, and also we are going to add, if we go to, for example, a project ID, Then we will have these things in there also. We will fix this one also. And we will also add an Unsplash tool. We will get beautiful images when we create our project. So let's start by fixing our homepage. The first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to remove this background color. I don't need it. Let's go to VS Code, and then here, let's go to layout. Actually, first, because we are already in AI chat box, let's fix this one first. So I'm going to check if we have, if we don't have project ID, then only on that case show this default prompts. But if we have a project ID, then don't show them. So now if we check, as you can see, it's not showing here now. So now let's fix this background. Let me go to layout, and this one, the main layout. I think it was in this layout. Yes. To fix this one, I think what I'm going to do, I'm going to remove this background color, and I'm going to add my background color, the custom background color that I added for messages container. So BG FC FB F8, like this. This will be our background color. And also, if I go to AI chat box in here, let's also do justify center. Oh, I think that's all good here. And now if we check in the browser, it should look much better. So let's go back here. And as you can see, it's looking much better. We are also going to change the background for this AI chat box. If you check like bolt.new, as you can see, they have like this chat box. We will add the similar background. It's completely white, and we will add a border. So let's do that. If you go to AI chat box, I think it's in page.tsx, not in the chat box. In here, so let's do, instead of text shadow black and text white, we don't need text shadow, we don't need text white, we just need by default the text to be black, and the justified center and items center also. This text also, let's change it to be like this, text just empty, and let's check it now in the browser. It's looking much more beautiful. And now let's change the background of this AI chat box. So let's go to AI chat box, and if we go up, I think it's in the form itself. Okay, let's change this to be white, and let's do border to be, I don't know, let's do border to be black, and also this border to be black. Now it's looking much more clean and beautiful. We can click on build a landing page, build a Kanban board, build an Airbnb clone, a YouTube clone, or a Netflix clone. And then we can press on this button, or we can upload an image also, attach a file. I'm also going to reduce the shadow for this one. It is too much shadow here. If you open nav menu, and shadow is 2XL, let's just do shadow LG. That's it. Let's also make these two texts to be center, positioned center. So let's go back to, where was it, in this page, and let's add a class name in here and also in here. So we will just say a text center. So if we check it, it's looking much more cleaner and beautiful now. So now let's go ahead and work on our Unsplash tool. I'm going to close all these open files and editors, and now let's open just functions.ts. And if you go down where we have tools, we have one tool, and then another tool, and then another tool, and let's add another tool here. Create tool, and then the name for this one, Unsplash image. And then the description, for the description, let's say it like search Unsplash and download an image into /public and then /assets and /Unsplash. We want it to download an image inside public folder and then assets and then Unsplash. If it doesn't exist, it should create it. So if you check, like for example, in our app, we have public, but we don't have like assets and then Unsplash. It's not this public, it is the public inside your project, inside the sandbox. Okay, Unsplash. And then let's also say return local public path and attributions like this. And now let's add the parameters. Let's do the parameters now. Oh, let's spell the create tool properly. And then now the parameters, we need a z.object. And then in this z.object, let's do query. We first need to send the query to Unsplash. And then this query is z.string. And the minimum let's do to be 2. And let's come down and orientation, because Unsplash images will have orientation like either landscape, portrait, or I don't know, there is a lot of orientations. We will say orientation, and then the orientation, let's do z.enum, and then in this enum let's pass landscape. It has landscape, and portrait, and let's also add squarish like this. It can also be null, so we will say nullable. And let's also come down and add the purpose. The purpose will be z.object, sorry, not z.object, z.enum. We add another enum, z.enum, and then we will add, let's say, a hero image, featured image, testimonial, background. Let's add listing, and at the end generic. It can also be null, so nullable like this. And now the last one will be file name hint. So it will be z.string. We will also make this nullable. And now let's come down after this z.object in here. Let's add a handler, which will be an async function. And then in this async function, let's straight away destructure these parameters, a query orientation, and let's do query orientation, a purpose, and let's also destructure file name hint. And now let's come down inside this function. What we are going to do inside, we just first check Unsplash access key. So let's go ahead and create an Unsplash access key first. Unsplash API key. Let's search for that. And then if you go to Unsplash images, image API, now click on your apps. If you already have an app, since I already have one app, it shows here Forge. But if you don't have an app, you can click on this one and create a new app, and I can copy. So because I have one, I'm going to use this API key. And now let's come back to VS Code. Let's go to .env, and then here I'm just going to paste this Unsplash API key and the Unsplash secret. Let's add a comment. We will say Unsplash like this, and we don't need this anymore. We will close them. And now in our handler, let's come here. Let's create an access key, and we will say process.env.unsplash API key. You can copy the Unsplash API key. And now let's come down. We will check if there is no API key. If there is no access key, then we will just throw an error, throw new error, and we are saying missing Unsplash. Let's do like this, API key. But if we have an Unsplash API key, let's come down after this if statement. We are going to connect to Sandbox, await get Sandbox. This function, we already used this multiple times, and let's pass the Sandbox ID. And now let's come down. We are going to search Unsplash for images. We are creating a new constant. We say search, and then await search Unsplash photo. This function doesn't exist yet, but we are going to create it soon. And then let's do access key. We pass the access key, we pass the query, and we pass the orientation. First, let's go ahead and create this function. So to create that function, I'm going again inside the lib folder and create a new file. Let's name it unsplash.ts. And in here, let's export async function. And in this async function, we will name it search. I don't know what did we name it. Search Unsplash photo. Let's copy this one so we will not misspell it. Search Unsplash photo. And let's do params and destructure the axis key, destructure axis key which is of type string, destructure query which is of type string, and also destructure orientation. And orientation, let's make it optional, and it will be either landscape, or it can be portrait, or it can be squarish like this. Let's also add a default one, or it can be null. Okay, perfect. Now let's open our function like this. First thing, we need to create a URL search query. So let's do const qs, you can name it whatever you want, and then new URL search query. Search param, sorry, not search query. And then in here, let's pass the query to be params.query. And let's also pass per page to be 1. We can hard code it. And let's also add content filter. We need high quality images. Now let's come down and we will check if params.orientation exists, because we made it optional. As you can see, orientation is optional, so that's why we are checking if it is there. Then we will say qs.set orientation, and then params dot orientation. And now let's come down and create our URL. Let's open a backtick and now say https and API dot unsplash.com/search and /photos, and then put a question mark here, and now open the $sign and curly braces qs.toString like this. This will be our Unsplash API URL. And now let's create our response. Let's do const response will be await fetch. We will fetch this URL, and let's also add headers, and the headers let's add authorization, and the authorization let's open a backtick and we will say client ID. This is what Unsplash expect, and then we'll say param.axis key. We are passing the axis key to this API request. Let's come down in here. We are checking if response dot, actually let's check if not response dot okay. Not response dot okay, then let's throw an error. We first say const, just create a text. We will name it T, for example. Await t.text.catch, and then an error function, and we return an empty string. Not t.text, it is response.text. Okay, and text is a function, response.text.catch, like this. And we also throw an error, throw new error, and let's do Unsplash error. And let's also pass the actual error that we created, response.status, and let's also pass this T that we created above. But apart from that, if response.okay is true, if it is okay, the response, now let's create a raw variable which is of type unknown right now, and we will say await response.json. This is how fetch works. You know this one. So we turn response.json and then return. Let's do Unsplash search response schema. And this one doesn't exist yet, but we are going to create this soon. And then .parse this raw that we have access to it here. Okay, perfect. Now let's go up and create this Unsplash search response schema. I'm going at the top, and here before this function, let's create another function. Let's create a z object, a zod schema. I will just say export const Unsplash search response schema, and then let's do z, import z from zod, z.object, and then in this object we need results, and results will be z.array, an array of Unsplash photo schema. Let's do Unsplash photo schema. We don't have this one yet, but we are going to create it at the top. Import sort like this. And let's create now the Unsplash photo schema. If you go up in here, let's do export. We don't need to do export, but maybe we need it later. Unsplash photo schema like this. Let's do it to be z.object. And now in here, let's do id to be z.string and URLs, because Unsplash will provide multiple URLs. Let's do z.object, and the regular URL, let's do regular z.string, and let's do .url.optional. Let's do the full URL will be z.string, just make it optional. We can remove it from here also like this. And now let's come down below this one, and we need to grab the links, which is z.object, and then let's grab the HTML z.string. Let's make also this to be optional. We don't need any of these fields to be required. And now let's come down again. Let's put a comma and then come down. In here, let's do user, and then again z.object, and then here let's do name. This is the author of the image. So if you go to Unsplash, let me show you. If you click on any of the images, let's say for example on this one, this is the name of the user. So we need this name. Or you can see the name of the user here also. So let's go back to VS Code. So this name is the name of the user who took the photo. Let's do z.string, make this one also optional. And username. We need the username z.string, and it's optional. Now let's come down here and export a few types. The first one I am going to export type will be Unsplash, because we will need these types in our functions. Unsplash photo like this, and let's do z.infer and type of Unsplash photo schema. Unsplash photo schema, this one. It's uploaded, we already have it at the top in here. Okay, this one, Unsplash photo schema, we need this one, the type of this one. And let's also export another type. Export type Unsplash search response, or you can name it whatever you want. Unsplash search response. And for this one I'm going to say z.infer and type of Unsplash search response schema, this one. Now let's also export another type, and this one we will say Unsplash, I don't know what to name. Let's do Unsplash attributions, and then here we will just need to do photographer name, which will be of type either string or null. Let's also add photographer username. This is also of type either string or null. Let's also add photo URL, which is also of type string or null. Let's also add attribution URL, which will be either of type string or null. We only need to export one more type. Let's do it. Export type Unsplash tool result, because we created Unsplash tool in our function. We need a type for that. So we need public path, which is of type string. We also need local file, which is also of type string, and we also need attribution, which is Unsplash attribution, like this. And now let's save it. We can use these types in our function. And now let's import this function from lib Unsplash. And now let's come down. We are grabbing a single photo. We are just saying const photo is equal search dot results, the first one. We grab the first one. Oops, not like this. It's like this. Search dot results, and then we grab the first one. And let's check if there is no photo. If no photo, then let's just throw a new error. Throw new error. And we are saying that, let's open a backtick. We say no Unsplash result for query, and then we pass the actual query. Okay, like this. But if there is a photo, let's create the URL. We are saying const image URL, which will be purpose. Let's do purpose. If the purpose is background, then let's do photo.url urls.full. We need the full image. Otherwise, we need like the regular URL. Otherwise, we need to do photo.urls.regular, like this. Let's also add another check. So if the full URL doesn't exist at all, we will do all of them to be photo.urls.regular. And now let's save it and come down. And now let's check if we have image URL, if we created our image URL properly. So we will show that. But if we didn't create, so our image URL didn't create properly, if not image URL, we just throw a new error. Let's say, I don't know, Unsplash result missing usable image URL, like this. And now let's come down. If everything went well, then let's create a save slag. Let's do const save slag, and then it will be, let's convert everything to string. It's of type string. File name hint, we need the file name hint, this one. If file name hint is there, otherwise we will do photo.id. Otherwise, if it was also null, we will add the query. And then let's do to lowercase, we convert it to lowercase, and let's also add dot replace, because sometimes Unsplash images will have like some kind of weird paths. So let's do replace, and in here I'm going to add a regex / and then another /, and in between let's open this one, and in here let's do, I don't know what's the name of this character, but let's do from A to Z and from 0 to 9, and then here plus, and in here let's do G, which is all of them, and let's put a comma, replace it with this. Let's also do another replace again. We do a regex this one, and then here this time let's open this one, and then here inside this again this operator, I don't know, I think it's bitwise, it's called bitwise, and this one, and let's do this one again, this one, and $, and then in here G and comma empty string, like this. We are not done yet. Let's also do slice from 0, let's do till 60 characters. So this will be the slack for our image that we will store in our public, in here, where was it, in public assets Unsplash. Okay, perfect. Now let's create our public directory. We will just say const public directory or public dir. Let's do /home. If you don't remember that it's /home, if I show you in the template that we created for E2B, it is /home user project. So we need this directory, /home /user, and then I think project, and we are going to put it in here, public assets Unsplash. So let's do project and then public assets and Unsplash, like this. This is the directory, and let's create a file also, local file. We will name it to be, let's open a backtick and then $ curly braces public directory. In here, / save Slack. Oops, save Slack, this one, and then .jpg, like this. So our image will be stored in home user project public assets Unsplash and then the save Slack. Like for example, I don't know, something like something.jpg, something like that. Okay. And now let's create the public path, const public path. And this one, let's open a backtick and we will say assets and then on splash. And let's do save save Slack here. Save Slack.jpg, like this. And now in here, let's make sure that our directory exists. If our directory exists, so what we are going to do, we are going to say await, we have access to Sandbox, we are saying sandbox.commands. Here we use the commands tool, commands.run, and let's open a backtick and mkdir-p, and let's do this one to be public directory, and then here let's do it like this. And now let's come down. Let's download the image using curl. Make sure that the curl exists in your template. So let's do it to be like this. Const cmd, and we will say curl curl -l capital L - fail - silent, and then -- show error, and then let's do like this image URL, and let's do -o. Again, let's do local file like this. And now let's come down and check the result when the image got downloaded. So we will say await sandbox.commands.run cmd. So in here, we run the actual curl command to download the image. Okay, now let's come down. We will check if result dot exit code not equal 0, and then let's do const msg or message, whatever you name, result dot std error or result dot std out, or an empty string, and let's put them together like this, and then we say dot slice. We only need from 0 to 800, like this, and throw new error. Let's open a backtick, and then we will say failed to download Unsplash image, and then we pass here the actual MSG. Now let's come outside of this if statement, and now let's grab the image metadata, which is username and then the photographer name, the link, and all those options. So let's do it like this. Const photographer name. Let's do photo that we created above, photo.user.name, or if it is null, just null. So let's do also const photographer username. This one also will be photo.user.username or null, like this. Okay, the next variable that we need is the photo URL. Let's do const photo URL. This will be photo.links.html, otherwise, or null. Because Unsplash returns links, Unsplash response will return links. I think we did a typo in our Unsplash tool. Let's make sure it's links, not just link. And let's also add in here URL, even though it says it's deprecated, but it's not going to work without this. Let's add it in here and in this too, .url, even though it's deprecated, but we need that one. Now let's come back here, and as you can see, the error has been fixed. And now let's come down. Let's say const attribution URL, it will be photo URL. If photo URL is null, then in this case, not equal null, sorry, then in this case, we will do photo URL, and then question mark UTM underscore source, which will be ForgeAI. This is our app name. At UTM underscore medium equal referral, like this. Otherwise, let's just make it null. And now let's come down. Let's create a const attributions, attribution, which is of type Unsplash attribution that we created in here. Unsplash attribution. If you remember, we created Unsplash attribution, this one, and then we need photographer name, photographer username, photo URL, and those things. So let's add them here. It will be equal. And now let's say photographer name. Let's also add photographer username. Let's also add photo URL and attribution URL, like this. Perfect. And after this one in here, let's just return public path that we created above, local file, and attribution. It's public. Let's go up in here where we define our schema. Instead of optional, I don't need this optional stuff. Let's add a default option here. Let's do dot default, and then in the default option, for this one we do landscape, but for this one we do generic, and for this one let's do an empty string, like this. And now let's go up, and as you can see, I'm using GPT 5.2, which is the latest version, and it is a bit expensive if you want to use. So let's go ahead and test this one and check the result, how it will produce the result with Unsplash tools. So if we create, for example, a Netflix clone, it should add beautiful images from Unsplash. So let's check it. Let me refresh the browser. Let's ask it to create a modern landing page for a SaaS business. Press enter. Run has been started and we have to wait for this to finish. Okay, as you can see, the run has been completed. If we check our project, let's refresh the browser and click on code fragment manually. And as you can see, it created a beautiful landing page for us with images from Unsplash. To make sure that these images from Unsplash, let's open it in a new tab and click on inspect. And as you can see, it's from Unsplash. The images from Unsplash. Perfect. Amazing job. Now this time, let's create an Airbnb clone and check if it is working. I'm going to ask it to create a modern Airbnb clone to match the attached image. This image is a screenshot that I took from Airbnb in the last chapter. And now attach your image and click on submit. Another run has been started here, as you can see, and we have to wait for that to finish. Okay, looks like the run has been completed. Let's check it in our app. Let's refresh the browser and let's click on the code fragment manually. As you can see, it created a really beautiful Airbnb clone. The image that we uploaded, it fetched beautiful images from Unsplash, and I think that's pretty amazing. I can't believe this has been created by AI. Let's check if they are functional. No, not yet. They are not functional yet. Oh, but this one, at least we can open the drop down, even though it's not fully functional, but still we can open the drop down. But right now, if I ask it to make it functional, it's not going to work because we don't have agent memory. So we are going to create that in the next chapter. In the next chapter, we are going to add agent memory. We are going to add the Inngest RealTime, and also we will fix this one so we don't need to click it manually. As soon as we refresh the page, it should select the code fragment by default. And we will also change this resizable handle. We will add a more beautiful handler to this one. And right now, let's go to Excalibur and mark them as completed. We fixed our homepage. We added an Unsplash tool. So we now have beautiful images instead of the dummy images. Perfect. Amazing job. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 12, we are going to work on ingest real time. We are going to add agent memory, and we are going to fix a fragment selection by default, and we will also change the resizable handle. Okay, let's go ahead and get started on these things. If I come here, the first thing, I think let's add the resizable handle here. So let me go to VS Code. Okay, if you go to sidebar and open components inside the UI, we installed resizable component from Shatsi NUI. Let's come here and let's import a custom icon. Because I have tabular icons, what I'm going to do, I'm going to import icon square table from tabular icons React, like this. I will import this, and let's come down at the very bottom here with handle. In this one that we have this with handle, let's add that. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to make this div not self-closable. We will close it here like this, and inside this we will add our icon. We will add icon a square toggle like this, and let's add a size to this one, class name, and then we'll add size to be 6 like this. And I'm also going to remove these classes, and I'm adding my own classes. So let's add height to be 6. Let's add weight to be 6. Let's add rounded LG, Z index 10, flex, and let's do shrink 0. Let's add BG to be white and shadow LG. Let's also add item center when it is flex, and let's add a shadow color, shadow natural. Let's do 500 like this, and that's all. If we check it now, so as you can see, our handle is now looking more beautiful like this. Perfect. It should be applied in the code and file explorer also. Why we don't have it here? I think we forgot to add it here. Let me go to the file explorer and add it there. So let's close this one. We don't need this anymore. And if we go to file explorer, let me close this UI also and file explorer. So we have resizable panel. If you check message container, I think it was project view. Yes, so we have resizable handle. We can copy this one, exactly the same thing, and let's paste it in here. Let's import this from UI resizable, and if you save it and check in the browser now, it should have added the resizable handle to the file explorer also. If you click on code view, well, so I think we can create a new project. But right now, let's work on Inngest RealTime. So I think this part is done, the resizable handle, but now let's work on Inngest RealTime. So Inngest RealTime, click on this one and check the documentation. This is the quick start guide. Let's install it first. We need to install Inngest RealTime. Copy the command and go to your terminal. I'm going to shut down my dev server and let's install it like this. And now let's start our server again. And now let's check the documentation. So the first thing that we need to do is to add it to our ingest client. What I'm going to do is just copy this line and go to your ingest client. Let's close this one. This part is done. And click on client in the ingest function in the ingest folder, and let's import this one. Let's add a middleware, and this middleware will be real-time middleware. Middleware is an array of middlewares. So let's wrap it within an array like this, and it's all done. Let's go back to documentation and check what's the next step. So now the next step is in the ingest function that we create, let's publish it. So what we are going to do, let me go to ingest function. Okay, now in here, let's go up. For example, in the create or update files, inside this async function, let's do it to be like this. Actually, before this run, let's do it to be we can do await. We need publish here. To access the publish, we can go at the very top in here. When we create our function, we need an event, step, and publish like this. So now let's go down where we create a file, create or update files. Let's do await publish, and in this publish, let's do await user channel. We will create this user channel soon. We don't have it yet. User channel dot project info. You can name it whatever you want, but I name it project info. And then here let's add a message. For example, I don't know, generating project files, something like this. We don't have the user channel. That's why we are getting that error. Let's check the documentation. It should say in the documentation also. Okay, as you can see, it is here. So you can create, I think in here it doesn't say how to create the user channel. And let's click on this one. Oh, it's here. So if you click on type channels, so you can create the user channel like this. This is the user channel, but we are not going to make this complicated. We will just need to create a basic channel. So let's go to our VS Code and do that. And now in my VS Code, I'm going to create this user channel at the very top in here. After we create this interface before our code agent function, let's create our channel. I'm going to name it export const user channel, and then this user channel is channel. Let's do it channel, and then you can import it from Inngest RealTime. Let's do it here. Import channel. We also need topic. Import channel and topic from Inngest RealTime like this. And now let's come down and fix and finish our channel creation. So our channel name will be, in this case, because we will create a project, we will name it a project and then add a topic to that. The topic, so it's like this. Let's say topic, and then this topic, I think we will need to add, let me check what I named it. Oh, I named it project info. So let's do project info like this. Let's add a type, and then the type will be just a simple string. Let's save it. And now we have our real-time update added here. I think another thing is we have to create a hook. So let's check the documentation. What else we need? We are publishing it like this. We create the channel like this. Okay, we have to create a new function which will use only server. We can copy this code, and let's go back to VS Code. In our VS Code, you can create the file inside this lib folder, or you can create an actions folder. I think for me, I'm going to create an actions folder inside the app. I'm going to create a new folder, name it actions. And then inside this actions, I'm going to create this, let's name it get ingest a subscription or sub token.ts. And let's mark it to be use server, and let's paste this like this. I'm going to remove all these comments, and let's remove this one and remove this one also. Oh, it has already used server. So let's remove one of them. And now we import ingest from ingest client, and we import user channel from ingest, and then functions. And we need get subscription token and real time from ingest real time. And now in here, we don't need get session now because we don't have authentication right now, but we will add it later and we will need it. But right now we need user channel token, and this will be realtime.token type of user channel. And in here, instead of AI, I think we named it project something, project info. So we have to add that project info. This is the topic, project info like this. And then here we don't need this get session. We need straight away the token, and this token is get subscription token. We need to pass the ingest, and for a channel, we don't have user ID right now. We can pass user channel directly like this, and we need to pass the topic here, which is project info. Let's make sure this is as const. And now let's go and check the documentation. What's the next step? Okay, so the next step is we can use that server action that we created inside our AI chat box. So let's go and do that. So we can copy exactly this one. Let's copy this one and go to our AI chat box. Let's open AI chat box. And then here we can add this before this on submit. So let's add it like this. But right now I only need the latest data, and make sure you import this one from that server action, from app actions, and then get ingest sub token. You need to import this one also from ingest RealTime. Well, let's import it manually. We can go up in here. I'm going to import use ingest subscription and then import it from ingest RealTime. Ingest RealTime / hooks, like this. Now that we have access to this latest data, let's use it in here. If you come down just below this form, let's check if we have the latest data, and then only in that case we are going to create a div, and then let's add a class name to this div. Let's do font medium, and let's do text small, text sm, px2 and py6. Let's come down and let's add latest data dot data, like this. And now I'm going to add some custom classes here. So shimmer text, and also I'm going to add tracking wider. This tracking wider is not, this is from a Tailwind itself, but I'm just adding shimmer text. And for the shimmer text, let's go ahead and create that. I'm going to copy this one, and let's go to global.css, and let's go at the very bottom in here. Let's add this shimmer text, and I'm just going to paste this a bunch of CSS styling like this. And now let's add this variables. We will add this variable under the root in here. So let's add them here. It's shimmer color from, and shimmer color mid, and shimmer color 2. Let's also add this shimmer animation. So I'm going to just paste it here. Okay, now we are all good to go. Let's close this one, close this client, close this one. I don't think we need the AI chat box also anymore. And we only need to add this publish to a few more steps. Let's add it to this step also when we read our files. Before the step.run in the handler, let's add it to be like this. Instead of generating project files, let's do reading project files. And now let's go down, and for the Unsplash tool also, in here, let's add it to be, let's say download images, downloading images from Unsplash, or just downloading images. We also need to add, where else we need to add this? Let's add it in the upper steps also. We can add this in the terminal also in here. Let's say installing packages inside our sandbox. So this terminal will install or install packages or update the packages. And now let's come down. Where else we need to add? Let's add it in here also. We can just say saving to database, saving to DB, like this. And let's also add, I think that's it. We don't need anything else. In here also you can add. Let's do generating sandbox URL. I think that's all that we need right now. And let's check in the browser. Let's say create a modern landing page and click on submit. And now we are redirected to the project page. And as you can see, it is showing the shimmer effect here. Perfect, amazing job. It should update as soon as, based on the tools, the message should update. I don't know why the animation is not working for this text, but if we check ingest div server, A run has already been started. Let's wait for that to finish. Let me refresh in case we are getting this drop-down menu error. Let's fix this one also. At the very top, I'm going to create a new state in here. Just name it const mounted and set mounted. Let's make it use state and by default make it false. And now let's come down above the on submit, and after the use ingest subscription, I'm going to use effect from React, and on render, let's just do an empty dependency because it should run only once. And let's just do set mounted to be true. And now we will wrap the drop-down menu. So it starts from here and close here. Let's wrap this drop-down menu. As soon as it got mounted, we only show this one. Mounted, and only when it's mounted, we show this drop-down menu. Okay, let's see where else we are using this AI chat box. We are using it in messages container. Actually, we can bring this use effect here. Let's move it from here. I'm going to cut it and bring it in here. Paste it here and paste the use effect also here. Cut it from here and paste it here. Let's also remove the condition from drop-down menu from here. We need to remove it. This one also. And I think we don't need this use effect here. Let's remove this one. And then the messages container, we can wrap this AI chat box with this one, like this. Let's import use effect and use state from React. Okay, this time if we check our browser, we don't have that annoying error anymore. And our project already finished. If we click on code fragment, it's already here. It's a very basic landing page. Test it once again. Okay, now let's tell it to create a modern landing page. Create a modern SaaS landing page. If you check ingest div server, a run has already been started. And now as soon as it starts calling the tools, we should have real-time update here. So as you can see, now we have the real-time update. It's generating project files. Amazing. And now it's downloading images from Unsplash. Now you can see it's again generating project files. It keeps updating in real time. And now, as you can see, it's saving to database. Now it's completed here. It still says saving to database, but we can fix it by adding a new step here. If we go to our functions, and then at the very end, let's come down and let's copy this publish. And before this return, at the very end, let's say something like, I don't know, project demo is ready. Let's say demo is ready, something like this. And now in the AI chat box, we will check it like this. Let's add a use effect, import it from React. And in this use effect, let's add a dependency when the latest data changes, or when the router changes. If latest data equal demo is ready, then we have to router.refresh like this. We refresh our router. We need to import use effect. I think we missed the import. Use ref. Let's import use effect also. And now, because the project has already been completed, if you click on code fragment manually, it already expired, the sandbox. So, but anyway, we added ingest real time and we fixed that hydration error. So let's go to escalate raw now. Let's mark this one also to be completed. We need to work on agent memory and default fragment select now. Okay, now let's go ahead and add agent memory. And I'm going to also to change the border color of this one, and also the default fragment selected when we are on a project page. The first thing I'm going to change is the border color of this chat box, and also add the disable option to this button. Okay, let's open AI chat box. So in here it says border black, but I'm going to change it to border and natural. Let's do it 100 like this. And also, so let me refresh. And as you can see, we are also getting this hydration error. So let's fix that one also. So I'm going back to VS Code, and actually from 100, I'm going to make it 200. 200, and now if you come down in the drop down menu trigger, let's add suppress hydration error. Suppress hydration warning, not hydration error. And this should fix that for now. Okay, now let's work on the agent memory. There are multiple ways that you can work on agent memory, but one of the easiest ways is to fetch previous messages, so the agent will understand at least 5 to 10 previous messages, and then based on that it can decide the next steps. So the first in here, let's make this one to be, our interface should start with uppercase letter. So let's change it to remove the smaller c and add uppercase C, code agent state, like this. And now come down, and here where we create a sandbox. As you remember, we are storing the sandbox ID to our project table. It means that if we already have a sandbox ID, we don't need to create a sandbox. We need to just connect to that sandbox by using the sandbox ID. But if we don't have the sandbox ID, then in that case, we need to create a sandbox. To do that, let's go here and let's do const project, which will be await db.project.find unique. And then we will find the unique project by where the project ID is equal event. We already have access to event here. And in the event, we have project ID, event.data.project ID, like this. And then we don't need to select everything. We only need to select project ID. Not project ID, sorry, sandbox ID. Sandbox ID, we need to select only that one. And now come down here. We will check if project ID, this project that we find, the unique project, if project.sandbox.id exists, then in that case, we don't need to create a sandbox. We just need to connect to sandbox. So we need to do const sandbox, which will be await sandbox dot connect, and then the sandbox ID, project dot sandbox ID. Otherwise, if it doesn't exist, then we will create one. And let's change this one to be created sandbox, for example, created sandbox. And once we create a sandbox, as soon as we create it, let's update the project also. So we will do await db.project.update, and then we are going to update where ID will be event.data.project ID, and the data will be, let's only update this sandbox ID, which will be created sandbox.sandbox ID. And then at the end, just return created sandbox.sandbox ID. Created sandbox.sandbox ID, like this. And then here also, if we have a sandbox ID in our project, then we just need to return sandbox.sandbox ID. As you know, our sandbox is expiring very fast in almost 5 minutes. But let's add like a custom timeout to that. We can go up, and then here let's create a constant. I'm just name it timeout millisecond or timeout ms, and then let's do 60 times 60 and then times 1000, which is 1 hour. So this will be 1 hour. And now if you go down, every time that we create a sandbox or connect to sandbox, let's add this timeout. So it's not 5 minutes anymore, so it will be 1 hour. So let's come here and add a second option. We will do timeout millisecond, which will be a timeout millisecond, the one that we created above. Let's do it in here also. Timeout millisecond, which is timeout millisecond. like this. Now we access the sandbox ID like this. If there is a sandbox ID in the database, then we just connect to that. If there is not, then we will create the sandbox and update our project. Now to access the agent memory, let's fetch at least previous messages and a few files so the agent will understand based on the previous messages what we want. So I'm going to create another step.run const get previous messages like this, and then I will do await tip.run, and then let's name it get previous message. The name doesn't matter, you can name it whatever you want, messages, and then an async function as the second argument. And then in this async function, let's do it like this, const messages. You can do as try catch block, but I'm not going to do that. Const messages await db.message.find many. We will find many messages where the project ID is. Project ID will be event.data.project ID like this, and then we will order by updated at, and then descending, updated at, and in a descending format. We don't need to fetch all the messages. We just need to fetch or take only, let's take 6 only. And now let's come down in here. Let's do const latest messages, and then this will be messages that we created above this one, messages dot map. Let's do message, and then in here let's return. We only need to return type text rule. For the rule, we will check if message dot rule equal assistant. If the rule is assistant, then we will convert it to lowercase assistant. Otherwise, we will just do lowercase user. And then let's also do for the content of the message to be message.content like this. And because we are fetching by descending order, we can add like ascending here, but in that case, it will produce sometimes unexpected results. That's why we do descending, but we can do reverse here. And now in here, let's just return latest messages. So this is about getting previous messages. We also need to get previous code fragments. We need a few code fragments. So to do that, let's come down, and we are saying get const get previous code files. Previous code files await step.run. We will name it get previous code files like this. The second argument is an async function. We can do const last message, and then last message will be await db.message.find first like this. We only need to find the first message where project ID is event.data.project ID like this, and we need the fragment, and we need the code fragment to be not null, is not null. And let's come down and order by descending again, order by updated at and descending. Let's also add include, because we need code fragments, right? So we need to include code fragments to be true. Now let's come down after this function. In here, we will just return last message dot code fragment dot files. We just need the file. For example, the files are page.tsx, layout.tsx. We only need those files. Let's also make sure we add a type to this as record, and then a string like this. We can wrap all of them in parentheses like this, or we can say an empty object like this. And now let's create our coding agent state. So let's come down here. We will say const coding agent state, which will be equal create state, and let's add the type to be code agent state. And now in here, let's do it to be like this. Let's do summary is empty, and files is, we have access to files now. So we need get previous code files like this. We also need to pass messages here. So we have access to messages, get previous messages like this. So now we have our coding agent state that we can use across our application. We are getting this error. Let's go up and make sure that this is of type message. As message, you can import this message from Inngest AgentKit as message array like this, and the error should go away. Okay, we can import it to be type message because it's just a type message. And now that we have our coding agent state, we can use it. Let's go down where we created our network. In here, instead of this create state, let's add our default state to be coding agent state like this, and we can pass this as a second argument to the builder to the result also. Let's do state to be coding agent state. And now one last thing is remaining, and that is we have to select the default fragment. So to do that, you can open messages container, and in here, as you can see, we have set active code fragment. So let's come down in here. Let's do a use effect in here. You can import use effect from React, and let's do it to be like this. When we need to run this use effect, let's add the dependencies when the initial messages change, and also when the set active code fragment change. And now let's inside this use effect, let's do it to be like this. We will get the last message and initial message dot find last. We will do msg, and then only if the msg dot rule is assistant, then we will say this is the last assistant message. We only need to get the last assistant message. So, and now down below we will check if we have last message, then we will set active code fragment to last message dot code fragment like this. I think this is all we need. Let's go ahead and check in the browser. Let's say create a calculator app. Create a calculator app and then press enter. A run has been started and we are redirected to the project page. As you can see, we are getting updates in real time. Amazing job. Perfect. As you can see, we now have this amazing calculator app generated by AI. Now let's ask it to change the background color to green, for example. Let's see if it can change, if it have access to memory. Change the background color to green. And if we check Ingest diff server, another run should have been started. We are getting this error. Let's cancel it. I think I know why. Because if we go back to VS Code and in our function, as you can see in our function in here, we are getting event.data.message. But if we go to messages endpoint in our Elysia message, we are sending it as a value. So this one should be message. And now it should work. Let's create another project. We are going back and let's refresh it. And let's ask this time, we can use this default prompt, build an Airbnb-style homepage, and then press the submit button. Click the submit button. We are redirected to the project page. And as you can see, we are getting real-time updates, and another run should have been started. Because this is a bigger project, Airbnb clone, it may take a few more minutes. Okay, the run has been completed, but we are getting an error here. So it's in page.tsx. We can go ahead and fix that manually. If you come here, so we're accessing the button there, but we are not importing the button from here. So let's import it to be like import button from slash components. We can add it manually, UI, and then button, because we have this ability to update this. Now let's save it, and if we go to preview now, as you can see, we have this Airbnb style homepage, which is, I don't know, the images are not working properly. Now let's check if our agent memory is working. We are asking it to add sign in and sign up option. So let's see, this time another run has been started and this time it is working. Perfect. We have to wait for that to finish, and we are getting real-time update here. Okay, it has been done, and as you can see, the code fragment is selected by default. As soon as it finish, it will select the code fragment. And let's check if here it is, sign in and sign up. And it looks like it added a beautiful sign in and sign up option for us. Amazing job. That's really, really impressive work by AI. So now this part is done, and we have a small issue here. We will fix this because we need to add a padding to the right of these icons. We should move this a little bit to the right, to the left. If you want, you can fetch all the files like package.json, components, UI, chassis, and all components, and the next config, like all the files, but I don't think it's needed. Now let's go ahead and mark these things as completed. Default fragment select is done, and agent memory is done. In the next chapter, we will work on authentication and billing. Okay, in this chapter, we are going to add authentication, billing, and we fix the bugs that we have in our application. So the first thing first, let's go add authentication. For authentication, we will use Clerk, and for billing also we will use Clerk because it provides out-of-the-box billing and authentication, which is super easy to set up. So let's go to clerk.com, and then here let's sign in. I'm going to continue with Google. If you don't have an account, you can create an account, but I already have an account here. Let's create an application. My application name will be ForgeAI. Create an application. And now, because I'm using Next.js, let's click on Next.js, and I'm using PNPM. So I'm going to install Clerk. Let's go to our terminal. I'm going to shut down my dev server, and then here let's paste PNPM at Clerk Next.js. Let's run our dev server again. And now in here, we have to add next public Clerk publishable key and Clerk secret key to our environment variable. Let's copy this one and go back to our VS Code. I'm going to open .env, and then in here, let's come down here. I'm going to add Clerk and Clerk, and let's wrap them in quotes because it should be consistent. Since we wrap every other environment variables in quotes, we will wrap them also. And now let's create a proxy.ts file in the root of our project. I'm going to close this .env, and the root of our project where this next.config.ts is the same level like that. We will create proxy.ts. And now let's add some content to this proxy.ts. We can copy the content that Clerk provide to us, paste it here. This is like the route matcher. We like which routes the middleware should match. And if we go to documentation again, this time let's add a Clerk provider to our layout. Okay, so to do that, we need to add Clerk provider. We need to import all these things to our layout. I'm going to open layout.tsx, and then here let's import them in here like this. And now let's use them. If you check here the documentation, it says how to use. So we need Clerk provider, we need sign out, sign in button, and the sign up button. So let's copy them like this much and wrap everything in Clerk provider let's wrap everything by Clerk provider and add these things and move these ones also inside this Clerk provider like this. Now if we check our application, we click on continue with Next.js guide, and let's create a custom sign in and sign up page. Inside the app, we will create a sign in and then catch all routes sign in and then page.tsx. Let's do that. Let's open the sidebar, and then in app, we will create sign in, a new folder, name it sign in, and then inside this sign in, let's do another folder to catch all routes, and then sign in. And now inside this, let's create a page.tsx like this and paste the content that you copied from a Clerk documentation. Now let's go back to documentation. We can do the same thing for sign up also. And now in our proxy, we have to make the sign in route public. So we can copy this one and replace our proxy. Let's come here, remove this one and paste the new one. So this doesn't need to be is public route. You can name it whatever you want, like SDA4, and then you check here the name that you put it there, or you can name is private routes and then check it here. If you want that to be private routes, then you don't need this one, and then you will check if it's private route, then auth.protect. Otherwise, we are not going to protect public routes. We are just saying if it is not public route, then protect. If it's public route, then you don't need to protect it. Now let's come down again and let's add this environment variables again. The extra environment variables. We need to open .env file again. Below this one, let's add this. I'm going to wrap this with code and this one also, so it match all other environment variables. And if you go back to documentation, and let's add a custom sign up page. It's a similar way that we added sign in page. So I'm just copying the whole thing and then come here where we created the sign in page. We also need to create a sign up page. Create a new file, a new folder actually, which should be sign up, and then another folder to catch all routes, and then sign up, and then page.tsx. And we can copy exactly the same content that we have in sign in. Let's copy this one and paste it here, and let's name it sign up. And if we check our browser now, our project, we should have sign in and sign up option. As you can see, we have a sign up and sign in option. Okay, perfect. This is sign up and this is sign in. But let's make sure they are aligned here. So to do that, I'm going to move this one to header. So let's do it to be like it's sign up. Let's fix this one. Okay, to fix that one, I'm going to create an organizational folder here. I name it auth, and then move this sign in and sign up, both of them inside this auth. Okay, now we have sign in and sign up inside this auth folder, and we can add a custom layout to that. So let's copy this layout, and the only thing that we need to do, let's save this one first. We can close this main, close this one also, like all these unnecessary files, except this main layout. We will change it to auth layout. Let's change it to be auth layout. And then we need only children, and let's remove these classes. We only need, actually we need these classes, the flex, and then we don't need this anti-aliased. Okay, I think the rest is all looking good to me. And let's also remove, if you go to main layout, let's close all these files. Let's go to main layout. I think it was this one that we added clerk provider. And from here, so we don't need this sign out button, sign in button. We don't need this header at all. We can copy this header. We can actually cut it, and let's come here. Actually, we can go to nav menu. We can go to components, and in this page, let's add sign in and sign up button. Sign in button. Sign in button. We also need to add sign up button. Sign up button. We can import them from clerk. Okay, let's go up and import them from clerk. I just copied them, and then let's remove the other stuff, this ones. And let's add a class name to this div. I will say class name, flex, and then gap 6. If we check now, it should look pretty nice in the browser. Okay, amazing. As you can see, we have a clerk authentication here. This is continue to ForgeAI, and we have sign in and sign up buttons here. Let's click on sign in. This is, why it is sign up, but this is sign up and sign in is mixed up. So we can fix it soon. Okay, now let's go back to documentation and add the sign up stuff also. In here, if you come down, let's copy this one and paste in our proxy. Let's update our proxy like this. And now let's go back to documentation. It says you need to add these things to your .env file. Let's copy them and go back to .env file here. Let's paste them here. Let's wrap them in quotes. And these two also, like this. And I think that's it. Now, if we check our app, as you can see, we have nice and beautiful sign in and sign up. And also, this is by default the sign in page. But if you click on sign up, this will be the sign up page. Perfect. Amazing job. Let's add them to be cursor pointer. So to do that, what we can do here, we are going to add our own button here. So let's close sign in button. And then here inside this, let's add our own button. You can import from UI button. And then in here, let's say sign in. And let's add a class name to this one. I don't think we need a class name. Let's add variant to be outline. Outline like this. And we can do the same thing for sign up also. So let's close the sign up like this and paste this like this. And then instead of sign in, we will say sign up. And now we have sign in and sign up button. We can add cursor pointer to them now. Let's add class name, cursor pointer, and let's also add border none. We can add the same class name. We can add the same class name to this one also. Let's actually copy this one and we can paste. And if we check this time in the browser, this is now cursor pointer. This is sign in and this is sign up. Now, we don't want our homepage to be protected. So what we're going to do in our proxy, I think I closed it, proxy, let's add our homepage also to be public like this. And now if we go to homepage, we should be able to see our homepage. Okay, perfect. Now we should protect this button. People can type a message, but if they are not logged in, they should not be able to submit. So let's go to our AI chat box. Let's open AI chat box. And then here let's do const clerk is use clerk from Next.js like this. And now let's go down, and when we have our submit button, so in here what we can do, let's also add another validation, or form state dot is valid. So if it is not valid, let's add a make it sure to be not valid. If it's not valid, also disable it. And then we will go on submit, where we have the on submit function. Okay, let's come down, and before this API client and before the project ID, let's do it to be like this. If clerk dot is signed in, we will make it not, if not clerk dot is signed in. If it is the user is not signed in, then we are going to do clerk dot open sign in like this, and we will return and stop the process here. Let's try it. As you can see, the button is disabled now, but if I type a message like create a landing page, and now because the user is not signed in, if I press on submit, you can see that it says sign in to ForgeAI first. If you don't want to sign in, you cannot continue. But if you want to continue, you have to sign in. Perfect. Amazing job. We have another issue also here, because if we don't upload an image, we get an error like this that we need to upload an image. So we can go ahead and fix that one. Let's go back to our VS Code, and then here where we have this URL, so we can do it like this. I'm going to remove it, and I'm going to create let URL, which will be equal, I don't know, for now undefined. And let's come down and we will check if attached file. If we have attached file, then only in that case we will do const response, and then URL will be response0.ufs URL like this. And now we should get rid of that error. So if we log in, let me sign in, or let me sign up first. I'm going to continue with Google. Let's just choose an account. I'm going to choose my account, and we are being redirected to a homepage. Perfect. Now let's check if we are signed in. We do not need to show this sign in and sign up button. We need to show the user button. So I'm going back to nav menu, and then here, let's mark this to be use client. Mark it to be use client. And now in here, let's say const auth, which will be use auth from clerk Next.js. And let's come down here. In here, let's wrap these two in a fragment, and we will check if it's already authenticated. Auth, we will check if auth is signed in. If it is signed in, then we will show user button from clerk Next.js. Otherwise, if the user is not signed in, then we will show this one. Let's save it and check in the browser this time. As you can see now, we have this user button. This is my name, and then manage account. Perfect. It's all working. Because we added authentication, we need to pass headers to our Elysia route. So let's go to API client. And then here we already have API client like this. Let's add another function to pass headers with that. Export const. I will name it get API client like this. And let's make it an arrow function. And let's pass. And this arrow function will expect an argument. And here, let's pass headers. And it's optional, not a required field, and not a required argument. And it's of type headers. And now let's come down and return. For the return, we can return exactly the same 3D that we have here. And let's also pass the headers here. So headers, which will be headers like this. Perfect. And now if we go to page, the project ID page, and then here we can remove this API client. The first thing we have to create request headers, or let's do request headers, which will be await headers. You can import from next headers. Headers imported from next headers. And now let's come down and create an API client. Const API client, which will be get API client. And now we have get API client, so we don't need this API client because we created an API client here. And then this get API client, we need to pass request headers like this, and then the rest stays the same. So we are using this API client for the messages. Let's remove this console log data, and let's also add our ingest route to the proxy. Let's open proxy, because our ingest route should be accessible. So the ingest dev server should access it. It's under /API, and then /ingest. And then let's do all the routes dot every route like this. And now let's go back to the browser and check it. Okay, as you can see, it looks like it's working. Let's create a landing page and press enter, and perfect, it's working. If we check ingest dev server, a run has been already started. Amazing job. And now let's work on the pro version. So we will make the code edit option to be a pro option. Image upload also, we will make it to be a pro option. So to do that, let's go to clerk. We need to add clerk billing. We don't need this anymore. We can go to clerk billing. So if you come to your clerk dashboard, click on billing, and then click on get started and enable user billing. Click on save and now read billing guide. So for the payment gateway, we can use Clear Payment Gateway, or you can use you can connect your own a Stripe account. But in this case, we are going to use Clear Payment Gateway. Now click on subscription plans. We already have a plan here, which is a free user. Let's click on this one and publicly available. Let's add some features here. And for the features, we will just say, for example, unlimited apps. And then for the description, we will say create unlimited apps. Create feature. Let's add another feature, 100 free credits. And then here also 100 free credits. Like this. Let's also add another feature, beautiful images from Unsplash, and let's make B capital. And then here also let's say beautiful images from Unsplash, like this. So we have a free version, and let's also add another plan which will be a pro version. Let's create another plan and I will name it Pro plan. The key is also Pro, and let's add the monthly base fees to be $20 by default. Annual discount. If you buy annually, we will make it $15 monthly. If you want to add free trial, you can add, but I'm not going to add it. Apply features. We can add all unlimited apps, 100 free credits, beautiful images, available, all the available features. And I think we don't need this one, but instead of 100 free credits, let's add these two, and let's add another feature. We will say 1000 free credits. And then here also 1000 free credits. Like this. Let's add another feature. We will say edit code inline. And in here also edit code inline. Let's also add build apps from your design. Build apps from your design. Okay, like this. I think it's all good to go now. Now let's go back to our plan here. We have two plans now, a free plan and a pro plan. And now let's click on learn how to use billing. Click on this one and click on billing B2C SaaS. So to enable billing, now we already created a plan. We added features to plan. And now let's add the pricing table. We copy the pricing table from here and let's go to VS Code and let's close all these files. We don't need them anymore. Close this one, close all of them, or I can close all of them from here like this. And we only need the home page. If you go to main and then page here, so let's come down. I think I'm going to paste it here. Let's first add it, pricing table, and then the pricing table here. And if we check the browser, oh, it created such a nice landing page for us. Amazing job. If we go to home page and let's go down, we have the pricing section here, pricing table. Amazing job. We can wrap this in its own component. Let's do that. And not in its own component, actually. I can wrap it in a div, and then let's do a class name, a flex column, and then let's say gap 6 and my6, and then let's paste this to inside this pricing table inside. Let's also do w full justify between and items center, like this. We can add a text also here. Let's do an h3 and let's add class name. I'm just naming it a font medium, and then text LG, and then let's say pricing, just pricing like this. Let's add this MY to be a bit more. I'll add 16, for example. And let's add a background color also to this. BG to be natural. Let's do BG natural, a custom background color. So now, and let's also add a padding, P to be 6. And now if we check, it should look nice and clean. As you can see, it's looking nice and clean now. But I think I'm going to remove the background. We don't need that background. The background and padding both together. We remove both of them. And this time if we check, it's nice and beautiful. So let's move this one to be in the right side, not in the center. I think it will make sense to move this to the right side. So let's do it to be like this. I'll add another div, and let's add a class name, a flex, item star, justify star, and let's paste this one. And let's also add a margin and padding MY6 like this. And I think I'm going to increase the font size for this one. Let's do 2XL. Let's remove this item center from here. And if we check in the browser now, it should look all good. It's looking amazing, looking all good. I think we have a beautiful pricing section here. Now let's go ahead and add this pricing section to the project page. When we are here, when we are in the project page, if someone wants to edit the code inline, let's say someone wants to edit this one, we should not allow them to edit unless if they are a pro member. Let's fix this one first. To fix this too, let's go back to VS Code, and I will open File Explorer. And in here, if you come down, we have copy to clipboard and this save changes button. So in here, oh, I added PX8, but it's PAX. So let's add PX8. So now if we check, it is looking beautiful here. Okay, but we will make this button a pro button, and this file upload. Let me remove this Next.js logo. So we'll make this upload image button also to be a pro option. Okay, let's go ahead and add a few more features to our pricing. Let's go back to clerk, and then here I'm already in the pro plan. Let's add a few more options. Let's add a new feature, and let's say screenshot upload, and then I'm going to make it publicly available, make it false. So we just need this one for our pro version. Let's create feature and then save it, and then add another feature, and this one let's add inline code edit like this. And this one also, we don't need it to be publicly available because we need this one to add pro features to our inline code editor. And let's add some other ones. Remove ForgeAI branding, something like this. Let's add it here also. Remove ForgeAI branding, and this is publicly available. We can add it. Let's save this one and add another feature, public and private sites or websites, and then here also public and private sites. Let's add this feature, click on save, and we need to, if you go back to the other plans, we need to add a few more options to our free plan also. Let's add, we can actually grab from here. So we can add public and private sites, and we can also add another one. Let's say ForgeAI branding. ForgeAI branding like this. Save it, and now if we check the browser, it should look a bit nicer. As you can see, we have like this. And let's add the pricing section here. Let's add a name also in here. Let's go back to our VS Code now. In our VS Code, let's come here where we have the user button. Let's add show name to the user button. So the name will show there. Let's add another link. And then for this one, we will say pricing. And then for the href, we will just say it to go to pricing section like this. Let's add a few more links, but they are not supposed to work, but let's add enterprise, for example. And then this one, enterprise, like this. And let's make these links to be in a flex, all of them. Add a div, and then I'm going to add a class name to this div. Let's add class name, flex, and then gap 6, like this, and paste the links. And now let's add this pricing to the page that we have. This is our pricing page. Let's also add an ID, pricing. So when we click on the link, it should scroll down here. And now if we check in the browser, we have this pricing, enterprise, and then the logo, and then the name here. Let's make them to align center. So I'm coming back to nav menu. Let's do item center to make them center aligned. And now enterprise doesn't work, but if you click on pricing, it jumps here. But let's add a smooth scrolling there. Instead of that jump, let's add a smooth scrolling. So if we go back here and let's go to layout. So in here, let me do it to be like this. I will import the cn function from libutils, and then paste this class first, and then another class. I think it's called scroll smooth. And now if we check our browser, it should smoothly scroll to the pricing section when we click on that. Okay, let's click on pricing. As you can see, it smoothly scrolls here. And now let's make this button. Right now we cannot click on this button. When we click to upload a file, it says upgrade to pro to access file upload, but I don't think it's a nice option here. When we click this one, we should show model and then there a button to upgrade to pro. Okay, let's do that. So if you go to clerk, there is a component called protect, and then it says how to use it. There is a protect. We can import this from Next.js, clerk Next.js, and then we can use it like this. So let's do it. I'm going to import it. I already have a clerk Next.js here. Let's import protect also. And now let's go down where we have our nav menu, and let's actually first remove this pro. We don't need this is pro, and we don't need it here also, and we can remove it from the button and here. So we don't need this whole thing. And let's also make this in one line. We don't need this to be in multiple lines, because now this is a single line function. And then here where we have drop down menu item, let's wrap this with protect. And now let's wrap the nav menu item, drop down menu item. And this protect, as you remember in our clerk dashboard, in here in the pro features, let's go to pro. As you remember, we added inline code credit and the screenshot upload. If you click on this one, let's grab this key. So I'm grabbing this key, or copy that key, and go back to VS Code. And then here in VS Code, we will say feature. Feature is the feature that we just added, the screenshot upload, and we just want to protect that one. And then the fallback will be this drop down menu item. Cut it from here and put it here like this. Okay, this is the fallback. And for this, let's also paste this fallback once again, the drop down menu item once again here. So this one is the normal one when someone is already authorized or logged in. But if someone is not logged in, let's do the on click to work like this. So let's keep it an empty function right now. I think I'm going to add a dialog because we removed is pro. Let's remove is pro from here also. We don't need this is pro, and we don't need it in here also. We don't need this one also. We don't need this two also. Okay, now let's add a dialog. I'm going to chat CNUI, and now in here, you can find the dialog. If you go down, this is the dialog. So we already have all the components installed. I just need to grab the code. So what I'm going to do, let me do it like this. I'm just going to grab the dialog, the whole dialog, and then let's go back to VS Code, and then here, go back to AI chat box. Let's do it here. And then let's also import the dialog. We don't need this input, but we need the dialog. And let's go up and add these imports like this. If you go down now, okay, now let's remove the form. We don't need this form. We don't need these inputs. We don't need this form. We're removing those. And now I'm going to remove this dialog trigger because I'm going to add a custom one here. So let's remove this class name also right now. So what I'm going to do, I'm going at the very top, and then here create another state. Let's come here, and then here let's create a new state. Const is open and set is open. It's for dialog. Is you can name it is open dialog or set is open dialog, and then use state. By default, make it false. And now let's go down where we have the dialog. Let's do open is open, and on open change, let's do open, grab the open, and then do set is open to whatever is this open, like this. And now let's go up in here in this function. Let's say it when someone click on file upload. Let's do it set is open to true. When someone click on that, we should open the modal or the dialog. For the title, let's say upgrade to pro. And then in here we will say upgrade to pro to access a screenshot, upload, and inline code edit. Something like this. Okay, let's check in the browser first. Now, if someone click on this one, click on attach file, we open the pop-up and we will say upgrade to pro. And now let's change this button to upgrade. And then when someone click on that upgrade, we will show the upgrade option. Otherwise, they can cancel. Upgrade to pro. And now let's copy and paste this dialog again. There are multiple other options. There are multiple ways that you can do this one, but I'm just going to use this one. So to do that, let's add another state, create another state. In here, let's say const is pro open, and then set is pro open, like this, and make it use state. By default, make it false. And now let's go down where we added the new dialog, and this one is pro open, is pro open, and this one set is pro open, set is pro open. And then here we will say upgrade to pro. And for the rest of them, for dialog footer, we can actually keep the dialog footer, the cancel option only. In here, let's add the pricing table like this. And now let's add this function to this button also. This button is type, let's add type button. We don't need type submit. And for on click, let's set is open false, and set is pro open, let's make it true, like this. And now if we check in the browser, let's try it. Click on the file upload, click on attach file, and now click on upgrade to pro. As you can see, we have the pricing table. Perfect. And let's make this model to be full weight. So let's go back here, and in here, let's add a class name to dialog content. I'm going to add class name. The minimum weight will be 7XL, like this, and weight should be full. And let's also do flex, a column, and gap 6, like this. Now, as you can see, it's looking much more beautiful. Let's also reduce the shadow of this pricing table. So I'm coming here, and then here let's do appearance. And now in this appearance, let's add elements. And now let's add pricing and do shadow MD. So we'll make the shadow a bit smaller. Add a bang operator to make it important. Now it's working. Perfect. I think this looks nice right now. Let's add a little bit of padding here also. To the dialog itself, let's do P8. While we are here, let's add also a fallback option to the pricing table. So when it's loading, we should show a loader icon. Fallback. And then I'm going to grab the loader icon from here. If you go up, this one, but let's wrap it in a div first. And then in this div, let's paste this one, but let's add a class name to this. A class name, I'm just saying flex, a column, a gap 6, height 48, which is around 192 pixel. Items center, and then justify center like this. The size, let's do it to be 8. We can copy exactly the same thing and paste it in this page also. We have pricing table here. The loader icon you can import from tabular icons React like this. Okay, now let's check in the browser, and as you can see, it's loading. We have a loader icon here until the pricing table loads, and now it loaded. We don't have that big shadow now. Well, in this dialog, I think instead of the pricing table, it's better to add a checkout button. Let's do checkout button, because we only have two plans. One is free and one is pro. So when someone wants the pro one, we just need the checkout button. Okay, let's go to the Clerk documentation. In here, you can import checkout button from Clerk Next.js experimental. Let's go up and add this to our imports. And we don't need this pricing table. We need the checkout button. So let's go down. Here, we will replace it with a checkout button. For the appearance, we don't need this appearance, and we don't need this fallback also. Let's add a plan ID. If you remember, our plan ID was pro. We also need to add period, a plan period, which is, I think it's, let's add monthly. Actually, we can add this checkout button. We don't need this extra modal. We can add this checkout button. We can cut this, and we can totally remove this dialog, and we can paste it in here. And then I'm going to remove the self-closing option and add it like this, and this one, add this inside it. We don't need this set is open pro anymore, and we can make this in one line actually. Let's also remove the state that we don't need. We don't need this state anymore. And if we check it now, it should all look nice. Okay, let's try to upload an image, and we can click on upgrade to pro, and this one is opening. Now let's copy the plan ID. This is the plan ID, and let's go back to VS Code and change this pro to be this one. So this is the plan ID, and this time it should work. Okay, click on this one and then attach file, click on upgrade to pro, and you can see that our checkout is open. Perfect. Now let's go to our code editor. Let's go to one of the previous projects. I think this one, as you can see, the sandbox is already expired, but the code is already, but the code should be there because we saved it to our database, and we can change anything in here. For example, let's change the ID to be scalable like this, and we can save it. But this save button, let's make this a pro option also. So right now I can save, but if I go to my file explorer in here, let's copy exactly the same thing that we did for AI chat box. Let me copy this dialog, and let's come down. Let's wrap all of them in a fragment actually, and let's close it here. And I'm going back and bring this dialog and paste it inside this fragment. Okay, let's also bring the imports. We need also the checkout button and protect. So let's come here and paste these imports here. I think we don't need this use clerk, but we need the project. And if we go down where we added the project option, this one, we can copy it like this. And let's come down where we have the save button. So let's paste it here, and let's paste this button in the fallback, and we need to close it and close it like this. And the project, let's paste the button once again. This time for the button is save changes, but for the first time is not going to be save changes. We are going to grab exactly this one and let's paste it in here. We don't have this set open. Let's bring that also. We already have that state here. Copy this one and let's go up and paste it here. Okay, now let's go ahead and try to save it because we are not a pro member yet. Let's try to update something in here. Skip to content right now. Now let's click on save button and it says upgrade to pro. Amazing job. So we protected this button and we protected the file upload option. So now what we are going to do, we have a lot of errors here. What I am going to do in the code editor, there is some options that we can add. Let me open the code viewer, this editor, and then here I already created another function. I'm going to paste this function here. This is just the configuration, so it will remove those errors. And then let's come down in the editor and add it here. So I'm saying before mount, let's do configure Monaco. And now if we check, I think all the errors should go away. Okay, now let's click on the code editor. And as you can see, we don't have those errors anymore. Our editor is looking nice and clean. I think we are all done with this chapter. So let's go to Excalibur. We added authentication, we added billing, and we fixed some bugs. Perfect, amazing job. In the next chapter, we are going to work on the project page. So we fetch the projects for an individual user. Since we now have the authentication, we will fetch projects based on the user ID. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 14, we are going to create projects page because currently we can go to a single project and then project ID page, but we do not have projects page. So the projects page will be a page that it will fetch all the projects of a single user based on the user ID. And we will also add backend validation because right now we only have front-end validation, but we don't have any backend validation. And we will also generate title of the project, and I'm not quite sure about the screenshot, but we may do that if we have time. But if we don't have time and the video get long enough, then we will not do that. It's not really important, but we will definitely generate the title. And we will also fix some bugs at the end. Okay, to get started, let's start with the backend validation. I think this is the easiest option. So let me go to clerk.com. In the clerk.com, click on this one and then find Elysia.js. Click on this one and you have to install Elysia Clerk like this. Let's copy the command and let's go to our terminal. Let me shut down my dev server, pnpm, and then I'm not using bun. That's why I have to add pnpm and then install or add Elysia Clerk. Okay, let's run our server again. And now if you come to documentation, you need these two key, clerk publishable key and clerk secret key. We have clerk secret key, but you have to add this one also. You may have a next public clerk publishable key, but that's different. You have to add this separately, clerk publishable key, which is exactly the same like next public clerk publishable key. And now let's copy this clerk plugin and we can add it to every route like this. Okay, let's go back to our VS Code now. In here, let's open projects route. And now in here, let's import that clerk plugin. And now let's use it. You can come here and say use a clerk plugin like this. And now since we added clerk plugin here, we should have access to auth here. So we will do auth and then let's come down. And then here we will say, we will grab the user ID. So we need to save the user ID to our database. Const user ID is auth. We can get it, destructure it from auth. And now let's come down and we will validate here. If not user ID, if there is no user ID, then just return. And in Elysia, we can grab a status from here, status, then return status 401, and we can pass a message, error message here. We will say unauthorized, like this. Perfect. And now since we have user ID now, let's add it here. So we will add to our message user ID like this. Let's make sure user ID is, we can add it like this, user ID as string like this. Perfect. We can also add user ID to project also. This is the message part and this is the project part. So let's add it here also because user ID is required in the project also. If you remember, we added pro features. So if someone is not a pro member, we should not allow them to upload an image and to edit the code and save it to database. So to do that, I'm going to create a new file inside the lib folder. I will name it pro feature pro-feature.ts. And now in here, let's do it. Let's create a type first, type feature key. We just create two feature key because if you remember in our clerk dashboard, we created a screenshot upload, and we also want the inline code edit to be a pro feature. Inline code edit like this. If I show you in the browser in clerk dashboard, let's go to click on dashboard, and now I'm already on ForgeAI. Click on billing, and now click on configure, and then here let's click on billing, and then setting and subscription plans, and then in this subscription plans click on pro, because this is the one, edit code inline. If you check the key for that, this is the key that we need, and also the screenshot upload. Let's go back to VS Code, and these are the two that we added here. So now let's create a function here. I'm just name it export const require pro like this, and then let's do it to be async, and let's grab some arguments. We need auth, and then let's auth be like this. We will pass this from wherever we use it. It should have a has in it, and a has, let's I don't know, pro key, or just let's name it P. And then P has feature, which is of type feature key, return a boolean like this. And then the next one will be, it's boolean like this. And then the next argument will be status. If you remember in the projects, we have access to auth and status. We pass this auth and status. So let's come here. And then in the status, let's do status will need a code, which is of type number, and the body, which is of type, let's for now do unknown. And the return type is also unknown. Okay. And the third argument will be feature, which will be of type a feature key like this. And now this will be an arrow function. And then in this arrow function, let's grab the has. We can grab has from auth, and let's grab the has. If you check this one in the Clark dashboard, in the Clark documentation, you can find that like Clark auth has network. This is how you can use has. You can grab it from auth. Okay, let's go back to the VS Code and then here. So now we have has, and let's come down and we will check if not has feature. The feature will be either a screenshot upload or inline code edit. If it doesn't have these two features, then what we are going to do, we will return status and then 403, and then let's do error, a pro is required. You can pass a message, but right now I'm just saying pro is required like this. And now let's go here. And then here we will say if body.image URL, if the image URL exists, we have to make sure that the user is a pro user. So we'll say await require pro. You can import from lib pro feature. And now let's pause auth, let's pause status, and in this case, screenshot upload. Because we need the screenshot upload, we want that one to be a pro feature. And now let's come down in the get method, because this is for, we will fetch all the projects that belongs to a single user. So in here, let's add it to be like this, where user ID will be, let's grab auth from here, because we added use Clear plugin, we have access to auth. So let's grab auth, and then let's grab user ID from auth, user ID from auth. So now in here we will say user ID will be user ID like this. And let's also pass this message. If there is no user ID, we should return that the user is not authorized like this. We have to grab the status also like this, and we are all done for the project page. Let's add the same thing in, let's copy this too, and let's go to messages route, messages, and let's paste this to at the very top first. And now let's do it to use Clear plugin like this. And now we can just copy these things from here. Let's do this two first, copy this, and then go to messages. And for the messages, we need for get and post, we need both of them to be authenticated. So let's do it to be like this. We grab auth and we grab status like this. And now let's come down and then here do the same thing. Paste this too, and let's do auth and status like this. And then here, let's also do it to be, when we create a message, let's pass user ID also. So user ID will be user ID like this. And let's pass user ID, send it to Inngest also. User ID, like this. User ID will be user ID. And I think that's all we need. Oh, we have this image URL also. Let's copy this part also. So if someone wants to upload an image, then if it's he or she is not a pro member, we should return an error like this. Perfect. Now let's copy this to imports again and go to a fragment route. And here let's paste it and let's do use a clerk plugin like this. So in this one, we don't need a screenshot or image upload to be a pro, because this one is inline code edit when someone wants to edit the code inline and want to save. So this one, we can do it like this. We can grab body, params, let's grab auth and status. And let's copy this, all of them from here and paste it here. So first we will check if the user is not authenticated. Then if there is no user ID, then it means he or she is not authorized. So we will return an error that you are not authorized. And then for the second part, we are not going to check that if he or she uploaded an image, because in this case, he or she just want to directly save. That's why we need to directly use this one. Await require pro and then auth. But in this case, we do not want a screenshot upload. We want inline code edit. And let's check once again for the message. We have to pass all of them to ingest. In here, we are passing user ID to ingest, and in the projects also, we should pass user ID to ingest. Like this. And now let's go to ingest function. And in this function in here, as you can see, we are getting an error because we need to add user ID here. User ID, which will be event.data.user ID. Let's copy exactly this one and paste it in here also in the message. I don't think we need for the code fragment, but we need for the message. You can generate a title with AI for this one also, but I think I'm not going to do that. Okay, all good. Let's go and check in the browser. And now let's ask it to, for example, build a Kanban board. Click on this one and click on submit. It should redirect us to project ID page. We are here, and if we check the ingest dev server, and as you can see, we are getting real-time updates here. If we check the ingest dev server, a run has already been started. We have to wait for this to finish. And now, as you can see, it says demo is ready, and it created a beautiful Kanban board. We can add new task, and the task appear here. We can delete a task, and I think this is really nice. Let's go to inline code edit, and here if we want to add, for example, let's wrap this in a fragment. I cut this one and then put it like this, and then close the fragment here. And if we try to save, it says upgrade to pro. But if we once we click on upgrade to pro, it opens this pop-up, so the checkout option. So we have to we have to be a pro member to be able to save. Okay, perfect. So our backend validation is done, and now let's go to work on projects page, because right now if you go to projects, it says 404, so it means not found. But let's go and work on that. Let's go back to VS Code, and then here I think we don't need these files anymore, so let's close all of them and let's go to app, and then we already have projects. Let's create a page.tsx. And in this page.tsx, what we are going to do, let's straight away export default async. We want this async function because we need some backend options here. Async function and then projects page. It's not just project, but projects page because we fetch all user projects here. So now let's do const request headers, or just you can name it headers, and then await headers. You can import headers from next headers. We need await here. That's why I marked this function to be async. And now let's bring the API client. API client. We will do get API client. We can import get API client from lib API client like this. And we need to pass headers, request headers to this one. And now let's come down. We will say const data will be await. Let's destructure data directly. Await API client dot projects dot get. You remember we added the get method to our project. It's not like this. Sorry, it should be like this. We destructure it. And now let's come down and return. We need to return directly resizable. So let's do resizable panel group. You can import from components UI resizable. And let's come here and add a class name first. Class name, we will do height to be device view height and width to be device view width, like this. We will do overflow hidden. And let's also add direction to be horizontal. We will also need to add an ID here. Let's do ID, a project view layout, something like this. And now let's come down. And then here, let's do resizable panel. Resizable panel, import this one from components UI resizable. And let's come down. And then this resizable panel, let's add default size and minimum size. Default size, we will make it to be 20. And let's also add minimum size to be also 20. It's in percent, so it will be 20% of the screen. And now let's add the message container inside this. Oops. Message container, import from components, message container. So we are not getting any error. If you go to message container, as you can see in here, we have to pass project ID initial messages, but I marked them to be optional. That's why we are not getting an error here. Now let's come down and add resizable handle. And we will also need to pass with handle. Let's also add another resizable panel like this. And for this one also, let's add default size and minimum size. For this one, default size will be 80%, and the minimum size will be 50% of the screen. And now let's come down. In here, let's add a div. And then we will need to add a class name to this div. I'm just saying flex wrap items center, and let's also do gap 6 and padding 6 like this. Let's also add height to be full. And now inside this one, let's do data.map. We have access to data. This is the projects. And then let's grab a single project, and then here return what we need to return. Just a simple button, but we will wrap it with a link. Import link from next link, and then let's add an href to this link. Href will be, let's open a backtick, and then we will do slash projects and slash $project.id. Let's also add a key to this one. Key will be project.id. And now let's come down, let's add a button. You can import button from UI components UI button. And then this button, let's just render the project name, project.name, like this. Let's also add some classes to this button and say flex items center, justify center, padding 6, and height is 20. And let's also do text to be white, like this. All done. Now, if we go to our projects page, I think this user should have a few projects already. As you can see, we have a few projects, but as you can see, the project name is a dummy name. If I show you in the code, if you go to projects, when we save a project, we will just name it project and then date.now. So what we are going to do now, let's generate a project name by AI. So to do that, let's open the ingest function, functions. Let's do it somewhere here before the create a coding agent state. What I'm going to do, let's do const metadata agent like this, and let's do create agent, similar that we created agent here. And then let's add a name, and we can, I don't know, let's copy exactly the same thing, this one's, but we will modify it. And instead of the coding agent, we have to do it like this. But now, instead of coding agent, let's do ForgeAI project namer, something like this. And for the system, we are not going to use prompt. We are just saying you create short product like project names. Let's do it to be between, I don't know, 5 to 10 words. 5 to 10 words. I think that should be enough. And then it should be title case like this. And now return only the name like this. For the description, we don't need a description in this case. For the model, we keep open AI GPT 5.2. And now let's come down in here and create another function to use this metadata agent. Let's do const, I think let's name it project namer or run naming agent, like this, and then it will be an arrow function. And then here, let's also pass an argument. Let's pass the prompt. It will be a string. Now let's grab the result. Result will be await metadata agent dot run, and then we pass the prompt. And let's make sure that this is an async function. Okay, now let's come down and then we will say const last, and then let's do result dot output dot find last. Find last message. Let's do message, and then message dot role should be equal assistant. And now let's generate the name from here. Const project name, we will say type of last. If type of last dot content, we are getting an error because of the content. Let's make sure that this is as a text message like this, or undefined like this. So now we have access to content. So we'll say if type of content is string, then in that case, we'll grab the last dot content and trim it like this. Otherwise, we will say last dot content, if it is an array dot map, and we will grab the content, and let's do content dot text. We will return content dot text, and then let's join them dot join, or otherwise we will do an empty string and trim it. Let's wrap all of them like this and to be like this, and trim is a function. This is not from here. We should put it from here. And then this is also not in here, so this will be like, let's do it to be like this, and let's save it, and at the end let's return it. Return and project name dot replace, and then let's do a regex here. I'm doing / and then I don't know what's the name of this operator, and then this plus a pipe operator, again this one, again plus $sign / G, we'll replace it with nothing. And let's also do another replace, and this one also let's open / / and then S plus / again G, we will replace this one also with nothing, like this. And we only need to grab slice from 0, let's do to 80 characters. Okay, we will grab 0 to 80 characters. Let's save it, and we are all done with run naming agent. Now let's go down and use this one. When we have network.run, let's go down. This is our network. We create our network here. In here, when we have our network.run, let's do it to be like this. After the sandbox URL, let's run the naming agent. Come down here before saving to database. We will say await step.run, and let's do it to be, I don't know what to name, generate metadata, and then let's do an async function, and inside this one, let's publish first. We can copy this publish, and let's say it to be generating project name. Okay, now what we are going to do, let me create a prompt. I already created a prompt. I think let's paste the prompt here. Actually, let's paste the prompt in our prompt because we don't want to mess here. Prompt.ts, we have design prompt, we have the main prompt, and now let's paste this one, export const. We will rename it to be export const, and then title prompt or project name prompt. The title prompt is okay. Okay, but we cut this one, this part. We will use that over there for the context, and then this one. I think it's all good. Now let's come here, and then here let's do it to be like this: const project name, which will be await run naming agent. And in this naming agent, let's pass our prompt. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to bring title prompt like this, and let's also pass event.data.user like this. So this is our prompt, and we will create project name like this. And down here, let's update our project. We will say await db.project.update, and we will find where ID is event.data.project ID, and what we need to update the data, and then name. If we have project name, the one that we created above this one, if we have project name, then we will add project name. Otherwise, if we don't have project name, or let's copy the previous one, this one, project, the old way that we create with project and then date.now, like this. Because I put this one outside of this step.run. It should be inside. So we should have access to this project name like this. Okay, let's close it like this. Close the step.run, and I think, and we are all good to go. Okay, now let's go ahead and generate a new project, and this time we should have a title also. I think we need to move this project name outside of this step.run. Let's move this outside, and then we only need to use step.run when we are saving it to database like this. And now let's go ahead and check in the browser. And now let's click on build a landing page. Let's mark it build a modern landing page. We have been redirected to project ID page, and as you can see, we are getting real-time update. If we check in just dev server, a run has been started, and we have to wait for this to finish. As you can see, the demo is ready, and it created a beautiful landing page for us. I cannot even imagine this has been created by AI. This is such a beautiful landing page. Let's see if it's functional. It looks like it's working, all the functionalities. Okay, now let's go to projects and see if the name has been created. Yes, as you can see, we have SaaS landing pricing page. Oh, it is. Oh, I think we did a mistake there. So let's fix that one, and also let's remove these things. So let's do that. Let's go back to VS Code, and in here, if we go up where we created this project namer, this one, in here, let's replace it with a space. So it instead of like landing page, it will be like this, landing page. We added this space. And now let's also go to messages container in here. So we need project ID, where we have message card and we have AI chat box. In the message container, this message container, we are using it in this projects page that we just created. Now let's add a dummy ID here. This is the fastest solution. We just say dummy ID. Oh, it's not just ID, it's project ID. Like this. Okay, now if we check in the browser, those things has been gone, but this one is still, it's like this because it has been saved to database. Well, this one doesn't look really good. Let's remove the height from this one. We are in this page and we have to remove the height full. Like this. If we check in the browser, now it's looking much better. If we click on the project, it should redirect us, bring us to this project that we created. Perfect. And we can go back from here. Let's make this button to be cursor pointer button. Let's add cursor pointer like this. Okay, we are not adding the image preview here, but because we have access, when we create our project, we have access to Sandbox URL. If I show you in the Inngest run here, as you can see in here, we get Sandbox URL. And if you want to get the screenshot of that, for example, the screenshot of, let me go to this one, a screenshot of this one, you can use tools like Playwright to take a screenshot and then store it locally or upload it to Upload Thing or whatever storage you are using, and then use that URL for projects in here to show the preview of your project. But I'm not going to do that because our video is already so long. And the only thing that I need to fix is, because when we create a project, at the end, the demo is ready, will stay there. So we have to remove that one. And also when we upload an image, we have to show the image here. So let's go and fix by the first one, which is the demo is ready. Let's go to VS Code and OpenAI chat box like this. And now, as you can see, we are using latest data, but instead of latest data, let's create a local state. I'm going at the very top, and then here where we create our other states, let me do const status and then set status. Let's do it to be use state, and the type will be string or null. String or null, and by default let's make it null like this. Let's also add a ref, create a ref const. I'm naming player timer ref. You can name it whatever you want, and then use ref, and then let's add a type to this one. We will add like return type, and then in here we'll say a type of set timeout, like this. It's either type of set timeout or null, and by default let's make it null. Okay, we have two refs. Let's bring this close to the other one in here. And now let's create a use effect. We already have use effect actually here. So instead of this one, let me remove this one and let's create const message, or you can name it MSG, whatever you want. Latest data. We get the latest data dot data. We need the data from latest data, and we will check if not message, if not latest data, just return the process, just stop the process and return. And now, but if there is latest data dot data, we will do set status and then message, like this. And now let's come down. We will check if clear timer ref dot current. If it already exists, then we just need to do clear timeout, and we pass clear timer ref dot current, like this. We will clear the timeout. Otherwise, if message is equal demo is ready, then in this case we will do router dot refresh. We will refresh the router to fetch the latest data, and we will clear the timer ref. Clear timer ref dot current, which will be equal set timeout, and then in here let's do set status to be null. After, let's do 5 seconds, and then after this if statement, let's clear the effect. Let's clear the use effect. We will do return, it's a function, and then if clear timeout ref dot current, clear timeout ref dot current, then clear timeout, and clear timer ref dot current. All good. I think this should fix the when the demo is ready, it was staying there. It should fix that one. And now let's come down, and instead of this latest data, we will say status. If status, then we will show status. We don't need this data because status doesn't have that data. Perfect. What else we need? We need to show the image when we upload an image. Right now, when let me go to homepage. When we upload an image, we can show the image here, but in the chat box and in the message in here, if I go here, for example, if you attach an image, the image we should show here also. So let's do that. Let's open message card. Let's close this one. We don't need it. We don't need this also. Let's open message card. In the message card, let's also add an image URL here. Image URL, which will be of type string. Let's make it to not be a required field. It should be optional because all the messages doesn't have an image URL. And then here, let's grab the image URL like this. So now let's come down, and here, let's come down here, and after the content, should we add? I think we should add it before the content, because in Lovable they are adding before the content. So I'm just checking if we have image URL, then only in that case we need to add an image tag. So let's create a div, and then let's add a class name to this div. A class name, let's do W16, height 16, W16, and the position relative. Let's come down, and then here let's add image, import image from Next.js. image like this. And let's add src to be image URL like this, alt to be, oops, not layout, alt to be content like this. And let's also make sure it fill its parent container and add a class name to be object cover like this. And let's go to message container like this. And in the message container, where we are using message card, let's also pass image URL. So at the end, let's do image URL, and it will be message.image URL as string. Okay, now let's go ahead and test it in the browser. Let's go back to homepage. Let's ask it to build an, I don't know what to build. Let's search in Google, modern landing page. Let's search it and then go to images, and then let's click on tools, usage right. Let's click on Creative Commons license. So it means it's free to use. And now let's find, I don't know which one to find. And now let's copy one of them. I think I'm going to copy this one. Let's download this one. Save image. I will download it, save it to my downloads. And now let's ask it to create a modern landing page for a SaaS business with pricing section similar to attached screenshot. And let's now upload the image. Oh, we need to upgrade to Pro. And let's make this color to be white. Let's open AI chat box. This is the button. Let's add a class name to this. Class name. And then let's make sure the text is white. Like this. And now let's upgrade it to Pro. Click on upgrade to Pro and add a payment method. Just use the test card and payment successful. And now we should be able to upload attachment. Perfect. Now we can upload. I'm going to upload this image, and now let's click on submit. Because we uploaded an image, it will take a while because it needs to upload the image to upload thing and then grab the image URL and then send it to AI. Okay, looks like it's loading forever. I think the issue is because we have to make upload thing API route to be public. Let's go back to VS Code. And in here, let's open a proxy.ts. And in the proxy, let's make sure that the upload thing API route is public. So let's add /API/upload thing. And then we will make all the routes to be public .all like this. But we can protect the upload option in the actual upload thing API route. So if I open core.ts, which is under API upload thing, in here, let's import auth. You can import auth from clerk, auth clerk Next.js server. And now let's come down here. Before this on upload complete, let's add the middleware. We add middleware, and then let's do an async function. And then in this async function, and now let's grab the user ID. We'll just say const user ID equal auth. We grab user ID from auth. We'll check if not user ID. Then we have to return, or we have to throw new error, and then in here we will say unauthorized, and then return the user ID. Return user ID like this. Perfect. Let's make sure, because this is a wait promise, let's make sure to add a wait here. And then now come here, and then here let's grab metadata and file. metadata, and oops, we don't need to import it. We just need to grab metadata. We can destructure it, metadata, and then file like this. And we have to return uploaded by metadata.user ID, loaded by, and then we will say metadata dot user ID like this. Well, I think we don't need this file. Should be all good. And this time, if we check in the browser, and let's ask it to build a modern landing page, and we will attach the screenshot. This is the screenshot that I copied from Google, and now I will tell it to similar to attached screenshot like this. And now click on submit. Okay, it's redirecting us to the project ID page, but we have to add this one to our Next.js. This is the image URL. So let's go back here, open next.config.ts, and then here let's add images, and then images, and this images is an object, and then it will have remote patterns. Remote patterns is an array of objects. So the first object, let's add host name. You can add protocol, port, and extra options, but host name is the only thing that's required. And now let's go to our terminal and restart our dev server, because we updated next config. We need to restart our dev server. Okay, and now let's go back to the browser and let's refresh. Let's check if Inngest dev server is still running. Yes, Inngest is still running, but I think it has been stopped. Okay, let's cancel it. And now let's do it again. Build a landing page similar to attached the screenshot, and then let's attach the screenshot. And now click on submit. Okay, this time, as you can see, you have the image preview here. And if you check the Inngest dev server, a run has already been started. Perfect. Amazing job. And as you can see, you have real-time updates here also. And now it has been done, and it generated this beautiful landing page for us. It is not exactly the thing that I uploaded, but it's still, it looks good still. It got the idea, like for example, the color is, it's actually functional, because we asked to add a pricing section. It added a pricing section also, but with the color that it got from the design. I think it's pretty amazing. So that's all good, I think. And now if we go to projects, and here we have this one. Let's go back to homepage. This time let's ask it to create an Airbnb clone. Create an Airbnb clone to match the attached design, attached screenshot. I already got a screenshot from Airbnb homepage. Let me upload it and click on submit. And now we are being redirected to a project ID page, and we are getting real-time updates here. And if we check in just dev server, a run has already been started, and we have to wait for this to finish. You can implement this in a way that when you click on this image, it should open in a model or in a bigger version, the same way that Lovable is doing. Let me go to Lovable. Let's do in Lovable. Let me ask it to create an Airbnb clone. Let me copy the exact same message that we have here and the exact same image, and we will compare it side by side with our application. Attach a file, and then let me upload it, and let's click on submit. And as you can see in Lovable, when you click on the image, it's opening like this. This is the same image that we uploaded in our application also. Let's see which one will build the Airbnb clone better. Our one is still reading project files. Lovable also started to work on that. And now this is the last step. It's saving it to database. And now it says demo is ready and it's loading it. Well, we got an error here. Let's check in here. We can go to code, edit, and let's click on layout. Let's see what's wrong. Well, I am going to copy the one that I have in my current project. Let's copy this one, enter, enter, and now let's paste it here. Instead of that, we paste it here. And I think that's it. Let's also import React in here. We say import React from React. Okay, and let's click on save. I think this should fix the issue. Now click on this, and as you can see, we have such a nice and beautiful Airbnb clone. Amazing job, amazing, perfect. Let's check and compare it with Lovable. Okay, this is the Lovable, the one that Lovable created, and this is our screenshot. So both of them are completely different from our screenshot, but Lovable is a bit more close because it has added like this slider here and the search and then the top tabs. It much more closely to our screenshot, but our one is also really good. It's based on the models. Like if you use higher models, let's check if they are functional. Not really. Let's see this one. Oh, we can favorite and unfavorite it. Perfect. Amazing job. And now you can chat with your AI model. For example, if you want to add authentication here, you can chat with it and ask about it. So now let's go back to homepage, click on projects, and this is all your projects. Perfect. Amazing work. Now let's go to Excalibur, and then here we created our projects page. We added backend validation. We generate title with AI, but we didn't generate a screenshot, and we fixed the bugs. So we didn't generate a screenshot. I will leave this one as a homework for you. You can do this yourself because the video is so long already. I'm not going to do that. And this marks the end of this chapter. And in the next chapter, we will do deployment. Okay, in this chapter, in chapter 15, this is our last chapter. We are doing our deployment and we will check post deployment. We will check if it is all working once we deploy it. Let's check our application. Our application is still up and running. So the first thing that I'm going to fix is our theme, and also if you remember, our ingest RealTime is very generic. It will send the same message to all the channels. So let's make it project scoped and authenticate it. Let's go to VS Code and do that. Okay, in here, let's go to functions first. Functions.ts. And in here, what I'm going to do, we already have a user channel. We will not touch that right now. We will create an export cost project channel. And then we will do channel. And then in this channel, let's grab the project ID. Project ID is of type string. And then let's return. And then return it to be project. And then the ID of this project. So we will send a message only to a specific project ID. We will not broadcast to all the channels. And then come outside of this, and then here do add topic. And the topic will be, now do topic, and our topic will be project info. The same like we did in here. And also let's do it to be type string. Oops. Type string like this. And now this is our project channel. We can use our project channel like this. Let's copy this one and let's go down where we use our user channel. we will change user channel to project channel. I'm just searching for publish. So this is the first one. So what I'm going to do, instead of user channel, I'm going to do project channel. And then this project channel, now we expect it to have project ID. So event.data.project ID like this. And then the rest is staying the same. We can just copy this one, or actually we can just copy this part. And then let's go down. We find another publish. This one, let's change the channel to be user channel. Let's change it to be project channel. Let's go down again, find another one. And in this one also, let's change user channel. We can select all of them actually like this. And then we'll change it to project channel. We will pass a project ID to that. And now let's go ahead and change our server action also that we created for this real-time update. It is under app and then actions and then get ingest subscription token. We are going to do in here, let's grab project ID now. Project ID, and then let's say project ID is of type string. And now let's come down in here. Currently, we have just get subscription token and then ingest and then user channel. But now since we have Clerk installed and we have implemented authentication, let's do it to be like this. We will just grab the user ID first, user ID, and get it and take it from away. Auth, you can import auth from Clerk Next.js server. If not user ID, then through new error, we will just say unauthorized. But if there is a user ID, if user is already logged in, then let's find the project. We will say await db. You can import db from libdb, db.project.find first. And then in here, we will check where ID is project ID. And also user ID will be user ID like this. Or because these two are the same, they have the same name, we can do it like this, user ID. And now let's also do it to be select only. We only need to select ID. So let's just do select ID to be true. We don't need to select everything, we just need the ID. And then here we will check if project not found, then we throw an error, throw new error, and we will say forbidden. But if a user is authenticated and then we find a project, then what we are going to do, instead of this user channel, let's do project channel. And let's import this project channel instead of this user channel. Type of user channel, we will change it to project channel. Let's change this one also to instead of user channel token, we will do it project channel token. And now we can go to AI chat box, say it to be like this, an arrow function, and pass project ID here. Project ID and add a bank operator to make sure that it exists. It's never empty. But what about if a user is not logged in and there is no project yet? So in that case, what we can do, we can create a Boolean based on the project ID and just saying const notifications enabled like this, and then let's do Boolean and then pass the project ID. Down here we will check if notifications enabled. Notifications, if it is enabled, then we use this function, otherwise we will return just undefined. Let's open layout, the main layout where we have clerk provider, and in here let's do appearance, and in the appearance let's do variables, and then in this variables let's do color primary, and I'm going to paste this color, which is our base color. I have also added the title and description for our application. This is ForgeAI, and build something great with ForgeAI that work the way you want. I also added a favicon, so you can add your favicon in the root folder, and not the root folder, under the app. And I think we are all done. If we check in the browser for the last time, now as you can see, our brand colors are blue like this. Now, because we are going to deploy it to Vercel, if you come to Prisma, it says we need to add post install. So let's copy this one and let's go back to VS Code and add it in our package.json scripts, and we will add it here like this. And now let's go to GitHub and create a repo. Open github.com, click on this one and new repository. The name will be ForgeAI. I don't need any description, and just create repository. Now let's open our terminal. Let me shut down everything, the dev server, and now let's do git status, git add everything, and we will do git commit first commit. And now let's check here. We need to add the branch, otherwise it will push to main branch, but I will change it to master. So instead of main, let's do it master branch. And now let's add the remote origin, this one, and now let's push to master. Instead of main, let's push to master. Perfect. Now if we refresh our ForgeAI repository in GitHub, our application is here. Perfect. Amazing job. Now let's go to Vercel. You need to create an account for your Vercel, and I'm going to add new project from here. Let me import ForgeAI, and now the root directory is this one. That's okay. And then for the environment variables, let me copy and paste them from my VS Code .env, and I can copy all of them, and let's paste them here. And now let's click on deploy. It may take a while. I will pause it, and once it's done, I will come back. Okay, looks like my deployment has been failed, and it's complaining about cannot find module use mobile. Let's go ahead and add it if it's not already there inside the hooks, and then we add use mobile. Let me close all the open files. Okay, now not under the app, outside of the app, we will create a new folder. We will name it hooks, and then let's add use mobile.ts, and we paste this code. This is automatically generated when we install ShadCN, or I don't remember when we initialize ShadCN or Prisma. I don't properly remember, but it should be automatically added. We are not using it anyway. It's just needed for deployment, even though we can remove it, but this is the easiest option. And now let's push it again to GitHub. Add it, use mobile hook. Every time we push to GitHub, a new deployment will be automatically triggered by Vercel. If we go and check in the Vercel dashboard, okay, in the Vercel dashboard, if you click this one, if you click on your username and then go to dashboard, we have this ForgeAI, and as you can see, it's building, and it may take a while, and once it's finished, I will come back to you. Okay, perfect. As you can see, our app has been deployed to production, and we can see that our app live. You can either click in here or click on visit. This is our app. If we log in or sign in, still Inngest is not going to work. So to make Inngest work, let's go to Inngest and create a production account. Let's click on sign up. You can log in with your GitHub or Google, but I'm going to log in with GitHub because it's easier to find, since it will have access to all your GitHub repositories. It can find it easier. Okay, now click on integration, and now in the integration, click on connect Vercel to Inngest and add integration. You can select an account from here. This is my account, my Vercel account, and click on install. Choose your project from here. I'm choosing ForgeAI and save configuration. Now continue to ingest Vercel dashboard. As you can see in here, we now have ForgeAI enabled. So if you click on this one, it says deployment protection is enabled. Ingest may not be able to communicate with your application by default. So what we can do, let's go back to our cell, and then here, let's go back to dashboard, and now click on these three dots on ForgeAI, go to settings, and now click on deployment protection. If you come down, protection bypass for automation, click on add, and we don't need to add anything, just click on add. And now we have added this key. Let's copy this one and go to Inngest Cloud in here. Now click on configure for ForgeAI and deployment protection key, just paste it here. Save configuration, and we are all done. This is live app. Perfect. Amazing job. You have created a really beautiful application, a production ready SaaS application that you can use straight out of the box and you can charge your customers. And I really enjoy building this project, and I hope you also enjoy. And if you really like the video and the tutorial, don't forget to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and comment what you want me to build for the next video. See you in the next video.